what went down yesterday, a massive shock yesterday with Sami Zayn winning that WWE Championship. It's obviously been the talk of social media today. So that's been kind of dominating the conversation. There's been lots of reaction from different wrestlers, from the likes of Dave Meltzer and different pundits, and thoughts about where all of this is leading and what it's heading towards. And we can get stuck into some of those conversations, of course, but we are here for NXT Great American Bash. There's a lot of other shows on tonight. It's a very competitive night tonight. There's a lot of things. I think, I don't know if TNA is on right now, but I think James told me TNA was starting a little earlier. But AEW, of course, have got a big show tonight as well. So there's going to be people, I'd imagine, watching both. There's going to be people watching AEW. There's going to be people watching NXT. So a busy night tonight in the world of wrestling. Attention, of course, is on NXT. We're fully focused on NXT. And so, with that being said, let's take a look, shall we, at the cards. We've got it set up. We've got the WWE preview. So, we've got Tony D'Angelo defending the title against Naraku. So, Naraku, obviously, formerly known as Evil from New Japan. So, Tony taking on Naraku. We could absolutely get a new champion there. Let's do a poll, shall we, and just see what you lot think as to who, let's ask the question, who is leaving as NXT champion? Who do you think is leaving as NXT champion? Is it going to be Tony or is it going to be Naraku? So we'll get that poll up. So Tony, Naraku, probably our main event. Then we got Kendal Gray taking on Lola Vice. I think this is really interesting because there has been word about some call-ups from NXT. Haven't heard anything in a little while, good few weeks, but there was chatter about some women that they were looking at. Lola Vice could absolutely be one of those women. So I think there is a chance that she could drop the belt here to Kendal Gray. There is also a chance that she beats Kendal Gray, gets past Kendal Gray, and then drops it to, you know, a Jada Parker or someone, like at the next big show. So it might be that this is not the end for Lola. It might be that she carries on just another show or so. But again, I think there is a chance we could see a title change there. Then we've got Zaria taking on Tatum Paxley. Tatum Paxley is also someone expected to go up if we are going to get those call-ups. I think because Tatum's had that belt fairly recently, it feels pretty nailed on that Zaria is going to retain. Then we got Myles Borne against Tavion Heights. I do wonder, actually, if we're going to have Tavion win, because I feel like Myles Borne is not too bad of a star. I feel like he's been in NXT for a while. He's not the biggest of names, but he's got some experience at least. And there is a chance they might want to free him up so that he can compete for the NXT championship. So, I don't know what we're doing there. We are struggling a little bit when it comes with sort of experienced names in the men's division. So, I think Myles Borne, getting the belt off him so he's free to kind of move up and challenge that NXT championship. We could do that. Tavion would be a pretty good North American champion as well. So, I don't know. I think even there's a chance. I feel like we're in this weird place where we've got, like, you know, a few new faces around. We're trying to kind of rebuild NXT after losing a lot of big names. And I wonder if there needs to be a little bit of a shuffle, because we might be losing a few more soon, as we said. So this could see a bit of change on this show. I'll be shocked if, like, all the champs just retain. I think there's a good opportunity for some new champs tonight. Myles being free to go after the NXT championship kind of really, you know, get some screen time for him and really invest in him further. Might not be a bad idea. So, again, we'll have to see. We got Saquon taking on Dion. Doesn't massively matter who wins there. I think both of those are quite promising for the future. Then we got Wren taking on Arianna Grace. Wren, of course, the women's speed champion. Again, it doesn't really matter. because the Speed Championship doesn't really mean a great deal. But I could see they might want to free Wren up. If we're going to lose Tatum and we're going to lose Lola and they're going to call up some women, you might want Wren Sinclair to sort of be free and available to use in that women's division. I mean, I suppose in a way she still is. You can be a double champ like Sol Ruka was, but I don't know, you might just want her to be free. Gives Arianna grace. I mean, actually, if you think about it, Lexis King has got a Speed Championship, so it would make sense to put the belt on another member of Birthright. So again, you could make an argument. Imagine that. Birthright being like the fastest, speediest group. You got Lexis King and Arianna Grace, both of the Speed champions. And then that frees up Wren to kind of get involved with some of the championships. So, yeah, that could change hands as well. Not that it massively matters. It's only the Speed belt. And then we've got Shiloh Hill taking on Tristan Angels. This is just a showcase match. I mean, to be honest, this could have been easily just a match that we did on NXT, a normal episode. I think the reason why they want to do this is because they are quite high on both of these guys. I think they really believe these two can be some decent sized names in the division, and so they just want to give them a showcase, which I don't mind, to be honest with you, because we do need to build singles male competitors. We do have an issue in that division, so let's get two of the most promising, put them in a program, give them a platform to actually show what they can do. I just hope this match delivers, because we really do need this match to achieve something. It needs to impress, so that people kind of feel that that men's division is heading in the right direction, you know? Because if this is the best you've got, then it better be good. So, Shiloh Hill, Tristan Angels, it's a weird one, but I get it. So, you know, quite a few matches there. People have said, 7 matches. It is worth remembering this one's only going to be 5 minutes long because it is for the Speed Championship. But, yeah, still quite a bit there to talk about, quite a bit to get our teeth into. And you've got all the reaction from what went down at Night of Champions. And, of course, we're building to Saturday night's main event. And we're building to SummerSlam. And there's bits of news around. Never stops, does it? The wrestling world never flipping stops. AB said, howdy days and chat. Lola Vice is ready to cook. William Hensey is watching. We were watching last night, actually. We actually did come back and do AAA last night. And Lola Vice was competing on that as well. She defended the NXT Women's Championship against La Hydra. So we were actually watching last night as well. As, yeah, crazy that we're going to be watching her in action so soon. I only feel like I just closed my eyes, opened them again. So, yeah, it's a bit weird that we've got another Lola Vice match coming up, but this one should be good. This one should be real good. You know, you never want to miss a Kendal Gray match. And we've seen her against Lola Vice earlier this year, and it was really, really great. My only grumble was the finish. I wasn't a big fan of the finish, but I really did enjoy the match itself. So, yeah, should be good. Triple A said, Daze, I'm so happy that Triple H has made a big, bold WWE Championship change for Sammy, especially not at a massive PLE. If you had to predict when he would lose it and to whom, who would we want to not too short of a reign? I don't quite get that last part of the question, but I think he'll do well if he gets past SummerSlam, to be honest. I feel like there's probably a bigger story at play. I said last night, I can't remember where I said it, but I said, like, you know, part of me feels a little sad that they pulled the trigger in a story that, you know, just didn't, there wasn't any builds. It wasn't like the boyhood dream coming true. It wasn't like, he wasn't really part of this feud until he became the guest ref. And then because of the shenanigans, he got thrown in a triple threat, and then he wins the WWE Championship. I mean, it was good. They did it that way so that it caught us all off guard. You know, you didn't see it coming because it just didn't feel special enough. It didn't feel big enough. He just felt like he was the third wheel in the match. I mean, I was pretty convinced he was going to take the pin. So for him to emerge as the winner is like obviously truly shocking. I actually heard earlier today there was a plan for him to win the championship at WrestleMania next year. But the truth is, if you'd done a big special story of like, is this his time? And you did a big build, I think we could all have seen a mile away that they would pull the trigger on him, right? It's clearly built into a fairy tale moment and they're going to make him champion. Whereas with this, the shock was real because I just did not see it coming. So I think the reason as to why they've done it is probably because it fits into a bigger picture. And it's hard to know what that bigger picture is at the moment. But I don't think they've done it because they specifically want him to be champion. I'm struggling to believe that they've like identified Sammy as being this right guy that's going to carry the belt, carry the company. I feel like we're getting from point A to point B, and they found a way of putting the belt on Sammy in Saudi to kind of get us there. And, you know, there's lots of people saying, is Oba going to choose Sammy? And is he just going to drop the belt to Oba at SummerSlam? And there's other people saying perhaps he loses it to Brock before SummerSlam at Saturday night's main event. And then Oba chooses Brock at SummerSlam and it ends up that way. Is it a case that he's going to drop it to a CM Punk, or is he going to drop it to a Jey Uso? You know, is Oba going to choose Roman? And then that means that Sammy doesn't have an opponent. Maybe Jey, you know, chooses Sammy and we end up with Sammy Jey and, you know, Jey gets the title. And so then Bloodline have both of the belts if Roman can keep it away from Oba. So to be honest with you, I think there's a few different directions this can go as we head to SummerSlam. I think he's going to do very, very, very well if he can get past SummerSlam with it. I'll be stunned if he gets past SummerSlam with it. I'm not currently believing that he is a long-term project. I think that this is a transitional, we're going to get from point A to point B thing. Ethan said, what are we thoughts on Brock Sammy at Saturday night's main event and then Brock Oba for the title at SummerSlam, says Ethan. My thoughts are that I can understand that. Yeah. I mean, it's I don't know. I mean, it's so weird having conversations about when Sami Zayn going to lose the WWE Championship. I mean, you're going to have to forgive me if it's still weird, right? But yeah, I think it makes sense if they choose that as the story, you know? Brock beats Sami, goes into SummerSlam as champion. Oba obviously has got unfinished business with Brock, what with it being 1-1. You know, this way Oba can beat Brock, get the belt, Brock retires, ticks lots of boxes. Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. I can't say that's what they're going to do. I can certainly say that it's an option. And if it was to go that way, I wouldn't be shocked or down on it. I've said for a long time, like, I would like for Sami to be a world champion. And it doesn't even need to be a long reign because I want it for him. It's not. There's lots of great matches that you can do, but I've seen the work that he's put in. I followed him when he was in NXT. That's when he first came onto my radar, right? I wasn't watching him when he was in the Indies, but go back like 11, 12 years when the network first arrives, and I can start watching not just highlights of NXT, but I can watch NXT, right? I mean, the thing with the network when it dropped in the UK, and I think it dropped at the end of 2014, early 2015 time, right? When it dropped in the UK, that is really the first time I could get visibility on the episodes of NXT, right? I don't know if they were being shown anywhere else. I don't think they were in the UK. So that's when I could first start watching NXT. And on the network, it had all the back catalogue stuff. You had premium live events, of course, and you had NXT every week. There was no Raw and SmackDown, just old episodes. So each week, the only kind of new thing to watch would be NXT. There would also be a This Week program. I don't even know if they do that still. That was great. This week was great. This week was just a roundup show of what's happened in WWE this week. It was like half an hour and it just hit the big talking points. It was really good. So, I mean, I used to watch that as well. And as well as Raw and SmackDown. But it was just a good recap, a refresh. That was on a weekend and you'd have NXT. So, I'd sit down, I'd watch NXT every week on the network. And I'd be watching Sammy and I'd go back and watch the older episodes because they were all there. And that fight, that desire, that hunger, that determination, it just spoke to me straight away. Like, this was a guy that really wanted to achieve something. He really wanted to be a wrestler. He really wanted to be successful. And there's something really admirable about that. There's something that you can look at and really respect about someone just absolutely giving their all. Like, there is just nothing left in the locker room. And I just connected with that, that to me was like, he's not the biggest. He's not someone that's coming out with crazy aura, but you know what? If he's got to cut a promo, he's got to have a match. He's going to give you some. He's going to give everything he's got, and really respected it. And so loved watching him win the NXT Championship. Kevin Owens turned on him. Went into a program there. Eventually, he gets called up to the main roster. I think that it was maybe the John Cena Open Challenge when Sammy made his debut, and Bret Hart introduced Sammy as being the challenger. And I remember Sammy coming out and sort of being so pumped up, he threw his arms in the air. Did he shoulder? On that first kind of, he just threw his arms up, and you can see like he goes, and his arm just dangles. He has to then wrestle a match with Cena. I'm sure it was Cena. Has to wrestle a match with Cena with just an arm dangling, and it's still decent. But like he did when he came out, he was so pumped up, threw his arms up, completely tore his shoulder. And it's like I've kind of watched him from those days and watched how much work he's put in, watched the effort he's put in, watched the bad creative that he's been given, watched, the various stories. Him going in Bloodline, of course, was a real pinnacle. And the humor that he provided, and honorary use, and all that stuff. I mean, it's been brilliant. The journey's been brilliant. So for me, I just wanted him to win a world title, just so that he did it. It's not about how long can he keep it. It's not about, is he going to make a great champion? It's not about, I mean, if they take it off it Monday, they take him off it Monday. His Wikipedia will still say he is a former WWE champion. It's job done. It's box ticked. If he loses it to Brock at Saturday night's main event, fine. If for some reason they decide to have a match in his back garden tonight and he loses it to Brock, fine. It was always about reaching the mountaintop. Imagine climbing Mount Everest, not knowing if you're actually going to make the summit. And Sammy's made the summit. Doesn't matter if you're only there for a few seconds, long enough to get a picture, and then you have to go back down again. You did it. You made it. And that's exactly what he's done. So could he lose to Brock? Absolutely. Could he lose at SummerSlam? Absolutely. Could he lose it Monday? Absolutely. Wherever we go now, it really doesn't matter, right? There's things I would like. I mean, I would like to see him kind of having regular matches, a little bit like the Darby Allin run in AEW, where he was defending on a regular basis and putting on some really great matches. And that'd be great. I mean, this is his bread and butter. This is what he does. You put him in there with people, he'll deliver. You put him in there with a Finn Balor, it's going to be a banging match. You put him in there with a Carmelo Hayes, with an Ilya Dragunov, with a Gunther. They're going to be great matches. If the other person can carry their end of the bargain, it's going to be fun. You put him in there with a Ray Phoenix. You put him in there with a Johnny Gargano. You put him in there with a Chad Gable. I mean, they're going to be great matches. So I wouldn't mind if we just kept it on him a little bit and did some matches like that. And so we can have some bangers. I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm pretty tired of talking endlessly about how the in-ring wrestling is just not good enough in WWE. I mean, there is a real quick fix to that. Get some of your best wrestlers and make them wrestle. And Sami Zayn is one of their best wrestlers. Johnny Gargano is one of their best wrestlers. Carmelo Hayes is one of their best wrestlers. Rey Fenix is one of their best wrestlers. Chad Gable is one of their best wrestlers. Penta is one of their best wrestlers. If you put those people in matches, I'm pretty confident that the matches are going to bang. And I can back that up because look at how successful the Open Challenges were. Look how successful that United States Open Challenge, which started with Sami, don't forget. It was Sami that started this last year. He then dropped the title to Ilya. Ilya continued it. Ilya dropped the title to Carmelo. Carmelo continued it. And then for some reason, they dropped the belt to Sami again and, Creative botched it all. So, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how America is going to react to it. I mean, we know that the reactions for Sami are not great. We know that creatively he's not in a great place, but how ironic that we've spent ages trying to find a way of getting Sami to connect with the crowd and for the crowd to like him and to, him do things the right way. And as soon as it all goes wrong and the crowd start booing him, for some reason, creative go, do you know what? Can't be bothered. Put the belt on him. Do you know what I mean? That's how it feels. It's like, yeah, I can't be bothered to try and build him. It's a flipping nightmare. Do you know what? Just put the belt on him. Just put the belt on him. It's so weird because if you think about Montreal when we were at Elimination Chamber and the crowd was going mental. I mean, the crowd was losing their mind as it was Sami against Roman. I mean, if Cody wasn't around, I think they would have done Sami Roman at WrestleMania. And I think they could have pulled the trigger with Sami winning against Roman, right? But Cody was back. Cody was clearly the one that was going to get that. And so Sami fell short. And rather than get back to that, which I think they were trying to connect him with the audience, whatever, they botch it. The crowd turn on him. And for some reason, creative went, you know what? This is too hard. We don't know how to do this. Just put the belt on him. I hope, and it must be. Part of me wonders, there's quite a few parts actually to this. First of all, part of me wonders, have they done it to try and renegotiate the deal with Saudi, this magical moment that everyone's talking about. You can have more of those, Saudi. You can have more of those if we re-sign, If you want to do another contract extension, give us more money, we'll give you more shows. You could have moments like this. Do you see how happy everyone is? See how much chatter there is? Everyone's talking about it. Yeah, we can generate that kind of noise. So, our deal's up next year. So part of me wonders if that featured. Another part of me is thinking that it is a transitional champion, as we said, and that they've done it so that it gets us from point A to point B. But as I said, like it doesn't matter. If that's the reason why they've done it, it doesn't matter. Like, it'd be okay. But where we go from here, don't know. I mean, he is on borrowed time, I think. But yeah, what I was going to say was, part of me also wonders, did they do it for Unreal? Because Unreal, it drops soon, doesn't it? The new season of Unreal. I think it's been a very successful show for them. And I've got no doubt that a Series 4 is going to be on the way. So is this like... Because you must want to see it, because I want to see it. What's the moment where Sami is told, you're going to win the championship tonight? When do they tell him? And when they tell him it's going to be on camera. So when do they tell Sami, we're putting the belt on you? Because that footage, I'm very confident exists. This company film everything. So I do also wonder, Sami in Saudi, maybe doing it like for the next season of Unreal so that you get to see that moment behind the scenes. Part of me wonders if that was part of it as well. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously, I'm a big fan of it, and I'm really, really pleased for him. I'm absolutely thrilled for him. I think he absolutely deserves it. How long he keeps it for, I don't know. Okay. Jared, hello. To be fair, Cody brought this on himself. Oldest asked him, what do you want to do about the situation? And he asked for the triple threat. Silly man, said Jared. Yeah, it's frustration, isn't it, with baby faces that they put themselves in these. I've told the story many times about Big E, and Big E, I think, is the worst example I've ever seen, where he was in a normal match, then he got changed to a triple threat, and then he got turned to a fatal four-way. And they interviewed him. They were like, how are you feeling about this? And he was like, listen, more the merrier. Yeah, it's going to be a tough challenge. But when you're the WWE champion, you just got to take what comes your way. And then I can't remember if it was a 5-pack or a 6-pack. But like, I mean, this thing just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger as we approached day one. Was it a 5-pack or a 6-pack? Because I know on the day of the show, they added Brock Lesnar to the match as well. It was 2022, and it was a five-way challenge. So it was a fatal four-way, and then on the day of the show, they add Brock Lesnar. So Brock gets added, and again they interview him, and he's like, "Well, it's not ideal, but it's like, dude, you should be livid. You are 1000% getting screwed. You did not deserve to be in a fatal 5-way having to defend your belt. The company are clearly saying, we don't want you to be champion, right? You've done nothing wrong, and they're making you defend your belt in a fatal 5-way. What the flip? What the flip? I think, that is a punishment. If you're a champion, that's a punishment, because the odds are you are not getting out of that with your belt. Someone pins someone, they're the new champ. You could be getting beat up by 2 people, and 2 people can be in the ring figuring out who's going to be champion. 1, 2, 3, or a submission, your belt's gone. And his belt did go. I think it was Brock that ended up walking out as champ. So, yeah, it is really annoying when white meat baby faces, when these real good guys like don't complain or even request to actually be put in matches where the odds are so heavily stacked against them. And I don't look at that as being honourable and as being, kind of, respect. Didn't need to do that, but he's a fighting champion. I just think you're dumb. I just think you're stupid. I just think that if you're a champion, not only have you got to have the skills of being a great wrestler, but you should also be smart. Being champion, requires lots of attributes, and being streetwise, being smart, not getting screwed over, not letting people take advantage of you. That's also a skill. That's also an attribute. And do you know what? I'm actually glad that Cody's lost the title, because he did not show street smarts. Allowing that match or requesting that match to be a triple threat, you're right, the odds were stacked against him. And he should sort of be punished for that. Hopefully this can be a warning for all the... It won't be, of course. But it'd be good if the other baby faces could learn from this and go, oh, do you know what? It turns out that's not the greatest idea in the world. To put myself in a match where there's 2, 3, 4 other people. It turns out you can lose your belt that way, so lol. So I completely agree with you. It's just one of those little frustrations. I mean, wrestling is built on a lot of tradition, of course, and there's a lot of things that change with time. And I would say that back in the day, that was seen as being very noble, and it was seen as being something that you should respect, that a champion would want to do that. I really question if it's seen that way now. I really do question if it's still viewed that same way. I don't view it that way. I think it just makes the champ look stupid. Do we think the Tatum Paxley could beat Zaria for the women's championship? Hello, Stuart. She can. I don't think she will. And I also don't think she should, because she's had that belt. It's the women's mid-card belt in NXT, the one that Zaria's got right now. And Tatum Paxley is someone on the verge of going to the main roster. So why should she win a women's mid-card belt in the developmental brand? You know, if she's going to win any title in NXT, it should be the NXT Women's Championship, the top championship. And I don't even think she will be winning that anytime soon, because I'm sort of expecting her to go to the main roster. So I don't expect her to win it tonight. You can never say never. I've very much learned that lesson. You can never say never, but if the rumors are true that they're interested in her going to the main roster, putting a belt on her now doesn't make any sense. And also, because she's so talented, so skilled, why are we messing around? If you're going to put any belt on her, make it the top belt, make it the number one belt, the one that Lola's got. So no, I don't see her winning tonight. I don't really think she should win tonight. I think there's bigger and better things in the future for her. Kader said Zaria only just won that belt a few weeks ago. It was right. That's a good point. I love when the belt is off wrestlers. The grind makes it more exciting. Think of how great Undertaker was, and he didn't have the belt that much, says Venom. Sweet and Sassy, hello, said, I think Brock will win the title off Sammy at Saturday night's main event. And then that leads us to Brock versus Oba at SummerSlam. And then Oba takes the title. Oba is needed on SmackDown. Tyler said, I'm currently watching TNA. Tyler, shout out to you. William said, what are my chances with Tommy Toy Travels Mom? Not good, bud. Not good. I've heard rumors that she's actually got standards. Which is obviously really, really bad news for you. So, no, I don't think there's much chance, to be honest, but... Jared said, do we remember that Austin went round with a petition to get out of a triple threat against Benoit Jericho? Yeah, good. It's good to show some head smarts, some street smarts. I respect that. That's the kind of thing I would like to see people doing, to be honest. So, yeah, it's just a little niggle. I mean, it's nothing major, but I share in your frustration with that. Hello, James. Daze, I'm on the TNA countdown. They've introduced a Knockouts TV title. Oh, right. Like a belt that's just defended on TV, is it? For the women. It's pretty fun. It's a pretty fun idea. So, okay, if that's their countdown, that means that there might be a little overlap, might there? Between, because when does this show start? I think this show starts midnight, is it? Yes, I think it starts midnight. That's just over 2 hours, so might just be a little overlap between TNA and the start of NXT, but by and large, I think they'll get out of each other's way. Okay, Rational Gaze said Triple H likes to do long-term booking. I wouldn't be surprised if Oba loses a championship match, starts a long program, chasing the belt, or overcoming some obstacles. Yeah, I mean, the thing with Oba for me is I don't mind when he gets the belt. I'm in no rush. Oba is about aura. His aura to me doesn't get greater if he's got the championship or if he hasn't got the championship. To me, he's a main event star right now. To me, if they announced that Oba's going to fight on night 1 main event or night 2 main event of WrestleMania, I ain't shocked. If you announce right now, main event of night 2 of WrestleMania is Roman versus Oba, I think we're all going to go, oh man, that's good. That's going to be so good. I think we're all going to be so excited. Because he is of that level now. He's there. There's no debate. There's no arguing. He's of that level. So I don't need a belt on him to view him differently or to have it confirmed. Like, to me, him being champion is going to happen. It's literally just when are they going to pull the trigger? So do you just do it? Or do you, make it a bit interesting, put a few obstacles in the way, make people wait for it? To be honest with you, the logic is you would make people wait, because if that is a moment that people want to see, I'm not bothered by it. But if it's a moment that people want to see, well, then you want them to tune in on a regular basis to see that moment. And do you just give it to them first time, or do you kick the can down the road? I think it depends on the situation, because at SummerSlam, if it's Brock Ober for the title, and it's all about Ober beating Brock, so Brock retires and Ober becomes champion, you've booked it specifically for that, haven't you? Let's be honest. I mean, you're not going to have Brock beat Ober, or you're not going to have Ober win by count out or something, so that he wins the match but he doesn't win the title. I mean, if you book that situation, you know exactly what you're trying to do. You're trying to put the belt on Ober, and you're trying to have Ober beat Brock so that Brock can retire. So if they go in that direction, he's getting the belt, right? But if he faces Roman, that could be more interesting, because there's no guarantee he actually gets the belt if he faces Roman. It could be a case that Bloodline interfere. It could be a case that there's a count out or something along these lines, or a DQ, or double no contest. Could be a no contest thing. It could get so chaotic that the referee just calls it off. I don't know how you would book it, but there would definitely be ways that you could not have him lose. I wouldn't have him pinned or submitted. I mean, I thought him getting pinned by Brock I think it's the stupidest. Well, no, it's the second stupidest thing I've seen this year, after Pat being revealed to be on the phone. That's number one. And Ober being pinned is number two. So I think that I still wouldn't want him pinned in the main event of SummerSlam, but he could fall short, and you could kick that can down the road. And again, though, it depends. What have you got planned for WrestleMania if you're going to kick it down the road to WrestleMania? I wouldn't go past Mania. But they did the exact same thing, didn't they, with Cody? Cody tried to win at 39, didn't. Tried to win at 39, didn't. And I think on reflection, we would say that was the right thing. Didn't feel like the right thing at that time. WrestleMania ending on a big downer. But actually, on reflection, him getting it at 40, making us wait that bit longer, another 12 months, it worked. So I'm not against it, honestly. I know there'll be a lot of people out there that'll be like, there's a lot of impatience in the world. There's a lot of people out there that just want everything now. Do you know what I mean? I like this wrestler, put all the belts on them now. And it's like, it's not how this works. You're meant to, suffer a little bit. You're meant to go through it a little bit. There's meant to be doubt. It's meant to, kind of be a bit tricky. It's not meant to be that everything just happens and you just all the belts go to that person. So, yeah, I don't mind. I really don't mind. I suppose it's like, if you want to book him getting the belt off Brock, then fine, because the story's there. It makes sense. Fine. If you want to go the other way and have him face, say, Roman and delay things a bit, I can vibe with that as well. I'm pretty chilled on it. I can vibe with that. There is no doubt he gets a world title eventually. Obafemi, unless there's some horrific injury or some scandal, is not going to be leaving WWE without winning a top title, without winning a world title, at least once. I mean, he's got like 10-time world champion written all over him, 12-time champion all over him, I see him hitting double digits. So it's just, he's only 28 as well. I mean, if he goes till he's 45, he's got 17 years. So, do you know what I mean? That's like Cena career. That's like Cena coming in 2003 and calling it quits in 2020. So, 17-year run for Ober, and we're only now just at the very beginning of it. So, he's got time is very much his friend. This is why I'm like pretty chilled on it. But we'll see what they've got up their sleeve. We'll see what they want to do. I mean, I think the Brock thing could absolutely happen, yeah. Tyler said, do we think we get any surprises tonight? Yeah, I do quite fancy something. I do think there is a good chance you get something. It could be Takahashi. It could be Enzo. MLW have done a little thing where they did a press conference where they said that Bishop Dyer, formerly Baron Corbin, is in like a contract dispute thing, and there's going to be an announcement next week. The reason that they're kind of announcing this on their TV show makes me think it's a work, because I think if there was contract issues, it would just be a press statement that would go out online and go out to the press, like written up, typed up. I don't think you use your TV time to actually talk about this. So that says to me that he is under a deal, or there's, I don't know. I'm struggling to believe he's on his way to WWE, Baron Corbin, right now. I think Big Bill could go, but he's still showing on the AEW roster. And Enzo is a bit of a mystery. I don't know that he's contracted anywhere. And Rumour Mill said he was spotted at the PC not long ago. I think Zilla is an option as well, because I would personally put him in NXT first. I know that might upset a few people, but I don't care. I think it's the right thing to do. I'm tired of watching wrestlers on the main roster that are limited. And I think that it makes a lot more sense to actually spend that time working with a young talent and having them train with the fantastic trainers we've got in NXT, have him train with Sean, have him find his feet, rather than just shove him in the deep end and potentially watch him flounder, potentially watch this guy struggling to put it together, making mistakes, kind of. I'd much rather him go through the system. So I think like Zilla is an option when it comes to NXT. He's definitely an option when it comes to the main roster as well, because he's part of the bloodline and everything, and because WWE know that people would be excited for him to go straight there, they might be tempted to buckle to fan pressure. I would not, right? I don't give a flip about what the fans think they want. I'm going to do what I think is right. And what I think is right is that he goes to NXT first and is properly worked with, We want properly trained to the highest levels performers that can deal with different situations, that have got experience, that have, been put through their paces. I want someone that's been cutting loads of different promos in loads of different feuds. I want someone that's TV ready, that knows how to interact with the crowd, that's got an aura. We've worked on the presentation. He's, worked with Sean, worked with the trainers. Like, I want someone that's had those experiences. Might be for 6 months, might be for 12 months. Doesn't have to be like 5 years. But I do think that, there's a reason why Naraku wanted to go to NXT first, because, this is one of the most experienced wrestlers in the world that's been the IWGP champion. And I think, English isn't his first language, but I think even he realizes that the WWE product is a different product to the one in New Japan, and that there are different expectations and different requirements, most notably working the cameras. Where's the hard cam? Where's the cameraman? Going to commercial, spots, doing moments that pop a crowd, interacting with them, keeping them on board. I mean, we see the challenges with Izzy, where she talks. Crowd can be doing whatever. She's just trying to get through. Talk. And then you see someone doing a good promo, decent promo, where they'll talk. Crowd will start and they'll stop. Might interact with them, Let me finish what I'm saying if they're a heel, right? How about you shut up and you let me finish what I'm saying? Boo. You can boo all you want. Might want to try going to a gym sometimes, yeah? And so, blah, 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 blah. I kind of feel like learning how to be comfortable in the moment and everything, because I don't know where he is. I don't know if he's got these skills, and if he's got these skills, I don't even know how good these skills are. Can they be honed? Can they be improved? Can we get him really ready for, the main roster and whatever? So, I think there's an option for him. And to be honest with you, to be honest as well, we could do with someone like that in NXT, because NXT's men's division is struggling. We could do with an Enzo, an Azilla, and a Takahashi. You know, those three coming in and like really boosting the top end of this card, this roster, would be a very, very welcome addition. I mean, imagine if you've got those three, and then you've got, you know, Will Cruz, and you've got Tony, and you've got Naraku, and you've got Dion, and you've got Myles. You know, all of a sudden it just feels a bit healthier now. You know, Jackson Drake's in there as well, Sean Legacy, Keanu Carver. All of a sudden you can go Takahashi, Keanu Carver, you can go Zilla Fatu taking on Tony, you can have Will Cruz, you know, going after Carver or whoever, right? All of a sudden, like, you've got like, okay, this feels better. So, you know, I think it's in his benefit. I think it's in NXT's benefit. I think it's ultimately in the fans' benefit, even though they might not accept it. But if he can be a highly trained performer and, you know, get even more knowledge at this kind of young stage where he is whilst he's learning, like, ultimately that's going to be better in the long run. So, yeah, I think there's a few names there. Jared said, in your opinion, what's going to happen with Tony if he does lose tonight? He's nowhere near ready for a call-up. I think Tony's interesting, actually, because I like his music. I don't mind his look. The one thing I would say is I think he's lacking any sort of depth with his character, right? He used to be a mob boss hanging out in a restaurant. That's not him now. So what is he now? Who is he now? Like, I did enjoy when he sat down with Naraku and did the contract signing. I thought that was a good segment. So him sitting down doing the contract signing, that was good. So him with Naraku gave me a glimpse of what Tony can be. And I think we just need more of that. I think there's two areas of weakness for Tony for me. The first one is going to be character depth. I don't know what the character is. I don't know what the character thinks. I need more sort of vignettes, backstage moments. I need more of that, right? And I think the other weakness is in ring, because I think he's very consistent at delivering a 3.5 match. I think you can call him to the main roster, and I think he'll give you a decent match. Decent as in the sense of it's going to be okay, right? It's not going to stink the place out. It's not going to be terrible. But it's probably going to be 3.25, 3.5. You know, it's probably going to be okay. But can we move forward from that, you know? Can we hone our skills a little bit more? Can we bring in a bit more drama towards the end? Can we pace it a little bit differently? Is there a few more sequences that we can add? You know, where we're doing certain spots. Not just moves, but just like sequence. I think sequences are really important. It's one thing to do a move and a big power slam or whatever, but it's much better if you've got like, do you remember yesterday when there was the spear into the table by Borne? Seth grabbed him, hit the pedigree, right? Borne goes down from the pedigree, starts getting back up, which means Seth can go straight into the curb. You know, it's a spear into a table, into a pedigree, into a curb, into a pin, 1, 2, shoulder up. And that sequence of moves, the way that it flowed and the way that it worked going into the pin, and the fact that it had come right at the end of the match, made it feel like this is the finish. This is the finish. Because, you know, this is the cherry on top right here. Bang, bang, bang. He ain't getting up from that. Flipping kicked out, didn't he? Flipping kicked out. And you go, oh my God, no way, we're carrying on. I thought that was a great sequence. You know, can Tony bring some more of those things into his, not even just finishing sequences, but just sequence of moves within a match as well. So I think he is definitely someone that can keep developing and improving. But just like I've said in the past about when you do your drive-in test, my lecturer said to me, my instructor said to me, don't think you have to be perfect when you do your test. You've just got to be good enough to be safe. They just want to know you're not going to crash. So you can make the odd mistake, forget to check your mirrors a couple of times, or, be a bit late with your indicator or whatever. But, are you safe? And is everyone around you safe? This is why in the UK, when you do your driving test, you're allowed up to 12 minor faults. You can't have a major fault. You can't just go driving out of a junction without, stopping. So you can't have a major fault, but you can have minor faults. And that's the question for me. He's not perfect, but are they major faults or are they minor faults? Is he good enough to go to the main roster and keep developing? Or have we got major problems? I think I'm actually leaning towards them being minor. Because I like his music. I like his look. His match quality is okay, but could it be better? Absolutely. I don't know how long it's going to take for that to improve, though. And is it better to just get him on the main roster, get him working, and hopefully improving? And promo-wise, I don't really have any issues with him. I think promo-wise, he's quite comfortable. I don't ever feel like it's wooden or he's just talking without taking in the crowd and, involving them. I think he's okay in that regard. But I do want more understanding of the character. I do want some more sequences and for the matches to kind of, be a bit dramatic as a result towards the end. Some kickouts, some shock facial expressions. I mean, the thing with wrestling is it's a little bit of that. It's a little bit of that. It's a little bit of that. It's hard to say exactly what's missing. You want some better facial reactions. You want some better selling. You want some more dramatic conclusions. You want some more sequences within the match. You want to look at the pacing and is it too slow at times? Do we slow it down too much? Does it just stay at one pace? I mean, if you've got a luchador that's just quick, that's just going to be a fast pace all throughout. But actually, with a normal match, it's better if it sort of, has peaks and troughs. So, are we mixing it up enough? So I think there's stuff to look at, things to explore. If he stays in NXT a little bit longer, that's fine. If he goes, I think they're minor faults. I think they're minor things that can be worked on. He's certainly not worse than Liv Morgan when she got called up. She was not ready. But she was part of Riot Squads and she was part of this group. And as a result, she was a bit protected. And so it meant that she could get called up and sort of learn and develop. And wow, look what she's become now. Big star. So I don't know. I mean, do you call Tony up and put him in a group? It's an option, isn't it? What if he goes in the Vision? Wouldn't hate that. Kind of feels like he should be a leader, but so I don't know how he would work as a background guy. But when you go the main roster, you do start again, don't you? So a background guy might be a bit strange for him. Perhaps the vision isn't quite right. But, funny actually, because he was partners with Bron Breakker when they first started. Tony and Bron Breakker were tag partners. I don't know if it ever made it on TV, but I do remember reading that he was a tag partner with Bron Breakker, and they decided that Bron would be worth looking at on his own, and so it meant that Tony had to go off on his own. So Bron went off on his own, did the Bron Breakker thing. Tony went off, did the Italian thing, but they were partners at one point. There could be some up there. He's quite big, Tony. He's got a good size to him. Stuart said Triple H has said that Oba could be the biggest superstar the business has ever seen. What are your thoughts? I think that's promoter speak, honestly. I mean, that is Triple H trying to put fuel on the fire of Oba being this super special talent, which he is. And, I mean, I do think he can go on to be one of the great big names in WWE history. I think actually he's gone to a different level since going to the main roster. I mean, it's funny because when Oba comes out on NXT and we were watching him in NXT, you got a crowd of 200 people doing the Oba strut and all that stuff, right? So Oba makes his way down to the ring, and we're watching him in NXT. And you know that you've got a big star there. I mean, we've had conversations about who's going to be bigger. Is it going to be Oba? Is it going to be Javon? Is it going to be Trick? Who's going to be the bigger star? And it was a little difficult, to be honest with you. I think it's still a little tricky because I think Trick Williams is gonna really keep going. I mean, he comes out and his entrance is massive and he's got great aura. The fans love that Trick. I think he's more expressive. And I think that there's sort of more you can do with Trick Williams, you know. Trick Williams, I mean, Oba is just a monster. Oba is a beast. Oba is aura. Oba comes walking down to the ring and smashes people in relatively short matches. Oba is this generation's Brock Lesnar. Oba is an attraction. Oba is, you know, not Andre the Giant, but he is an attraction. Whereas Trick Williams, I feel like he is more that sort of Booker T. He's kind of someone that is not as special visually as Oba, but has still got aura, is still this big star. And, I mean, I can see them having matches in the future. Oba, Trick Williams, I can definitely see that being like a big, big match. Night one, I think you could, you know, I don't feel like we're too far away from it being a night one main event of something. SummerSlam, WrestleMania, you know, for a championship. Oba as champion, Trick Williams being the challenger. I feel like, what, 2 years? 2 years, I reckon we could get there. Because Oba's there now. Oba's not the problem. It's about building Trick, and that's what we're doing. He's having a United States Championship run right now. And I think this run's quite important for Trick because it's getting him on TV. Flipping opened the show the other day. Came out and opened the show. And, you know, I mean, they've got him front and centre kicking off Raw, was it? Or SmackDown. SmackDown. Had him kicking off SmackDown. So this run is really important for Trick. So that we're building. 2 years down the road, could see him main eventing with Oba. But yeah, I mean, I think both of them are special talents. I think Oba right now is ahead of Trick. I think that Oba has got crazy aura. I think that he can absolutely be in that list of like top WWE superstars. The only thing I would say is, for Triple H to kind of come out with a comment like that now, it feels a bit promotory to me, you know? Feels a little bit like we're just saying stuff, you know, like it's just a promoter being a promoter in it. It's just Triple H saying, I mean, is Oba, I don't even think we live in a world where Oba can quite have the impact as some other people in the past. I mean, we lived in a world in the 80s and the 2000s and the 90s where there was no real internet. I mean, maybe in the 2000s, more people were getting it. But certainly in the 80s and the 90s, no. I mean, we got our first computer in 98. And I don't know if that was early or late. I'm not sure. I think it was about average. I think people are getting computers early 2000s, very late 90s, early 2000s. You will have had some early adopters, maybe mid-90s. But the truth is, most people, and even dial-up speed, which was slow, you know, most people, internet doesn't really kind of get going till the 2000s. So the point I'm making is there's no streaming without the internet, right? There's no YouTube without the internet. There's no social media without the internet. So all of these things that have come in that take attention away are taking attention away from wrestling. Because in the 80s and the 90s, when we didn't have the internet, people were, you know, watching TV. They were watching wrestling rather than going on Twitch, going on YouTube, going on TikTok, going on X, going on Facebook, going on eBay, going on Vinted or whatever, right? All these different flipping websites and whatnot. Can Oba become one of the biggest stars ever in this landscape, in this world, compared to the 1980s when Hulkamania was mainstream. Everyone knows Hulk Hogan. My parents know Hulk Hogan. Everyone knows Hulk Hogan, right? I think everyone knows Stone Cold. If you ask the average person on the street to name 3 wrestlers, you might get Stone Cold, Hogan, Undertaker, stuff like that. And it's because wrestling was more mainstream, because there was less options of what people are consuming. Now it's harder. It's just harder. It's just a different world now. It's just harder. So I think that's it's hard to make that statement, because I don't think that it's going to be comparable. But he's gonna go on to be a massive star. Of course he is. He's gonna, I would say, define this next generation, along with, I would feel confident, Trick Williams, maybe a Javon as well. You know, I really do think that was a very special class that came up. But I also think we're going to see the influence of the women growing as well, because the women are doing better work than the men by and large now. I mean, the women's division, I think, has actually overtook the men's division a while ago for being the more entertaining division. You know, I think actually the women are doing better work. If that continues, I think, you know, hopefully people will appreciate the women's matches. You know, people enjoy watching Rhea. They enjoy watching EO. If we keep adding more and more women that people enjoy watching, you might start seeing that balance get more 50-50 with the amount of women versus men matches. And who knows, in the future, the women might overtake. So, you know, some of the big stars of the future might not even be men, might not even be guys. So, yeah, he will definitely be in amongst it, though. Rob, hello, said, I just got here. I was wondering who we were talking about, and then he said he's not perfect. So I knew we were talking about me, says Rob. We were just talking about, I think, Tony at that point. We've had a few conversations. We've been talking about Tony, been talking about Oba. We've been kind of talking about a few different people. But there's just so much going on in wrestling at the moment, isn't there? That it's a very exciting time, though. I really am enjoying. You know, this is why, like, when people complain about wrestling, and which is fair and fine, I get it, right? If you're one of those people, I get it. I complain as well, but you don't have to scratch too hard to kind of find stuff to enjoy. You know, you don't have to work too hard to find wrestlers. I think maybe you just got to work a little harder to find them. You know, I mean, I love watching Kendal Gray wrestle. I mean, if Kendal Gray's in a match, I'm seated, because I think her work is so good, and I really enjoy watching her wrestle. So her against Lola tonight is going to be a lot of fun. You know, Oba has got that aura. You know, I'm interested in watching his journey. Trick Williams, I really like. I think there's work to be done, but and we're doing that work to kind of get him up to that next level. But you know, I enjoy listening to his promos. In ring has long been a conversation about we need to improve. I think, like, Trick and Ricky was a disappointment. And I do worry that that's what's holding him back. If you haven't got the aura of Oba, I mean, he's got aura, but he doesn't have Oba aura, then, you know, you need your matches to, like, really sing for you. And I think that his matches are, 3.5. He kind of suffers from the same thing as Tony, actually. I think Trick's matches are not great. I mean, Trick's literally just worked a program with Sami Zayn, and they couldn't come up with great matches. And that's Sami Zayn. So I think if you're going to have a feud with Sami and your matches are not going to be very good, I think there needs to be some big questions about why. Because I think Sami's a fantastic wrestler, and he's shown all throughout his career that he's capable of having really, really great matches. So I think there needs to be some questions as to why. So Trick, I think, definitely has got a bit of work to do. Goes back to what we said earlier, isn't it? Major, minor. Is it a major problem or a minor problem? I think it's a minor problem. It's not stopping him from being on the main roster. It's not stopping the fans from loving him. It's not stopping him getting great reactions. But I think it is hurting him going to that next level at the moment. And I don't know quite how we're going to address that. This is where, without house shows, we can't be trying stuff. We can't be improving. This is why, like, I really do wonder about the backstage support. I really do wonder about if you're Trick Williams and you are consistently getting match scores that are average, below average, how are you going to improve that working on the main roster? Where do you go? I mean, you can go to Performance Center on your days off. That's good. I would recommend that. You could go to Natalia's dungeon. Okay, yeah. I mean, I'm sure that will help a bit, but I don't know. I feel like the PC probably the best place to go. But like, I don't know. Is that a good enough support network? Is that good enough? Is there enough there? Are there, like, I really think this is where this is where AJ's job becomes crystal clear to me. To me, if you're Trick Williams and you're having consistently average matches, and, you know, I put you on a PLE and your match is like, blah, like, unfortunately, I've got to say it was yesterday, then if I'm Triple H, what am I doing about you? What do I do? I can't give you loads of matches because I can't just conjure up shows. So I can put you on a house show, but I mean, you ain't going to get that many matches. So how does he improve? So I really think this is where AJ Styles comes in. What I do is I give you one of the great wrestlers that we've seen, right? And I make him your kind of personal tutor, right? Go to AJ. You're going to go to AJ for, you know, you're going to go to PC, and then you're going to have like personal tutoring from AJ for 2-3 hours. You're going to watch your match. AJ's going to give you tape feedback, and then you're going to work on the areas, you know, was it the pacing that wasn't right? Is the moveset too bland? You know, is the finish not exciting enough? Like, AJ can sit there, watch the match, jot down all this stuff, and then you'll work on a few bits. He'll tell you what you need to do, and then you can use the PC and you can use the talent there to kind of work on whatever AJ has pointed out. And if that just moves the dial 1% or 2%, you know, every month, fast forward over a year, you've moved it 10%, say. He's got 10% better in the ring, you know? If he was 75% good in the ring, now he's 85% good. I mean, that to me is good managing. That to me is good work. That to me is positive. That is, you know, if he can improve 10% the next year, you're at 95%, you know? So, okay, it's going to be a bit bumpy. It's not going to be a quick fix. It's going to need a bit of time for him to continue to improve. But when he's got there, when he gets there, he's there. So I do really question that support. I really do. I really worry that we throw people to the main roster like a Zilla, right? And we just sort of expect them to go out and have 5-star classic matches. And then when they don't, I think we probably tell them, oh, we needed a bit more from that, whatever. Maybe you should go to PC. And that's it. How much steering do they get? How much guidance do they get? How much feedback do they get? How much, you know, what's the support like? That is a concern for me. Because I keep looking at these matches and I keep seeing these matches scoring good 89, good 90, and it's not good enough. And I don't know who's doing anything about it. And I don't even know what they can do about it. So I think that'd be great, though, because I think that is a ready-made job for retired wrestlers. If you're a wrestler that's been like an AJ Styles, like someone world-renowned for being one of the best in the ring, like a Daniel Bryan, right? Like a Tommaso Ciampa or a Samoa Joe, if you're, you know, or a Kevin Owens, yeah? If you're one of those guys, a Big E was never really renowned, though, was he, for being one of the best wrestlers? But, I don't know. A Kevin Owens, definitely. This could be a great job for you. This is where you might fit into the organization. This sort of personal tutoring of main roster talent that need it. You know, Randy Orton doesn't need it. Cody Rhodes doesn't need it. Sami Zayn doesn't need it, but Tiffany Stratton does. Tiffany Stratton does. Jade Cargill does. Maxine Dupree does. Yeah? There's plenty of people. Trick Williams does. There's plenty of people that could really benefit from that type of support. So could be a really good thing for, as I said, like retired wrestlers to do. Big Time said, what do we think about the booking of Paige? I think they've done a good job. Whilst Bria's done nothing for me, I do wonder why there's a lack of backstage segments for Paige has had personality. Booking of Paige, I think it's just a fun nostalgia thing, honestly. I think it sounds like it wasn't really a WWE decision. I mean, the way Nikki explains it is that it was going to be the Bellas that were going to win the tag belts. But I think, was it Nikki was at the gym and Paige happened to be there? I think they live in roughly the same area and they bumped into each other. They got talking, and as soon as Nikki was injured, she was like, I know who should step in for me. I want it to be Paige. And so they got in touch with Paige. They brought Paige in. I don't know that they had any plans to actually use Paige. And I think there's a big difference between Triple H bringing someone back because he wants them and he sees something in them and he believes in a certain vision, or let's bring this person back because they're going to fit in and help us out. You know, one side, you've got plans and a vision and a direction. Other side, let's bring them back and see what we can do. And I think Paige falls into that let's bring her back and see what we can do category. So obviously she's been brought back. She's in this tag team. We know women's tag belts don't mean anything. They don't care. The women's tag division is there so that if you are not needed for a world title, you've got something to do. Yeah. If you're Charlotte Flair and they want you away from the world title because there's a bit of backlash towards your character, we want to invest in Stephanie, we want to invest in Jade, we want to invest in Tiffany, we want to invest in, like, you know, some of these, you know, a Liv Morgan still, who's still young, a Roxanne, a Raquel. We don't want to keep, you know, at this stage, we don't want to keep giving TV time and keep investing in a Charlotte Flair, right? No, we want to, but not at the title level, right? She'll get back there. No doubt she'll have another run because with her as champion and her experience, she can get in and have great matches with the young emerging talent. You know, Charlotte's champion, she can defend against Roxanne. She can defend against Raquel. She can defend against all these people. So there's definitely still room for her to be champion, but it's not needed all the time, and it's not needed right now. So what do you do with her? You put her in the tag division, right? You put her and Alexa together as a tag team, and you put them in the tag division. And it makes the tag division a little bit stronger, and it gets them out the way of the thing. I keep saying this. This is why we're not bringing in tag teams, women's tag teams. This is why they got rid of the Iconics. This is why they got rid of Kaden and Katana. This is why we don't have women's tag belts in NXT. Because if we had women's tag belts in NXT, we would have to be creating women's tag teams. WWE do not care or need or want women's tag teams. They just want to be putting singles women together on the main roster so that it gives them something to do, right? So we know they basically don't care about the women's tag belts. So I think the fact that they're, you know, popping up backstage a few times, doing like some fake photo shoots that get interrupted by Fatal Influence, defending the belts on a fairly regular basis, in all fairness, I think that's probably as good as you can hope for. I think that's as good as you can hope for. I think it's a little nostalgia act. I think that they could be doing more themselves. I don't know what kind of TikToks they're putting out or what social media they're putting out. You know, if it was Chelsea, she'd be all over it. So, you know, again, why wait for WWE to kind of get your personality out there? Why not do it yourself? We live in a world with social media. So why not use social media? Why not have some fun? Why not? I mean, there's so much they could do because they are a nostalgia act, right? Yes, they're still young and they've got a future. I know people are like, Paige is only 33. I don't give a flip, right? She's from a different generation. She's from 2014, 2015, right? So they are an act that kind of represent that time period. Doesn't mean that she's washed. Doesn't mean that she's got nothing to give now. Doesn't mean that she can't have a great future. But it does mean that right now we've got a Bella and Paige who represent more the sort of total divas kind of 2013 period of WWE. And they've been brought together, right, to be tag. So why aren't they leaning into it? Why not do like some kind of look backs at the past on TikTok, right? I mean, they could be doing all the old trends, whatever trends were kind of around on TikTok, going back to when TikTok first started, or, you know, some old memes and stuff like this. Like, they could be embracing the past. They could be, you know, kind of really digging into, I was thinking ice bucket challenges and stuff like this. Like they could be having fun, like celebrating the old times. Maybe they could celebrate like 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015. Do you know what I mean? Get women on like Caitlyn and people from that era. And if they've got a YouTube channel, they can even sit down and rewatch some of the old matches and talk about the past and share stories or whatever, right? But have, like, you know, have fun with some of the trends and whatever, and just have fun. I think that's the key word. Have fun. Have fun. And I'd have fun focusing on the past. I think it's it's your unique selling point. Your unique selling point is you are both legends from a different generation. From a generation actually before the women's evolution. So for a lot of people, they only really think about the four horsewomen. They only think about Charlotte, Becky, Sasha, Bayley, Alexa. They only think about that late 2010s Ronda Rousey, Asuka period, right? They don't really go back to the likes of, you know, Emma and Caitlyn and maybe Tamina, because she stuck around a little bit, but Michelle McCall, Layla, you know, that kind of period. Summer Rae. I kind of feel like you dig into that, have fun with that, do some stuff there. So I don't think you have to wait for WWE to give you an interview or give you a segment. You don't have to wait in this world. Social media is so powerful. Just have fun. Do some old trends. Do some old TikTok trends. I think it could be really good. How sexist is WWE not giving time for women's belts? But actually, WWE don't care about any tag division. Even the men's is dead and buried, said TJF. True. I mean, the only difference is that for some reason, WWE has tag belts for the men and does want to bring men's tag teams through. And actually, it's interesting because you could rightfully ask the same question of what do you do if you've got a single star that you don't need in the men's division? Don't they go to the tag division? My answer to that would be yes, they do. The same thing is true. But for some reason, we've got two sets of men's tag belts. So we can accommodate that, and we can accommodate some proper teams. So, for example, right now we got R-Truth, Damian Priest. Damian Priest is a former world champion, but right now finds himself in the tag division. Not long ago, we had AJ Styles and Omos. AJ Styles, former top champion, found himself in the tag division. So it works the same for the men. But I think because there's two sets of tag belts, there's a bit more leeway for actually having some proper teams. But to be honest, even those belts, they're not, you're right, they're not prioritized, are they? We just can't keep those plates spinning. We just cannot keep those plates spinning. WWE, I just don't think has like really massively cared about tag belts ever. It's gone through these periods of having great divisions. You know, you think about the late 80s when that was a great division. You think about the Attitude Era, that was a great division. Think about like the New Day and the Usos and, you know, some of the things we were doing kind of in the 2010s. Don't know if I'd say that was a great division, but I mean, we did have like the Dudleys back for a time. We did have like American Alpha kicking around. We did have the Wyatts. We had the Usos. We had New Day in particular, which were obviously a fantastic addition. So, there was a bit of a period in the 2010s. But by and large, I mean, last year was good, as we said, when they put that spotlight on. But, it's frustrating. I wish the tag division was kind of booked better. I think it would be beneficial to go down to one set of belts, and just really commit to it. Really make sure that it's a division that's constantly getting attention, getting spotlight. Just have one set of belts for the women, one set of belts for the men, and just, really try and keep the plates spinning. Because I think, it does give you a little different flavor. It's not just singles match. It's nice to mix it up by having some tag wrestling. But it's frustrating because we do a lot of tag teams that aren't teams. For example, we did Alexa and Tiffany the other day in a tag match. I don't give a flip about that. They're not a tag team. Do you know what I mean? Singles wrestlers that are singles wrestlers right now being put together in teams, I find a bit annoying because we can't get the proper tag teams on TV. We can't get them on TV. They're the ones that should be giving us the tag action. They're the ones that should be entertaining us with tag wrestling. Not putting two singles wrestlers together on a show because you can't figure out what else to do with them. They to me, if you're a singles wrestler, have them doing singles matches. If you're a tag wrestler in a tag team, then you use those for your tag wrestling. If you're going to start putting singles wrestlers together like we did with Alexa and Tiffany the other day against Michin and B-Fab, then it just waters down the appeal of the tag wrestling. Because I think tag wrestling is you might get one tag match on a show if you're lucky. We didn't even get one at Night of Champions. There was no tag wrestling. I don't think there was any tag wrestling at Clash of Italy, was there? So we're really struggling to get tag teams on PLEs. Hopefully we can get some on for SummerSlam. That's a 2-day event. But I wish they would protect tag wrestling and really, give it us as something different, break up the show a little bit. But they've never cared for it. Big Time said, Daze, for me, the Bellas came back 2 or 3 years too late. The current run feels a bit out of place considering how far the division has changed, but I guess might as well do it now before the window closes. I think it's just fun. I think the word to use is fun. I don't think it needs to be super serious. I don't think it needs to be, you've missed a window of you being at your absolute best or whatever. And actually, I think Paige is getting better. Brie, she's okay. When we were watching those early matches, they were pretty rough. But actually, some of the more recent stuff has been okay. But yeah, for me, I don't think those two, you're not necessarily watching them for great wrestling. You're not watching Paige and Brie because you want to be blown away by how amazing they are in ring, right? I think this is why I keep coming back to the idea of fun. Actually, if they were from the 90s era, I think you could really have fun because, just think of the TikToks you could make that are all 90s vibe, that are all 90s encoded, I'm seeing Saved by the Bell graphics and, imagine Paige with some 90s technology, an old 90s phone or whatever it might be, playing on a 90s video game system, whatever. I think a bit was it the Outrunners in AEW that were based on the 80s? And so all their graphics were quite 80s. I would be tempted to do something like that with Brie and Paige. The only problem is that they're from the era of 2012, 2013, 2014. It's not that long ago. It's about 12 years ago. It's a decent time, but it's not so long ago that it's crazy, like the 80s, or the 70s or anything. So it does make it a little bit trickier to do. But I still think that you can find things. I think you can still have a lot of fun with it. Because I really think right now, And as I said, it can change. But I think right now, that's how I view that team. I view it as a team of a couple of legends that have kind of come back, that are having a good time, that are reconnecting with their fans. And, you know, I don't watch them for like, oh, this is going to be good. I can't wait for this match. I'd actually like to just have a bit, I'd like to turn the fun up. I'd like to have a bit more fun with it. And we could do some really good vignettes. I certainly think they could do a lot on social media. So I don't know. It's not a big run. It's not an important run, but let's just try and get out of it whatever we can get out of it. AB says Canada take the lead. This poll is neck and neck. Yeah, congrats to Canada. They've gone through, haven't they? They scored right at the end. I quite fancied them to get through, but oof, they left it super, super late. So, yeah, they got it in the 92nd minute. 92nd minute. So, Canada are through to the round of 16. I don't know who they face, actually. Who would be their potential? I don't think it's good for them. I thought they stood a good chance of getting through today. They just did it right in the final stages. But who would be their next opponent? I know this is not wrestling related, but, you know, lols. Yeah, they're going to have to face the winner of Netherlands or Morocco. I think that could be the end of the road. If Canada can knock out either Netherlands or Morocco, that would be a hell of achievement. Hell of an achievement, right? I don't see that happening. I think that whoever wins that goes there and will end up, you know, getting the better of... It's hard, though, to see who's winning that. I think that's a very close game. Could be either. I might just favour Netherlands. And then whoever it is, I think that might be the end of Canada. So, yeah, it's really interesting, though. Tomorrow we've got... So England have got Congo. Tomorrow we've got Brazil, Japan. Oh, hell of a game. Brilliant game. Obviously, Brazil have got to be favourites, but Japan can definitely cause problems. So we got Brazil against Japan. And then we also have... What's the other game tomorrow? I think it's Germany, isn't it? Is it Germany? Yeah, Germany, Paraguay. So Germany, Paraguay. That should be Germany. That looks like it's going to be Germany, France, Canada, Netherlands, Portugal, Spain. Let's go. USA and Senegal. I would go Senegal over Belgium. Don't think Belgium have been very good in this tournament. Brazil, close between Ivory Coast and Norway. I think I might just go Norway. They didn't look good against France, but then no one's going to look good against France, and they rested a lot of players, so I'll go Norway. Mexico, I think, but Ecuador could be tricky. England, God, I hope. I mean, if we can't get past Congo, to be honest, if we go out to Congo, we just don't deserve to be there anyway, so, but it should be England. I think Argentina, yeah. Egypt, Switzerland, Colombia, Ghana's interesting because Ghana did a great job of keeping England out. If they can do that against Colombia and then take it to penalties, then could be anyone. I mean, it really could be anyone. I was impressed with Ghana. It depends if they can do it again. I think I'll go Colombia. My heart, I think, would like Ghana. I thought they played so well, but my head, I think, is saying it'll probably be Colombia. So, yeah, that's the next round of games, and it's all knockout now. The World Cup has properly started. It's actually started. Will said it's going to be a good show. Hopefully. The end result was they didn't do anything with her brother, and they let the deal expire. Page highlights were the debut title win at Wembley, says Big Time. Netherlands or Morocco. Yeah, it's going to be close, isn't it? Oof, really close. Paige should be in return story with AJ Lee. That was wasted, said TJF. Yeah, I think, to be honest, she arrived at WrestleMania, didn't she? Her return was at Mania, and that actually ended up being AJ's last match. So there is a moment of them two backstage kind of embrace him, which is nice. But it just goes back to what I kind of believed and what I think has been said, which is that I don't think they were looking to bring Paige back. It was just that Nikki got injured and, it ended up being her that came back. That was Nikki that recommended her. So that's why it never kind of went the way that we would like for it to have gone. Okay. They could do old Vines. That's from that period. Yeah, that'd be good. I mean, Vine's not there anymore, is it? But they could still put the Vine logo up and do short, I don't know what it was. I never watched any. I think it was like 5-second clips, wasn't it? Wasn't it like really short clips? So, I mean, they could do stuff like that. I think that'd just be, you're always looking to do something different, There's hundreds of people in that company, hundreds of wrestlers. There's some people that are quite dark, like the Wyatt Six or Tatum Paxley. You got some people that are, just hard workers that are quite intense. Your Sami Zayns, for example. You got people that are a bit goofy. You got a Danhausen, right? You're looking for that sort of point of difference. And I mean, to my knowledge, there's no one doing that. I can't think of anyone that's really doing kind of a different time period type thing right now. I'm just mentally trying to go through in my mind. Chelsea's excellent at like reinvention. She had a Secret Service vibe. She was doing the Chelsea Chronicles. That was obviously very good. So, I mean, she's actually done a few different things. And she's always been very good with social media. But that could be, as I said, that could just be something that they could get their teeth into, which could give them a lot of different options for content ideas and just finding a connection with the fans, So, yeah, good. Yeah, I could see that. Right, let's go down. Daze, I'm finally back from my trip. Matteo, hello. Said I missed all you guys whilst I was gone. I came back and Sammy is champ now. I'm happy to be back here for NXT Great American Bash. Should be a good show. I mean, we haven't done a massive preview. We did break the show down. But yeah, it should be good. The kickoff show starts in 25 minutes. So 25 minutes will be underway with the kickoff show. But yeah, this should be an entertaining show. I think the card looks okay. They're up against AEW. It's their first one on CW network as well. So I would like to think that they're going to push the boat out and really have some talking points, some stuff that's, because you want to win the headline battle, If people wake up tomorrow and they want to find out what's happened in the world of wrestling, if I'm NXT, I want people talking about me. I don't want people talking about AEW. I want people talking about me and about what happened on my show. So with that being said, you got to book something that's going to get people talking about you, So what are they going to book? Is there going to be a return? I don't even know who's out injured that's big, but is there going to be a debut? Is there going to be a big swerve? Is there going to be a big title change? Like, what are they going to do? Is a legend, is a main roster star going to pop up? Could a legend from wrestling's past pop up? I mean, there are lots of options of things you can do, but what are they actually going to do? I don't know. I mean, historically in Triple H's world, we would probably not do anything. And we all sit here going, oh, why have they done that? They needed to win the battle here of, getting the headlines. But I don't know. I don't know what to expect. Are we going to get Takahashi? Are we going to get Enzo? I mean, if Enzo comes out, that would be big. If Enzo comes out and comes back to NXT, how are you doing? Yeah, that'll be fun. It'll be a decent sized name into that men's division. It'll be retro, We'll be going back to 2014, 2015. he could hang out with Paige and Brie, couldn't he? So, I don't know. Let's see what they've got up their sleeve. But I'm hoping it's going to be fun with great matches. And I'm definitely looking for some talking points. Doink the Clown was the greatest professional wrestler to walk planet Earth, except for Nails, says Waffle. I loved Nails. I love the gimmick of Nails. So sad that didn't carry on. I'm so sad he had that falling out with Vince. I don't think it would have been good. I mean, what they had him doing was not great before he walked out. But I did enjoy I was lucky, actually, that I caught him because I really enjoyed his program with the Big Boss Man. But when that program ends, what would it have gone on to? I mean, I think, didn't he have a match with like Virgil or someone at SummerSlam 92, which is like, you know, not the most exciting thing in the world. But to be honest, I think the reason why I view it as not the most exciting thing in the world is because Virgil was quite flat after the $1 Million Man feud. And Nails isn't around very long. So Nails just doesn't have much of a name value. So Nails versus Virgil is just a bit of a nothing match. And the action's not very good either. So that match is like, not very good. But actually, when he starts getting into a program with the Big Boss Man, that's sick. I flip it. I love that. So I don't know what we would have done if he'd have stuck around going into like 93. What would he have done at, say, WrestleMania 9? What would have been his program? Knowing WWE at that time, probably nothing good. But yeah, I like the character. I like the gimmick. I thought that him being a prisoner was pretty fun. So never had a Nails Mattel figure. I don't think we're ever going to get a Nails Mattel figure. Although I don't know why, actually, because he went off, didn't he, at Vince, accused Vince of like sexually abusing him and all of this. But, I mean, Vince isn't around anymore. So if WWE was to approach him and go, listen, collectors would love to get a Nails figure. Would you like to sign a deal? Because TKO don't have any issue with Nails. They, you know, they weren't around. I don't know that he did anything wrong in the sense of, like, sexually abusing anyone, or do you know what I mean? I mean, if someone's going to be like, no, he was a bad guy, or something, you know, like he went to prison for something for real. I'm not aware of that. The only thing I heard was he was unhappy with his pay for SummerSlam. He went into the office with Vince, ended up choking Vince, ended up losing his job, and then he accused Vince of like sexual assault against him or something. And I mean, that was it then. But as I said, I mean, if that's it, doesn't matter, does it? I mean, that's between him and Vince isn't here anymore. So could TKO reach out and get, like, you know, a Mattel figure made? I think I just want a Nails figure, to be honest. I think I just want them to make a Nails WWE Superstars figure for my collection. Yeah? So if we could just do that, if we could just think about me so that I can put it into my new collection, I'm not asking for much. AB said, Daze, facts, AEW never found the right lane for her, and the momentum wasn't there. It's crazy to think how different her trajectory looked when Vince says no and Triple H tried to pull her back in. Yeah, I mean, she's been through a lot in her life, and I think the opportunity to go back to AEW was good, constructive. She went there. There was clearly ring rust. I feel sorry for her, actually, because I think she's seen as a legend, but she's a legend that didn't have much of a run on the main roster. You know, she's a couple of years, if that. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not long. She's not some legend that had all these amazing matches and amazing segments. I think it's more what she represents. You know, she represents a new attitude towards women's wrestling. She represents, for many people, the start of where we are now, which might not be fair, but I think there is some truth to it, right? Because I think one of the most important things that has happened to women's wrestling is the NXT Women's Championship. because all of a sudden there was a women's championship in NXT that was, bringing a proper division. We had women around, but now they had a belt to compete for. There was going to be a champion. There was going to be challengers. There was going to be an ever-present division. It meant their presence on the show was guaranteed. It meant they would always be featured. And so we crowned the first ever women's champion, the final being Paige against Emma. Paige wins. And not only did Paige win, but she was anti-diva. She was in black. She was black with, an attitude. And don't forget, on TV at this time, you've got girls in bikinis doing total divas. You got the Bella twins. You got people like shaking their asses on TV. And yet here's Paige down in NXT being this anti-diva, being the opposite, if you will. Still wanting to be sexy, of course, but just like shunning kind of the social norms. She's a pale white girl. She's not putting on fake tan, right? She's not wearing little bikinis, whatever. She's like got more of this goth vibe. And I suppose you would compare it to Rhea Ripley. I suppose what you would say is that she felt different. She felt unique. But because she was the first champion in NXT, it felt like something was happening. It felt like there was a movement. It felt like something's coming. There's a wave coming. There's something's changing, and she represented all of that. And I'm not going to say she opened the door to a Rhea Ripley. I'm not going to say that because we might have ended up with Rhea and all these people anyway. But I think that is a key moment, and I think she in particular is a key person in the history of women's wrestling in WWE. But the thing is, she goes to the main roster. She's there, I can't remember how long, like a couple of years. And, I mean, she gets injured. And she has to sort of announce her retirement, go on and become a GM. And so she's a legend for what she has symbolized and what she represents more than what she brings. So when she went back to AEW, it's Paige. Paige is here, She's a name. It's exciting. But then you got to wrestle. And then you got to cut a promo. And we ain't talking about someone here that's, got a big record of amazing promos and amazing matches. She's more symbolic of something. So I feel a bit sorry for her, because imagine having this big name. And don't forget, it massively helped by the Wrestling with My Family, Fighting with My Family film, all about her life that The Rock did, right? So, how many people have a flipping motion picture film made of them and their families, right? So, and of course, all the controversy about the leaks and all of that stuff as well, and everything that she had to go through there. So, she's just this big, she's like a brand. She's like a brand. Her name is much bigger than her skill set. So I feel sorry for her that, she goes to AEW, she is this big name, but the bottom line is at some point that bell's going to ring, and she's not bad in the ring. It's not that she's bad. It's just that there is no great catalogue of, 5-star page matches. There's no great catalogue of 4-star page matches. It's more about what she symbolized. So I feel bad for her because she went to AEW with a big name, loads of excitement, but then you got to walk the walk. And not only, I think, does her skill set not quite match up to the size of the name, size of the brand, but I also think she was dealing with a lot of ring rust. I also think she was dealing with a lot of time out of the game. I would imagine she has had to deal with some serious confidence problems. I mean, I know that she's spoken about wanting to end it all when all the leak stuff came out, and her parents being on the phone to her and everything, just, in tears, just please don't do anything stupid. I mean, what she has been through in her life is just incredible. So I got a lot of goodwill to Paige. I've got a lot of goodwill towards her. I really hope that this works. I think that I feel a bit sorry for her that, you know, just the noise is so much louder than when the bell rings, you know. She's fine. You know, I mean, I think she was, her AEW run wasn't brilliant. I don't think they protected her enough. I think that she was sort of just left to go out there and perform. I think Tony likes to give wrestlers freedom, but the problem is when you've got someone like Paige that I think needs guidance, even if she doesn't know it. I don't think having to go out there and being left to her own devices was the right thing. And I think she cut some promos that didn't really work. She had some matches that were flat. And I just don't know, man. I was not excited about her coming back because I like her, but I just think her name's bigger than her skills. And I just think that it's got disaster written all over it. But actually, putting her in a tag team, not having to go out there as a singles, WWE have done a really good job of protecting her. And you know, she's easing her way back in, and she's in a tag team. And again, I have to come back to that word that we used, fun. That's what this run needs to be for her, for us and for her. Forget banger matches. Forget killer promos, although it's all right, little short bursts she can do. But I mean, her having a microphone in her hand, standing in a ring, no, we don't need that. We can avoid that. We don't even need it, right? But like little backstage bits where she chips in with a couple of lines and, you know, little interview where she can just talk about what it's like to be back and all that stuff. Yeah, we can do that. Tag matches where she tags in, does a few bits. Quick, can she make the hot tag? No, she's being stopped. Oh, she's finally made it. Big cheer. In comes Brie. Brilliant. Little bursts. And, you know, just get her comfortable. Just get her feet under the table. Again, I'm going to go back to what I've said before. How do you improve her skills? She's still young. If she is back and she can work, how do we keep improving her? I think ultimately we would all love a Paige that can go. Imagine like Paige, Rhea, putting on like a 4.25, 4.5 star match. Imagine how useful that would be. Imagine how great that would be. Having Paige against Liv and it being a proper good match. And she's out there cutting good promos. This is what people want. This is what I don't think she can deliver. I don't think she's got the skills to do it. So I would like to know that WWE are working with her behind the scenes, because I think this tag run right now is a nostalgia thing. And I think if you want it to be more than that, we need to be working with the behind the scenes right now. I don't know if we're doing that work. I don't know. I do worry, honestly, that there's no thought about a lot of this stuff. You know, I do worry about like these things because I think there's so much work that needs to be getting done. And it's not just creative. I think there's, you know, is anyone questioning why the matches are not better? Or what's happening there? That would be a question I'd love to ask Triple H. Those might be the two questions I would ask Triple H. Is anyone questioning why the match quality has seemingly, I'm going to say seemingly, although if you check Cage Match and you look at, you know, what people are saying about the show quality at the moment, seemingly the matches have gotten, you know, so poor. I think his answer to that would be, yeah, we believe it to be a lack of house shows. I suppose your counterpoint would be, but you're never going to be able to bring back enough house shows, are you? You're never going to do house shows every week with an A team and a B team like it used to be. So having a tour here and a tour there and a tour over here, like in January, in June, in December, is it going to make that much of a difference? Is an extra tour that's going to allow Maxine to have 5 matches, is that going to really change much? I mean, she needs to be on the road, do you know what I mean? Several times a week. Not just like, we'll do 5 matches in January, we'll do another 5 matches in June, we'll do 5 matches in December. Is that even touching the sides? And what would his answer to that be? If his answer's like, well, we can only do what we can do. Well, I don't think that's good enough. What else can you do? So that would be one question. And then the other question would be, what support are the wrestlers being given in regards to improvements? So, you know, if someone's got a bad promo, what's the procedure? If someone's clearly got some skill issues, are they just left to their own devices, or do you send them to the PC? Like, what's the process? And I don't know that he's ever actually mapped that out, right? But yeah, I'd like to know, if someone's consistently bad with their matches, do you just leave them in catering, or do you actually do something to improve it? If someone's bad at promos, do you just leave them in catering, or do you do something about it? Like, what's going on with someone like Theory, who seems to have quite a few challenges, right? But there's clearly a prospect there. There's clearly something there. How do we bring that out? I don't think he's got the answer. I don't think he's got the answer on that. I genuinely don't think he knows. But that's just me speculating. Maybe he does. But this is the kind of stuff that I think, you know, someone hopefully is getting paid decent amount of money to be asking these questions, and not only asking the questions, but also helping to try and answer them. Because to me, this is the stuff that will really help WWE. If we can, you know, get better matches, get better promos, see improvements from the wrestlers. There is no procedure to give someone a personality. If you notice, they always tell these guys, who are you? Tell us who you are. The bad promo is a person with no personality. It's that simple. JBL did a segment backstage with Josh Briggs on NXT. He point blank to Briggs that we need to know who he is, and he's never shown us, so he has never got over. But if you get to the main roster, you must have ticked boxes, or is the entry level so low that you can actually go to the main roster without having promo abilities, without having wrestling abilities? I mean, I would like to think not. I would like to think that if you're on the main roster, because I'm not talking about NXT. NXT, everyone's learning how to do promos, how to be whatever, right? So I'm not interested in that. Because there's loads of people that are going to make it, not make it, right? There's loads of people that are going to reach a plateau and whatever, right? But on the main roster, you must have ticked the promo box. They do promo classes. And so you must have ticked the promo box to say, yes, this person can cut a promo. When it comes to wrestling, you must have ticked the wrestling box. Yes, I mean, there's not loads of boxes you have to tick. There's not loads of boxes you have to tick. You know, have they got a good presentation? Have they got good entrance music, good graphics? It does the look good as they're making their way down to the ring. You know, that sort of presentation is important, right? It can be changed, of course. We've seen them changing bits of music and graphics, whatever. So things can definitely change and be tweaked there. But, you know, that's something to work on. You're not just going to shove someone out there with no music, no graphics, just wearing street clothes. So, you know, have you got a character? Have you got a presentation? But then when they get in the ring and the bell rings, have they got wrestling? Can they go? Can they work? And then, obviously, you're going to need to cut a promo. We've seen the challenges with Izzy. So, can you cut a promo? These boxes surely get ticked before they might not be amazing, hence the conversation about improvement, but are they of a standard? Are they of a standard where you can go to the main roster? Surely those boxes are ticked to a certain level. There are boxes that you can use to get over without a promo. The look is one of them. I could be wrong, but I think a unique finisher like the Soul Snatcher is what got Soul in. Well, I mean, then I would say that is a problem that needs addressing. Why bring up someone that doesn't have promo abilities if you're not going to give them a manager? If you've got someone that can't cut a promo, but their look is so amazing, like Oba. I mean, Oba actually can cut a promo. But if you've got someone who's got an amazing look or an amazing moveset and, you know, is fantastic in the ring like a Javon, and their promos aren't there and they're just not getting it, the solution is you don't have them talk and you give them a manager, like, and you're willing to do that, right? Like Heyman did with Brock. But that's very rare that we would do that. Most people have to cut promos, and obviously everyone has to wrestle pretty much, unless you're a Danhausen. So again, is there a problem with the level of entry to the main roster being too low? Is it that not enough boxes are being ticked? Are we rushing people to the main roster that aren't ready? The bottom line is, we have got problems on Raw and SmackDown that I don't think are creative, right? Creative's a big problem, but I think there's a skill set problem. I think there are issues with promos. I think there are issues more so with wrestling ability. And so the question has to be, why is that going wrong? And how do you fix it? And maybe, as we said, the fix is maybe you just raise the bar for a bar of entry. But I think another fix as well is providing that support whilst they're on the main roster. I think the standard is too low, said Hogan Cutter, to be considered main roster, no doubt. They got to look at that then. They've got to look at that. I mean, maybe they just found themselves in a situation. I mean, I'm just playing devil's advocate, but maybe they found themselves in a situation where they had to cut the budget and they had to lose people that were on higher wage to get the budget down because TKO wanted that. And as a result, it left gaps. And then maybe they've called people up that are there or thereabouts, but not quite ready. And maybe that's happened in the past. And maybe that's how we've ended up with, kind of consistent, underwhelming performance when it comes to TV. I think you'd have to look at the producers as well. I think there's a lot that needs flipping looking at, to be perfectly truthful with you. And it's without actually working there behind the scenes, it's very hard to go, it's that. What do we think on UHA Nation debut of TNA Slammiversary? I'm not watching, to be honest. I don't have any thoughts. Matteo said, Daze, Tony Naraku will kick off Great American Bash. Tony, will it? Really? Lola Kendal is going to main event. Wow, that probably increases the chances of a new champ then. I can see both changing. This is Naraku's big match, and Kendal just deserves it. Well, okay, yeah. Probably increases the chances of a new women's champion if that's going to main event. So, don't know about the Open. Are you going to have a new men's champion if it's the first match? It's no hard and fast rule, but, as soon as Cody Gunther in Italy was announced as the first match, we were like, that doesn't look good for Gunther. And then, of course, we end up with the finish we end up with. Now I'm looking at this going, that doesn't feel that good for Naraku if it's the opening match. Doesn't mean it's impossible. Doesn't mean it's not going to happen. But, don't know. Don't feel brilliant, to be honest, there. I feel a bit more confident for Kendal, though. And actually, Lola going to the main roster, I could believe that. There has been talk. There has been chatter about us moving up some women. Sweet and Sassy said, I've been to the PC numerous times. What do you mean? In the crowd. That faithful crowd that goes each week will make these wrestlers. They are diehard fans that get behind and steer the ship, which many don't understand, said Sweet and Sassy. I like the crowds at NXT. I do think there's a slight problem, and that is it's the same people each week. And it's a little problem. It's not the crowd's fault, but it's just a little problem because once you're over with that 200-300 people that go, you're over. That's it. Do you know what I mean? They're going to cheer you and support you. Whereas if you're on the road in front of different people all the time, you've got to get over with a lot more than just 200-300 people. So I think that it's a big difference between the main roster and NXT. Is the fact you're in that same building and largely in front of the same people as well. So it's a strength and a weakness, I would say, where it's great because there's a good energy and there's, I mean, I think that crowd looks like a lot of fun. If I lived in the Florida area, I'd love to be going and be part of it because it looks fun. They all look like they're having a great time, and it adds to the kind of the fun of the show. So I ain't got nothing bad to say about the crowds. The only negative, as I said, is that it's you're getting over with them people, but are you getting over with the different crowds? And so that is the only challenge. When you go to the main roster, you're traveling arena, country to country to country. And you are dealing with different reactions. Look at flipping Cody. I mean, Cody, if it's like WrestleMania season and it's a more smart crowds, he's getting booed out the building. And then he'll go, to a different place and get cheered. So you kind of have to learn how to react to those things. And if you're over in NXT, you're not really learning how to react to different crowd reactions. But that ain't the crowd's fault. It's just the NXT setup, isn't it? So I do think the crowd look fun. I've always thought they've added a really good energy to the show. So if you've been a few times, that's great. I'm jealous. I would like to. I'd like to go at least once, but I think it's difficult to get into that crowds because, as I said, I think they tend to go week after week after week. I think it's like the same group of people. I think they just go every Tuesday. You mentioned the other day that you think WWE is bigger than any one wrestler. Definitely. I was wondering if we think that applies to The Rock or Cena, who have got fans that don't watch WWE and only they're acting. 100%. WWE is much bigger than any one wrestler. Even The Rock. I mean, The Rock is a big star that's got his own set of fans, and they'll watch his films and they'll watch him. But WWE has, is alive and well. I mean, a couple of years ago when we had the Bloodline with Roman, we were breaking records, and it was making us more money than it's ever made. And The Rock wasn't around. 2022 going into 2023. I mean, The Rock comes back, doesn't he, at the start of 2024? A lot of people would say WrestleMania 40 was where the kind of big period we just went through came to an end. So The Rock was here for the tail end of it, but the bulk of it is 2022, 2023, and The Rock ain't around for that. So yeah, it's bigger than Cena. I mean, and both Rock and Cena would say that they want it to be that way. Cena wants this to continue when he's passed away. And I'm sure The Rock does as well, right? They want people to enjoy WWE. They just want to be a part of the story, part of the history. It's a bit like, did we survive the end of Hulkamania? Absolutely we did. In fact, we got bigger. People will tell you that the Attitude Era and Stone Cold took us to heights that Hulkamania couldn't. The amount of money being generated during the Attitude Era, I think, was more than any year that we had Hulkamania. So, if you was to speak to people in the 1980s and ask them, which is bigger? Is Hogan bigger or is WWF bigger? You might find people saying, oh, Hogan, Hulkamania. That's the biggest thing. But actually, Hulkamania went away. WWE carries on and got bigger. And, Cena, he was around. He went away. He went part-time. Came back, did the odd match. I mean, I think he would do a match a year or something in WWE. WWE then goes and has the Bloodline run, which breaks all these records, which Cena, I think, pops up for to have a match with Roman. But, yeah, we move on from Cena and we do something else that's arguably bigger. And, we'll move on. The Rock will pass away one day. John Cena is going to pass away one day. Hopefully WWE is going to still be here in 50 years, 100 years, 200 years, and will continue to, entertain. It's got challenges. Those challenges at the moment are a decline in viewership on TV, which means that it's having to negotiate a very difficult landscape where some people are just watching highlights online, but that's not really generating much money for WWE. The amount of money that you're going to make from someone watching a clip on X or someone watching a clip on TikTok rather than watching your show, you know, they're going to watch 5 clips rather than actually sitting down and watching the 3-hour show. That's not good. That's the problem. How do you get your exciting clips out there so that people are aware of what's happening and people, you know, you've got a presence? But equally, how do you not end up just giving away the whole show? Do you know what I mean? On YouTube and TikTok and all of that. Because I think there is a healthy amount of people that watch wrestling by just watching YouTube clips or TikTok clips, or even just catching up with written reviews that people have got. Because to be honest, the shows are not that great at the moment, or haven't been. So rather than sit there for 3 hours, I'll just read what happens. Or I'll watch Brian Alvarez and Dave Meltzer talk about it, you know? Or I'll watch Wrestling Daze do the breakdown, rather than actually watch the show. And that is a bit of a barrier they've got at the moment, because the less people that are tuning into the show, the less likelihood it is they're going to get a big contract for when they renew. And so that's a problem. That is a problem. So I would say that's the big iceberg that's coming. How do you manage that? This is why actually I'm not down on them getting stricter with their content being used for reactions and stuff like that, because I actually think it makes a lot of sense for them to do that. I actually think it makes a lot of sense for them to want to protect that, so that, again, it can sort of encourage people to watch the show rather than just watching reactors reacting to the show. So I think they've got a few obstacles coming up that they need to navigate, but people love wrestling. However they're going to consume it, people love wrestling. People love good wrestling. You know, you can find cave paintings of people grappling. So, I mean, it's in our DNA. It's in our history. I don't see that changing. I don't think people are ever going to stop enjoying watching two people fight and trying to outmaneuver each other and get the better of the other person. There's something quite primal about that. And so I don't see a reason as to why this fails or has to fail. It's just, how is it packaged? How is it presented? And, you know, where is it shown? Like, is it just on TikTok? Is it just on social media? Is it a 3-hour program, a 1-hour program? How do you package it? What does it look like? All of that stuff could change, you know, over the next 30, 40, 50, 100 years. But I don't see any reason why it goes away. And yes, there is no wrestler that's bigger than the company. Trini said, I don't know how to answer because I've seen the clips. What more explanation do you need? Trini, I hope you're doing well. Wrestling fan said, Daze, look over here. Got you. What would your reaction be if Ethan Page wrestled Road Dogg and Road Dogg won by a roll-up and won a Wrecking United States champion? I wouldn't have a reaction. If it's on your Wrecking promotion thing, I mean, it's not going to be in my visibility. If he's coming back to WWE, it would probably be like a Legend nostalgia pop thing, you know? It would be a little, it would be a Legend coming back, having a moment. And actually, Ethan, I think, would sell that moment quite well. I could see Ethan being United States champion and sort of calling out some legends or something, you know? He wants to embarrass some legends. Road Dogg comes out, rolls him up, gets the win. We got a new United States champion. You could imagine, you could picture Ethan's face. You could hear Michael and Corey on the call, just sort of like, do you know what I mean? Losing their minds over, you know, getting all excited over the fact Road Dogg's now the United States champion. I mean, I think that would be a fun little spot, to be honest with you, if they did something like that. So, and I think Ethan would sell it really well, actually. Hogan said WWE's way forward is to present it as though it's real. The way IQs have lowered, it will work. If you look at how people reacted to Bully Ray saying he would whoop Moxley's ass, people are still marks. Yeah, the problem you've got, though, is that when Bully Ray says that, there is a chance that he means it, right? There is a chance that he means it, because I don't think he's got very good takes, to be honest. I think that he says a lot of stuff about wrestling that just it sounds nonsense to me. So I could actually believe that he's saying that, and he is actually believing that he could. There's no way of knowing as to whether it's real or not real, what he's saying. With WWE, we know it's scripted. Like, we know it's predetermined. There's not really a way that you can present this as being real. The only way you can present it as being real is if you tell everyone we're changing how we operate, and this is now going to be a real product. We're actually going to present this. We're going to actually have people actually fighting. They're going to actually compete. And you'd have to make a big announcement that this is now going to be real. And that would completely change wrestling, because there's a lot of showmanship that you just wouldn't be able to do anymore, you know, a lot. And it would really change it, because you're not going to be, I mean, you wouldn't be getting like people yeeting and wasting their energy. You're not going to have Jey Uso coming down yeeting away with the crowds. You know, he's going to come down and he's going to conserve his energy, because all of a sudden now he's in a real fight. So it doesn't make any sense whatsoever coming down, yeeting away with the crowd, getting all out of breath before you're about to do like a proper fight, you know? Plus also, you wouldn't be able to have as many regular matches, because people are going to get banged up. You're going to have proper injuries. You know, if you look at like UFC, people have fights. They fight about 2-3 times a year. You're going to completely change everything, you know? The truth is, though, that it might not be real. You could come out and say it's real, but it might not actually be real. But you would still have to get rid of all that stuff, because people would see through it. You can't have Jay come down yeeting, getting out of breath, telling me it's real. Plus also, how are you going to punch and not leave marks? How are you going to punch someone in the face and not bruise the face? Do you know what I mean? How are people not going to show marks? How are people not going to get hurt? I just don't see how you're going to do that. I don't see how you're going to tell people this is real and then put on a product that's not real. I also don't know that the wrestlers are good enough, to be honest, to do that, because we see I mean, WWE want people to be able to suspend disbelief when they're watching, to sort of believe this is real. I mean, that is pro wrestling. People acting like they are actually hurting their opponent, right? So if you was to tell people it's real, you're still going to have wrestlers acting like they're trying to hurt their opponent when they're not really. And we see how that fails a lot of the time, you know? We see how a lot of wrestlers botch, and how spots go wrong, and how they try to throw a punch and it's the wrong camera angle, and you see that it doesn't land. I mean, again, very, very quickly, you'll be able to tell it's not real. So I don't know how you can do that. I don't know how you can tell people it's real and actually convince them that it's real, and then put on a product that isn't, because people aren't going to show wounds. They're not going to show marks. You're going to see shots falling short. You're gonna basically be largely in the same boat you're in now, except you're going to have to completely take out all the nonsense, all the stuff, like when someone's going up top I mean, you're going to want to be on your opponent. You're going to want to stay on your opponent. You're not going to walk away and climb up, hope they're just going to stay lying there. Do you know what I mean? These are the things in wrestling that we don't even think about anymore. But like, you've got an opponent that's lying there, right, on the mat. You're going to leave them. You're going to go to the outside. You're going to climb up and you're going to drop an elbow, or you're going to do a big splash. whilst they hopefully just stay lying there and, you know, not put a fist up as you come crashing down on them, not stick up an elbow as you come jumping down onto them, or move out the way and then kick you in the head. I mean, it would just completely change everything. You'd be a lot of moves that would be removed. There'd be a lot of interacting with the crowd that would be removed. There'd be a lot of, you know, the yeeting that would be removed. It would change it. Even if it wasn't actually true, it would change a lot. Jared said, imagine Jay just before an MMA fight running it back, says Jared. Real Glockness said, in boxing and UFC, not every punch or kick lands. No, but some do, and you see the marks, don't you? If you're going to throw in punches at people, most are landing. Granted, not everything's going to land, but most are going to land. And then you're going to start seeing swelling. You're going to start seeing redness. How are you going to throw a flurry of shots and not a single one land and still tell people that this is real? I don't think that works under scrutiny. I really don't. I don't think that is... I mean, there is an argument, right? There's an argument that you could make wrestling look more realistic, okay? There's an argument that you could cut out some of the nonsense. I mean, I don't know about you, but when someone goes in the corner and the person in the ring is shuffling to get into a better position, you know, that I find that annoying. Or, you know, when we're doing those multi-person matches and they're doing these silly spots where they're clearly trying to set up a spot that they've practiced. And, you know, we've got like, okay, you go here, you go there. And we're trying to set something up that we've all been working on. If it was a real fight, people would be kicking out and people would be struggling. They wouldn't be just frozen waiting for the other people to get into position. You know, if this is a battle, if I'm in a fight and I'm in a fatal four-way or a triple threat, I'm not just going to be like waiting as I'm kind of put onto your shoulders. The other time is like when people are on people's shoulders, they got their head between their legs, you know, throw punches at their head. Do you know what I mean? Like, do stuff. Don't just be like, oh. there's if you start picking at that threads, it's not a good thread to pick at, because there's quite a bit about pro wrestling that unravels. There's quite a lot that goes down in pro wrestling that I think this is why some people can watch wrestling. I mean, we're largely desensitized to it because we just see it all the time. But this is why a lot of people can watch it with fresh eyes and go, what the hell's this? What's that? This is a nonsense. And, you know, sometimes there's parts of wrestling that are quite hard to defend. But this is where you'll get people going, it's just a bit of fun. And, you know, this is where the argument of, could you make pro wrestling look more realistic? 100,000% you could. I don't think you're ever going to convince people it is real, because, as I said, there's not going to be any marks or wounds that's, you know, showing. And there's still going to be things that don't land. There's still going to be, you know, kicks that the other person reacts to that clearly did not land. And so there's going to be lots of different challenges to that. But I still think you can tidy things up and make things look better. But does that even make a difference? I honestly don't know. Would that? I mean, this is where wrestling is, you know, some people want it to go in that direction. Some people just want to go in that. Some people want more silliness, like Danhausen. Do you know what I mean? Danhausen and The Miz and all that stuff. I mean, that would all go. But some people love the Gingerbread Man stuff. They love the Danhausen stuff. They want, you know, they love the Wyatt Six and all this stuff. They want that. They want the showmanship. They want the gimmick stuff. But then other people want more legit. And they want it to be, you know, more Shayna Baszler, Ronda Rousey. Want it to look more real, like there's a proper fight going on. Some people want... I think I'm in the middle. I don't really want to go too far either way. I mean, if I go too far to the realistic way, I might as well just watch UFC. If I go too far that way, it's a fight. I might as well watch a cage match. If I go too far that way, it starts to look silly. And you're starting to lose me with the... I'm watching two people trying to battle, trying to win. I'm watching, I want to believe that I'm watching. Granted, I can suspend disbelief a little bit. Right? I can accept a few things like climbing up top and stuff like that, right? So I think I'm very in the middle. I think that's where most people are. But you have got people that live on either end of that spectrum. Bob said 95% of wrestling moves wouldn't work in a real fight. It's a dance that's requiring both people to work together to pull off basic moves, says Bob. I think we know what this is. As a kid, I believed it was real because I don't know what would work in a real fight, what wouldn't work in a real fight. But as you get older and you watch things like UFC and maybe you've been in the odd scrap, whatever, you do kind of understand a bit better that that wouldn't work. You couldn't do that. That's not going to happen, right? And so, it has to stay within a certain range, I would say, of believability. And for me, I think, there's a good chunk of wrestling that does stay within that range. But there's times where we definitely step outside of it. I'm not a big fan of when we do that, but, I ain't going to cry about it. Where are we time-wise? We've got 35 minutes left to go. Connor said, are you going to watch England-Congo on Wednesday? Am I watching England-Congo on Wednesday? Yeah. I believe so. Actually, what time's it on? 10, is it, or when? If it's on at 10 o'clock UK time, I tend to do a wrestle feud, don't I? So I'd be doing a wrestle feuds. So maybe not. Maybe I'll be doing wrestle feuds. I don't know what time it's on in the UK. I haven't got far enough to actually look. So wrestling first, member stream first. So if Wrestle Feud is happening, then Wrestle Feud is happening. Right. Chris said, I can't listen to Busted Open radio anymore, thanks to those horrible takes of Bubba, always saying that back in his day. Well, guess what? We're not in your day now, says Chris. But Bubba's an interesting one because I don't really feel any ill will towards him. But I don't listen to Busted Open, but I do see his opinions. Like, I don't care. I don't mind his opinions. Everyone's entitled to their opinions. But, like, sometimes he can propose things like, we should be doing this or we should be doing that. And I sort of look at it and think, no, I don't agree with that. I don't feel that. I think it's all right if you see that like once or twice mixed in with some good takes. But I honestly, I'm not lying. It is a fairly regular basis. I will read what he's said and I will just completely disagree with it. I think there is a real myth, that if you was a former wrestler, you are going to make a great booker. It's a little bit like if you're a former football player, you're going to make a great manager. And that is just not true. We've seen many, many football players go into managing, go into putting a team together and training them and getting them to do what they want, and they don't get results. And the truth is that it's a completely different skill. If you're a wrestler in a ring performing physically, that's completely different skill to you sitting down and mapping out a story involving other talent. That's different. One thing is physical in the ring performing. The other one is more storytelling, kind of using other wrestlers. It's a different thing. So just because you was good at one or, was a legend in one, it doesn't mean that you're going to be useful or good at the other. And I would compare that to football players that are really good on the pitch, really good. They know their stuff. They know how to score goals or whatever it might be. We had a player called Wayne Rooney, who's one of our greatest ever strikers. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant player, one of our greatest ever players. He went into management, absolutely bombed. I mean, he's gone from club to club to club and he ain't no good. Ain't been able to get results at any of them. And it's just clearly not for him, Clearly the kind of thoughts he had about football and how football should be played do not translate when he is given the responsibility of managing a football team. And I think the truth is that the same is true of wrestlers. There's a lot of wrestlers out there that are really, really good when they're competing, but when it's time to actually sit down and talk creative, I think you can listen to him and go, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. And for me, I think Bubba Ray is kind of in that bracket where it's very rare I'll see one of his opinions and I'll be like, oh, I really like that. So I don't know. I mean, like, he's obviously always going to have a job on Busted Open, and because of what he's achieved in the ring, he's always going to have a platform. I don't begrudge him that whatsoever, but I don't really listen to what he's got to say. I'd much rather be getting your opinions when we do our opinions videos rather than listening to a Busted Open to see what Bubba Ray has to say. I think, like, find who you believe speaks, truth, or is, like, thinking things through. Go to those people. I actually don't mind listening to a Brian Alvarez. I don't always agree with what he's got to say, but I respect him enough to want to hear his opinion on stuff. So if there's a little short of Brian Alvarez, I'll normally give it a listen. I actually watched the video where he was talking about Night of Champions, and he had a really interesting rant, actually. He said something I didn't even consider. He was talking about all the ad breaks and how they were winding him up, and how we were seeing loads of replays, and that was winding him up. And he said, like, he just wanted to get to the main event match. He just wanted to get to the next match. And he said he absolutely lost it when something happened. He actually got up and walked out the room. And I was like, what happened during Night of Champions that would have resulted in him getting up and storming out the room? I was really trying to think. I was like, what? I paused it, actually, and I was like, I wonder what he's going to say. What? Is it Charlotte getting involved in a match, maybe? The match wasn't very good, and then we get shenanigans. Was it something like that? I was like, I'm not sure. So I pressed play to see what he said. And his answer honestly blew me away. But it's so interesting that this is what wound him up. But he said they went to the commentary. Michael Cole was talking, and he went, let's have a look and see how our Arabic announcers reacted. And he said they cut to the Arabic announcers, and we watched part of the show, just highlights, couple of clips, but with Arabic. And he was like, if I wanted to listen to this in Arabic, I would have changed the language to Arabic. Like, you're just showing me stuff I've already seen, only now in a language I can't understand for no reason whatsoever. I have no interest in watching this again in Arabic. I mean, I don't even remember that part of the show. I'm pretty sure I was chatting with you guys when that was happening. But apparently at some point they just showed some recaps of the show, but with Arabic. And he was like, I lost it. I left the room. He got up and stormed out. I was like, oh my God, we all experience wrestling so differently. I mean, I experience it differently because I'm chatting with you guys. I'm sat here chatting with you. So to me, if there's something on, like now, the Countdown show, which is not very good, they're just showing, I can sit here and just talk to you guys. But it is interesting, isn't it? Because if I was sat here right now without you guys, and I was just had my snacks, had my phone, I had the show on, I'd be having a very different experience. I think I'd be really wound up by Countdown shows. Flipping out, there's never anything on Countdown shows you need to be watching. I think Countdown shows I'd probably just skip. I'm not sure I'd even bother with them. And then the amount of adverts would annoy me. And then maybe if they threw to an Arabic commentary segment or whatever, maybe that would annoy me as well. So it is funny how, like, we are kind of having different viewing experiences. Chris said, I ain't got a problem with Bubba as a wrestler. When I was a teen, I found ECW. Yeah, brilliant. I just can't listen to him anymore. I don't mind listening to Brian, even though I don't agree with him. But that cracked me up. Yeah, I thought that was weird. But I don't know. It made me smile, actually. I was kind of like, that was quite a journey. When I clicked on this video and he was annoyed about something, I didn't think it would be that. So, Daze, if you had to put a bet on your house for one wrestler from each era to have a 5-star match, who would it be? Wow, I mean, there's lots of different eras, aren't there? So, I mean, you're just thinking about the top end, aren't you? I mean, the first name that comes to mind is Shawn Michaels, because Shawn Michaels was so consistent with his match quality. I think I'd rather take Shawn from the 2000s. I was going to say 2010s there. From the 2000s than the 90s. But, yeah, if you think about those matches with The Undertaker, but you think about his match with Kurt, and you think about his match with Jericho, you know, he was incredible. Think about matches with Triple H as well. I mean, they were incredible. So, yeah, I think he is obviously a name that comes to mind. You'd have people saying Bret for the 90s. Hard to disagree with that, to be honest. I don't think Stone Cold was necessarily a 5-star match machine. He was exciting. He'd get in there and brawl away, but I don't know that he was like a 5-star match guy. Jericho had some great matches, but also had some misses as well. I suppose everyone did at some point. Don't know. I'm struggling, I think, for the 90s to give you a better name than Bret. I think Bret was better in the 90s than Shawn, match quality-wise. I think Shawn was a better character. I think he had better attitude, charisma. I think Bret's match quality was better in the 90s. I think Shawn shines for me in the 2000s. I wish there was a better answer than that, though. Bret and Shawn seem really... I mean, obviously, Kurt. Kurt is the no-brainer. If you want that sort of going from 90s... Well, go early 2000s, you know? If you kind of go from that period, Attitude Era sort of periods, you could go Kurt. Because you'd go Bret, Kurt, Shawn. That's what I would probably do. Bret, Kurt, Shawn. Going back to the 80s, I'm thinking Ricky Steamboat or Macho Man. Maybe Macho Man. Macho always had good, consistent matches. The only problem for him was that he didn't always have the opponents. You know, like, isn't it WrestleMania 2 he's facing George the Animal Steel? I mean, you ain't getting a 5-star match out of George the Animal Steel. You know, he works damn hard to get a great match out of Ultimate Warrior at WrestleMania 7. He has a great match with Ric Flair at WrestleMania 8. He doesn't compete at 9. And then he has a match with Crush at WrestleMania 10. I mean, you ain't getting a 5-star match out of Crush. So a lot of it's going to come down to opponents, isn't it? A lot of it is going to come down to who you're actually facing. But I think Ricky Steamboat, Macho Man Randy Savage, those names kind of come to mind when I think 80s. And then what's that leave? Like 2010s. I'm doing it by decade more than era. 2010s, Daniel Bryan was amazing. AJ Styles came in 2016. Daniel Bryan came in 2010. Getting a good amount of Daniel Bryan in that decade. So might go Daniel Bryan. Back end, I'd go AJ Styles. 2020s. Oh, I think Sami Zayn's been very consistent. I think Sami Zayn has always given a good account of himself in the 2020s. I think Roman actually can, like, a lot of those big matches with Roman have always scored very well. I don't know that you're getting too many 5-star matches, but Roman's done a decent job. Seth was pretty good in the 2010s as well. But I'd feel actually more confident with Daniel Bryan. So, yeah, I think I would go... I mean, look, Ricky... I've seen some Ricky matches that didn't deliver because he's also someone that needs the right opponent. So I think in the 80s, you're struggling to get the right opponent. But if you was to say to me, I've got Johnny Gargano or something like this, right? as the opponent. You just need someone to go up against him from each decade. I'd be like, right, okay, Ricky Steamboat's going to have a banger. Macho Man's going to have a banger. Bret Hart's going to have a banger. Shawn Michaels is going to have a banger. Kurt Angle is going to have a banger. Daniel Bryan is going to have a banger. AJ Styles is going to have a banger. Sami Zayn is going to have a banger. Those are the kind of names that would be coming to my mind first of all. But, you know, listen, and Eddie Guerrero can be in the pot as well. We shouldn't look past a Chris Benoit. I mean, I don't want to say Chris Benoit because I wouldn't want to be putting my money on a Chris Benoit, but he was always a fantastic wrestler. I mean, when that bell rang, he was the real deal. But no, I wouldn't be putting any money on him. Alistair said, do we think that it's true that Vince paid Shawn so that he wouldn't join WCW after WrestleMania 14? Because it wasn't long after WCW folded up that he came back to wrestling. I haven't heard the story, to be honest. I mean, I think that Shawn's injury was real. So I think he could have gone to WCW and done some sort of managing, like general manager, authority position. He might have been able to have gone there and done that. So I do think it's true that Vince paid him. I think it's probably true because I think Vince wanted to keep him under some sort of WWE deal. I think that Shawn was a legend that they could use for meet and greets, for, you know, making figures of, for making appearances. Obviously, they did still use him for appearances throughout that periods, commissioner and all these things, right? But so yeah, I think there probably was some truth to that. I don't think though that he was ever going to go and wrestle. I genuinely believe he was buggered, right? I genuinely believe that he was not in any kind of shape to actually perform. But yeah, he comes back not long. Well, he comes back in, like, isn't it SummerSlam of 2002? So you say not long after they folded, but they went in like April of 2001, and Shawn's coming back in, is it like July or August of 2002? So it's not like a weird coincidence. It's not like they fold in the April and he's back in the May or the June. He's back a good 12, 14, 15 months after. So there's enough of a gap there where that's not like a coincidence for me. So I don't think that there's anything there. I think genuinely there's an injury there. I think there's genuinely, you know, his back's done. He is retired. He's not wrestling. He's found religion. He's, you know, working with his family. He starts a training school, and obviously that's, you know, a training school that Daniel Bryan attends. And, you know, he's doing those things, and he's still, you know, making appearances with WWE here and there. But yeah, I could believe that he's under a deal so that he can't go elsewhere to do appearances and for them to benefit from his name. You know, if a Shawn Michaels popped up in WCW, even a Shawn Michaels that couldn't compete, it's still a great boost to them. So I think keeping him around made a lot of sense. So yeah, I think there's something to it, but I'm not sure of what the exact story is. Like if people are saying that Vince kept him around, otherwise Shawn would have wrestled for WCW. So I don't think that would have happened, but I don't know. I wasn't there. I could be wrong. I think it was more like making sure they didn't benefit from his name. Chris said before Stone Cold became Stone Cold, he was Stunning Steve. He was an excellent technical wrestler. That's true. He was. I think, I mean, like, yeah, you make a good point, because Stone Cold's, I'm thinking more the Stone Cold character. That character didn't need to be a great technical wrestler. Like, what he did in Stone Cold matches was right for the character. He shouldn't have changed. But I can't say the Stone Cold Steve Austin character is the character I'd want to put my life on to have a 5-star match, because he wasn't designed for that. That character wasn't doing that. That character was coming down, stomping a mud hole in people. Do you know what I mean? Drinking beers and just going to work. Not like, you know, he was a brawler. He was just getting in there. He was fighting. He wasn't in there trying to put on a 5-star classic match. That wasn't something he was trying to achieve. Just the energy of him coming down and getting the job done and the crowd just going crazy. I mean, that is what he stood for. So, yeah, you're right. I think he was actually a better wrestler than what he was showing, but he was right to be showing what he was showing because that fit the character a lot better. And, I mean, he's regarded as the biggest superstar in WWE's history. Hotly debated. Some people will say it's John Cena. I mean, even WWE calls Cena the GOAT these days. But part of me wonders if that's a bit of promoter spiel. Like earlier, the question was about, is Oba going to be one of the biggest because Triple H thinks he can be? It's like, I think that's a bit of promoter spiel. They're making you look at Oba in that way. They're framing him that way. They want you to believe that that is true. So that when you look at him, you're like, whoa, this guy is the guy. He's the greatest ever. The next thing always has to be the greatest thing ever. And I think with Cena, as we just did that retirement tour, it makes a lot of sense for them to call him the GOAT because they want you to buy tickets, buy the merch, because he's the greatest ever. That he is the greatest ever. You need to come and see him and say goodbye because he's the greatest ever. But he's gone now. So now Oba's here and he's going to be the greatest ever. Forget John. He sucks. Oba is going to be the greatest ever. So buy tickets and come and see Oba because he's going to be the greatest ever. Truthfully, though, if we took the promoter spiel away, it'd be very interesting to know who they would say is, the greatest ever. I wonder if it would be Stone Cold. I think Vince has always kind of regarded Stone Cold as being the biggest draw, having the biggest impact. The only downside is it was in a very short period of time. Hulkamania ran wild for a good, 9 years? 10 years? 9 years. And Stone Cold didn't do that. He didn't do 9 years. So I actually think that there is someone that's going to come along in the future that will legitimately be the biggest ever. I don't think we've had them yet. I think if you look at Hogan, incredible, right? Wow. Hulkamania, amazing. You could look at that and wonder how it would get any bigger. But the truth is, the machine wasn't really there at that point. Like, there wasn't loads of different types of merch that you could buy, and they weren't able to sell it all over the world because there was no internet. It was just at live events and magazine mail order. So the reach was not great during Hulkamania. So even though his reactions were like amongst the biggest ever and people going crazy, we were only doing 4 pay-per-views a year. And, we didn't have these big TV deals. And so I don't think the machine was there yet. He helps build the machine, but the machine wasn't quite there. So I think his impact is limited by the world that he operated in, right, at the time that he operated. When you look at Stone Cold, the machine was there then, right? There was the internet. It wasn't quite where it is now, but it was at least in place. And there was more shows, and it was truly being shown around the world at that point. And the Attitude Era was a hot era. But his run is short. If you think about how long the Attitude Era goes for, it's a short run. I think that there is, you got a Cena. I mean, Cena might be the greatest. I mean, Cena is around when we've got true global viewership. We've got the internet. We've got more shows. There's more opportunity to kind of go on late night shows and film projects. And, I mean, Cena, I think, is the template of what the benchmark is. And has Roman passed that? That's interesting. I would say Roman really clicked in 2020 when he turned heel with the bloodline, and it was right at the end of the year. So you could say that Roman's time at being accepted as being like the top person and, going to a different level has been 5 years. Not even 5 years yet, but about 5 years. About 5 years actually. So he was still being like used as the big attraction, from like 2015 to 2020, but there was a lot of resistance. But he was still being pushed as being the guy. He was still main eventing WrestleManias. So I don't know. I do find myself wondering, is there someone that's coming down the road that is legitimately going to be bigger than all of those? Because those are the benchmarks. Those are the standards when it comes to the big major stars. I think there is. I think there's enough room there for someone in the future to come along, have 15 years on top, be loved, shift loads of merch, break into the mainstream, do film projects, go on to be as big as The Rock. Imagine The Rock doing 15-year run now, just starting out now, 15 years, movie projects, good guy, going on late night chat shows, being charismatic. You know what I mean? 15 years of that. Would that be bigger than Hulkamania? Would that be bigger than Stone Cold's? Would that be bigger than Cena? Would that be bigger than Roman? It's hard to say without seeing how it looks, but yeah, I think it can be beaten. I think the biggest star that wrestling has seen, or WWE has seen, might still be round the corner, might still be in its future. Just depends how long its future goes for, isn't it? Hogan Cutter said Cena was off the back of the Attitude Era success. His run was lengthy in spite of his abilities to get over. Same for Roman. Yeah, I mean, they're in the mix. They're absolutely in the conversation. Everyone might have different pecking orders. I mean, you got to say Bruno as well, of course. I mean, he has a 7-year run with the title and then a 4-year run after. So, I mean, Bruno in the 60s and 70s, but the machine is just not there. I mean, the machine wasn't really there for Hogan, but it really was not there for Bruno. We actually looked the other day, was it yesterday? We looked at an old article about the tape library, WWE's tape library. And apparently in 2013, they reported that the oldest tapes they had were from 1971. So where the flip is all the Bruno matches from the 1960s? Which was concerning because there was very little that got put up on the network of like Bruno and 60s. And reading that article makes me think they just don't have it. So I don't know if anything's popped up in the 13 years since that article was written. But yeah, Bruno's got to be in the mix. But a lot of his work, I think, has been lost to time, unfortunately. So the machine very much was not there for him when he was on top. So yeah, everyone's order will be a bit different. But I do think a big star is, you know, still to come. Could be over. Didn't the broken neck force Stone Cold to become such a brawler? I don't think he has. I don't think being a technical wrestler was going to make him the star he became. Roman could finish as the best ever, says Chris. I don't think. I mean, his matches before the broken neck were good. I mean, obviously you've got the Brett match, haven't you, at WrestleMania 13? But I think that the attitudes of him coming down and getting stuck in, you know, the glass would shatter, dun dun and out he'd come, making his way down. I mean, he's not really coming down and then thinking, do you know what I mean, technical and all this kind of, he's just getting in there, just brawling away. I think there could be something in the broken neck, definitely. But I think if you look at his work before the broken neck as the Stone Cold character, it's not 5-star classics. We're not even trying for 5-star classics. Would it have been different? Yes, I think you're definitely making a good point. I think it would have been different. But I think that character kind of needed that urgency, needed that intensity, needed that, you know, I'm moving forward regardless. We're going straight into the eye of the storm, straight in, stomping away in the corner and all this kind of stuff, you know. I mean, it was exhilarating, it was exciting, but it was largely go, 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 go. The opponent might be able to slow it down at times to allow Stone Cold to come back, but I don't know. I mean, to be honest, I'm sat here trying to wrap my brain for like a 5-star Stone Cold match, and I don't think I can give you one. I think most people would point to him and The Rock at 17 as being like probably the most iconic. Interesting question that I really do want an answer to. Did Dave Meltzer ever give Stone Cold a 5-star rating? Because if he did, I don't think I know about it. Did Dave Meltzer ever give Stone Cold Steve Austin a 5-star rating? Twice. He gave him one in WCW in '92, so that's not the Stone Cold character, right? That was Wrestle War. That was Dangerous Alliance in action, and so that got 5 stars apparently. So I'm going to say that doesn't count because it's not Stone Cold Steve Austin character. The only other one is WrestleMania 13, his match with Brett, which is the one that we just said before he got injured. So it was a good shout, that was, about the injury. But yeah, those are the only 2 5-star matches that Dave gave Steve in his career. Okay, they're just showing us the watch party. We got Kevin Owens that's there. Kevin Owens is wearing a Waylon Mercy shirt. He's there with Dave LaGreca as well. So we are actually seeing this tailgate party thing. Okay, Kevin, KO chants are ringing out. Yeah, Lola Vice, Kendal Gray, Dave LaGreca. Okay, Kevin Owens tries one of the hot dogs. He's looking pretty good, isn't he, KO, actually? Five titles on the line. Kevin Owens with a Waylon Mercy shirt on. I can't see, actually, who... Oh, Terry Funk. Terry Funk shirt for Dave LaGreca. KO doesn't think any new champs are going to be crowned. Okay. So we've got fans. We've got loads of Thea Hales out there. Callie Armstrong's out there. Hank and Tank's out there. Sean Legacy's out there. It looks really fun, actually. I'd flipping love to be there at this thing. I think it's a really good idea. It looks good. First time they've done a watch party outside the Performance Center, but apparently, like they said, come along. So, what a great opportunity to like get some pictures with the wrestlers and hang out with other NXT fans, buy some merch. I'm guessing they've got a screen where you can watch the show. Great. If I was in Florida, do you know what? Actually, if they do this again, I could go, couldn't I? I could jump on a plane, go to Florida, just, you know, do some toy hunts, because I've got to do some, and go to the flipping watch party thing. The only problem is I would then not be able to stream the show. That's the only problem. Unless I leave the watch party just before the show starts. Maybe I could be there now, and then I'm quickly gone. Quickly go to an Airbnb, and then I'm like, probably missed the first match or something. I don't know. That seems messy, doesn't it? I'd love to go to that once, though. It looks good. I think that's a really good idea. Since KO said no new champs are going to be crowned, that means no new champs are going to be crowned, says Chris. I'm not sure KO has got the Danhausen curse ability, to be honest. I'm not sure that he has got the ability to make sure that there won't be any new champs. But I don't know, man. I'm thinking Kendal Gray. It could be a big night for her if she's in the main event of this PLE. Kendal Gray. Her rise has been absolutely meteoric. Big Time said, what do we think about the business strategy and mentality for WWE going into these head-to-heads? I think they're just trying to derail. They're trying to take, they are trying to make viewers choose, what do I want to watch? Am I going to watch AEW? Am I going to watch NXT? And honestly, I think they might be hurting themselves as much as they're hurting AEW, because they might even hurt themselves more. If they were to do this show on a different night, Great American Bash would get more views. If you're going to make people choose between this or AEW, the AEW card might even look better. I don't know. It's a big card for them. So the AEW card might be more interesting. So I think they're hurting themselves as much as they're hurting AEW. But because NXT is developmental, and it's not the be-all, and it's not WrestleMania or SummerSlam, it's not the be-all and end-all, is it? They can take that hit. They can get hurt by, losing out on, 10,000, 20,000, 50,000 viewers, 100,000 viewers. That doesn't mean nothing to WWE. So for them, if they wanted to, they always say, look after yourself, worry about yourself. If they did that, they would get more views for their own show. But honestly, they would much rather put this show up against the AEW show and just hurt them as much as they can. It'll hurt NXT, but they'll take that hit if it hurts AEW in any way. Is that petty? Yeah, probably. Have I got a problem with it? Not really. It's business. Just like if AEW put a show up against WrestleMania and make people choose between the two. Or they put a show up against SummerSlam. Or they put up a show against Rumble. Or they put a show up against Clash in Italy. Or whatever, Whatever AEW want to do to try and hurt WWE, it's business. It works both ways. It's business, AEW are going to do what they think is right for their business. WWE are going to do what's right for their business. And listen, what's right for WWE is to try and hurt AEW as much as possible. That's WWE don't need no competition, right? I know it's good for the wrestlers and it's good for the fans and blah, 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 but TKO don't think that way. TKO want the monopoly in the market, don't they? TKO just want to be the only, game in town. So I think that's the mentality. Do I agree with it? It doesn't really affect me, to be honest. I mean, I ain't watching AEW, so I ain't got no choice to make, so it doesn't really affect me. But I could understand those that have got a choice to make being frustrated, like they want to watch both. I could understand that frustration, so I feel sorry for those people. Give me 1 sec, I'm getting some water. I've been drinking quite a bit of water recently. I'm proper getting through it. I'm like a fish. Okay. We are about to get underway. Let's click on Great American Bash USA, 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 USA. What's this? Did I click on the right thing? Great American Bash. Here we go. I got SmackDown. What have I got? SmackDown? Yeah, have you got that as well? I've got SmackDown. I thought I was losing my mind. I've clicked on Great American Bash. And it's showing me SmackDown. Why have we got SmackDown, said Tyler. I don't know what's happening. This is SmackDown. Oh. Okay, now they've just flipped it over. Okay, it's literally just changed. They were just showing SmackDown. And it literally just flipped over to Great American Bash. That is one of the weirdest technical issues I've ever seen. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Are we cursed? I think we got cursed. I thought I was flipping losing my mind. I'm sat here like, have I just pressed the right... I mean, I know I've been a little bit sleep deprived this weekend, but like, have I clicked on SmackDown? Well, it's fixed now. It's fixed now. They effed up. They effed up. They effed up. They did. They did, James. There's Saquon. It's actually really clever. 4D chess. Because everyone's going to go online going, why are they showing SmackDown? NXT have messed up. And everyone's going to go, they're doing what? And now click over to see what's happening, and then boom, you put on Great American Bash. It's clever, isn't it? It's clever. That's really clever. Well done, everyone. That's how we're going to get those early headlines. That's how we're going to win the social media battle. Daze, they should ideally book this show with title changes, especially this being the first major network special. Oh, I think we're in for a really fun show here. I will be shocked if we don't get talking points. Why do I only care about Kendal winning instead of William? Because Kendal's great. Kendal's great, and we all love her greatly. She is... She's going to be a big star, man. We could see her reaching the top of developmental tonight, which is a meteoric rise considering, was it only last year, even earlier this year, we were watching her in Evolve. She was the Evolve Women's Champion, you know? I mean, that's mental for her to go so quickly to the top of NXT. This isn't the mid-card NXT title. This is the top women's championship. So, I mean, if she can do it, this is a massive, massive deal. Tonight, Jared said, it's like, and now we have England, Conga, The Simpsons. It's like, and now we have England versus Conga, The Simpsons. I don't get that. In my mind, it's like, The Simpsons. So excited for their film next year. I'm going to go to the cinema to watch that, and I hope they've got a really nice popcorn bucket. I want, like, Homer's head. Or anything to do with Ralph. Because Ralph's the best. Okay, here is Tony. Didn't she take on JC earlier this year? She did, because she won the Iron Survivor Challenge. But sadly, she fell short. Okay, we're starting with the NXT Championship being defended. We are in the Performance Center. Be nice if we got to see people outside watching the show. But yeah, we're starting off with this. It's going to be Tony D'Angelo taking on Naraku. Let's go. Let's go, kings and queens. He's come down with his face all bandaged. Wade Barrett. Still on commentary. Bum, bum. NXT has been raided. NXT has been raided recently. We need to figure out who's going to take the top spots. We're going to start figuring that out tonight. Okay, here comes Naraku. I hope this match is going to be good. I actually don't know what to expect from this match-wise. Just a fight, a brawl. Okay, Naraku making his way down. Everyone in the crowd have got towels. They were like swinging them away as the show started. This is at the Performance Center. Anyone wondered what the venue is? It's just the PC. This is weird and wild that Tony is only going to have one eye after what happened on Tuesday with that I've forgotten about that. That was dumb. That was dumb. This week's NXT was dumb. I mean, are they going to use this as a way of explaining the title change? We got a new champion, but it's only because Tony had one eye. And what if Tony beats Naraku now? Naraku can't even beat a one-eyed Tony. Which is actually what William calls his penis. Jared said, I was saying we clicked on NXT, but we got SmackDown. So I'm saying that that'll be like, oh, I got you. Clicking on the match and getting The Simpsons. Got you. Got you. I wouldn't be down on that, though. I don't mind The Simpsons. Jared, that would be okay. Depends if it's a new or an old episode, because the newer stuff's not as good. But if I clicked on the England game and it was like something from Season 5, Season 4, oh my God. The monorail episodes. Oh, so good. Okay, Naraku goes to the outside straight away, grabs a... Oh! They love doing that. Going into that platform area. Spear straight out of the gates. I mean, it's not that crazy. We have seen it before. The crowd are chanting, holy shiz. Holy shiz. Holy shiz. This has happened, like... four or five times. People going through that. Shot coming in there by Tony. Do you know what? The ringside area feels a little bit like a playground. We've got barricades. We haven't tonight, actually. We've got an LED screen. But normally we've got barricades that can fall down. We've got that platform thing that you can go through. Platform thing you can fall off, like we saw with Sol Ruka and Zaria. You got commentary table, obviously, that can break apart. I feel like there's a few things dotted around the ringside area that we can use during matches. And these two using one of those straight out of the gate. Although it's interesting because you can't use the barricade spot on this show unless you go the other side. Because they've got all this LED screen there now. To the outside goes Tony. Naraku. Yeah. At what point does the official step in? Yeah, step in now. He should step in now. Tony, 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 Tony. I'm going to stop it now. Yeah, stop it now. Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop. Shot coming in there by Naraku. Tony in there. Clothesline, Naraku gets caught on the top rope. Oh, that was a shame. That's a shame. That wasn't really anyone's fault because Naraku actually did sort of jump up as Tony came. so that he would easily go over the top rope, but still just couldn't get enough momentum. And so he got caught. Bang, down he goes. I hate Tony coming out bandaged because, let's be honest, that necessary fireball. I just lost the show. The show's gone. The show's back. The show went, and now it's back again. Oh my God, are we going to get like really bad technical problems? I swear to God, if The Simpsons come on at one point, that'll be hilarious. Shots coming in. Sorry, WrestleRants. You said Tony coming out all banned. No, it's gone again. Mate, we've got bad technical problem. Either that or the Unknown is coming. Did you guys see the Unknown on Evolve? There's a new wrestler on the way called the Unknown. She looks badass. I'm very oh my God! What the flip? How am I meant to watch wrestling this way? Oh my God. AE-dub. 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 I bet they've not got these problems. Oh, I'm completely out of it now. I'm completely out of it. It'll probably go again in a second. This is TKO's fault. This is TKO. I'm blaming Ari Emanuel for this. Glitchy mess. Jesus Christ. 1, 2. Imagine that. Imagine 1, 2. You're like, ah! Who's champ? What's happening? We got some Tony chants. We don't have any issues on CW. You guys miss seeing Lola walk in the building. Well, I'm glad you're not. In fairness, I'm glad you're not having issues. Right now, we haven't got... Oh, you gone to commercial break, have you? Because I ain't even got commentary now. Okay, commentary is back now. 1, 2. Have you gone commercial? Audio just went commercial. Okay, well, you lot might not have any interruptions, but at least we get to stay with the action during commercials. Yeah? Oh, this is good. Oh, yeah. This is good. Oh, my God. Look at that. Amazing. This might be some of the best wrestling I've ever seen, actually. What's happening right now is probably some of the best wrestling I've ever seen. Look at this from Naraku. So good. Tony reversing Naraku, going against the ropes. Tony taking Naraku down. Crossface is in. Crossface in by Tony. He might tap here. He might tap. We might get a new champ whilst you lot are at commercial. Guys, if that happens, I will keep you up to speed. What's going on with audio and commentary? Well, I think it just dipped out so that they could go to commercial in America, and then once they were gone, it came back again. I think it was that. Okay. We haven't had any glitches in about 5 minutes. That's good. Kick out there by Tony. I feel sorry for Tony because he can only wrestle with one eye, says Connor. Yes. But he only needs one eye. I don't think it's going to look good if he does win with one eye, to be honest, but... See, if Naraku wins, it's because Tony only had one eye. If Naraku loses, he's lost to a wrestler with one eye. I just don't think this is good. Tony going over. Shot coming in there by Naraku. We're back. We're back, baby. Oh, okay. Tick. We need a bingo list, don't we? Have they done a barricade spot? Yep. Have they done going through the bottom of the platform? Yep. Okay, we need a commentary table spots. Maybe if they could come off the top of the platform. Those are the two I've got left to tick off. But so far, we're doing well here. Tony going into the barricades. I must admit, I mean, you know, these two have been battling and the action's been quite good. Not a bad way to start proceedings tonight. Is this show got to be done in 2 hours, by the way, because it's on CW? Actually didn't think about that. Okay, Tony. Oh! Bang! Powerbomb. Naraku goes down. Didn't Ray lose an eye against Seth, but got it back? It popped out, didn't it? And they popped it back in. I think it was like part of a tennis ball that had come out, and then and they managed to get it back in, and now he's fine. So that's great. I remember the build to that match going, what are they going to do? What are they going to do for this? How are they going to do this? How, like, the loser gets their eye popped out. I mean, it was so dumb. It was so dumb. That was during the pandemic. That was during 2020. And we don't really talk about that era. Shots coming in there by Tony. It got crazy attention, though. Clothesline by... because everyone wanted to know what the flip they were going to do. Tony collides into Naraku. I think that era was just about making as much noise as you could. Like, we're going to pop someone's eye out. Please tune in. We're going to have the greatest wrestling match ever before it even happened. Please tune in. Ah, that was pretty good there by Tony. Naraku kicks out. We're going to do Money in the Bank at the headquarters. Please tune in. It's a pretty good action, this, you know. His bandaging is coming off. Nice. German there by Naraku. Tony gets straight back up. Oh. 1, 2, 3. Tony wins. Tony wins. Crowd were chanting, "This is awesome." Bum, 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 bum. Looks like the technical problems have gone, which is good news. Great American Bash. USA. USA. Okay, get your thoughts in. Oh, William Regal's got loads to say about Sammy and how pleased he is. Bum, bum. Okay, Tony in the ring there. Holding up that NXT championship. That's what he gets for burning Tony's eye, said Suzanne. Yeah. You deserve it. Okay, we've got Zaria. She is talking about Tatum Paxley. I don't see this belt changing hands. I don't see this changing hands. One of the rare occasions where if someone says the loser is buried, I would not make fun of them, says Glockness. Jeremy said, the technical issues took me out of it. I wouldn't have thought it would, because I was pumped for that match. Do you know, I think that I think there's a couple of issues with that match. I mean, the technical problems, I agree, make it hard to get into it. Then you get hit with a commercial break, which I would imagine, you know, made it hard for some of you, right, to then find a way in. I think the eye thing is, I know I keep going on about it, but I just, Naraku not beating someone that's only got one eye is just not a good look, in my opinion. But also the fact this match opened the night, we've said it before, if you've got a title match like this and it's going to open the show, I mean, it might be different if that show is like a WrestleMania or a SummerSlam, right? Because those are just big shows. But like this show or Clash in Italy, those kind of smaller shows, one-day events, couple of hour shows, you know, not like WrestleMania. You do sort of go, it's not looking good for the challenger. So as soon as this match was announced as being the first match, immediately my thoughts were like, this is looking like it's going to be Tony. So I think, I don't know, there's a few things working against this match for me. But there are positives because they did the platform spot, they did the barricade spot. There was a nice pace to the match. There was a nice intensity. I mean, there was some good work that was in there as well. So it was not a disaster. But I'm not sure it's a match I'll ever revisit or even think too much about in the future. So, okay. I mean, at the moment, I can see good is leading, and that doesn't feel unfair. I think for me, I'd be like, high-end night is good. I thought it had some good action to it, decent pace. But if you like said it was low-end great, I'd take it or whatever you say, I'll take. But I think high-end goods, midnight is, high night is. I think that's fair. Okay. Alex said Tony would need some time to heal up. Oh, even I'm at commercial break now. Oh my God. I'm at commercial break. You must have gone back to commercial again then. Is this 2 hours? I'm sure someone has answered that already. Is this 2 hours, this show? Because I actually forgot it was on CW Network. It's all just Netflix for me. I hate CW because they've got NXT and NASCAR, said Spawny Boy. Is that bad? Is NASCAR bad? I could probably watch NASCAR, actually. I could probably do that. I almost decided to go to the YouTube TV route and multi-feed the baseball game. Fun Time said it was a really good match. It's 3 hours. Oh, okay, 3 hours. Thank you. Okay, but that works. That's good. I'm glad we're not rushing everything into two. Two would feel like a rush because, we've got a 3 hour window there. One of the matches is only 5 minutes long. I mean, you still got to do entrances and everything, but yeah, that's good. Really, it feels like everything's going to get a half-hour time slot, except for the speed match, which is going to, just take a bit of time from some of the other places. Main event might need a little bit longer, but 3 hours feels very, very comfortable. 2 would be tight. Bruce, shout out to you. I only know about NXT because of you. Oh, well, Bruce, shout out to you, buds. Yeah, NXT's a great watch. I mean, it can be a bit inconsistent, and certainly it's going through a weird period right now where we're trying to see who's going to step up. And actually, that's what they said, wasn't it? That this is a show about who's going to step up and who's going to fill those top spots whilst, Oba and Trick and Fatal Influence and Soul and Javon and all these people have gone up to the main roster. So you've got all these gaps. There's a lot of opportunity for the emerging talent. So it's actually an exciting time for NXT. It's a great time to get into it because we're watching these people trying to establish themselves. It's not like we've got all these crazy stories going on and it's really hard to get into right now. They're just showing us some images from the history of Great American Bash. So we're just looking over the years. Little trip down memory lane. Okay, here is Tatum. Tatum comes down in a like a skirt and a shirt. Well, I'll tell you what, you wouldn't get away with wearing that to school, young lady. If you was my daughter, you were going straight back upstairs and you are putting on something a little bit longer than that. You know, you think you're leaving the house wearing that, do you? I don't think so. Get back upstairs now. Where have you even got that skirt from? I've not bought you that skirt. Get back upstairs now. That better not be the skirt I bought you and you've cut it and made it shorter. Your life won't be worth living if you've done that. Trust me. Livid. Why can't you be a nice girl like Zaria? Huh? She comes down nicely covered up. Trust me, not everyone wants to see your backside, young lady. Okay, Zaria making her way down. Tatum in the corner. Zaria's going to retain, says Connor. Restaurant said, this is a 3-hour show. Yeah, 3 hours, good. I think we can easily fill that time. Okay, surely it's going to be Zaria here that picks up the win. Tatum on to bigger things. Potentially even her last NXT match. A lot of people online asking, is this her final appearance? I think Tatum, didn't someone say that she kind of cut a bit of a heartfelt promo after one of the shows recently, thanking people? I mean, that would say to me that she's already had word that she's on her way. Okay, Zaria then. Zaria. Okay, Daze. So what are we going to do with Tony? There's no credible or ready people. He hasn't had a decent feud or match during the 82-day reign unless the plan is Santana. Well, yeah, I mean, we do need some injection of people. I mean, we need Santana. It'd be good to get some main roster support. It's a good question. What do we do? If he's going to move on from Naraku, what do we do? Although, I don't know about you. I mean, I am expecting a Takahashi. I am expecting, like, an Enzo. I am expecting some people to come in. I think he might move on to a program with Mason Rook. I don't think Mason Rook would win it, but that could be a feud for him. Looking for a bang. He might even pull the trigger on someone like a Nico Vance, who seems to have broken free of, like, Sean Spears now. So I think there are feuds for him, but they're not against big names. Which is why a Santana would be very useful. Or someone from the main roster would be useful. Or an Enzo would be useful. Or a Vikingo would be useful. I tell you someone else, Dagger. You know that new group that arrived in AAA? Dagger was part of that. I mean, if he's going to be the de facto leader of that group, that could be interesting. You could get some mileage out of that. That way, that new AAA group could make their presence felt. An old legend as well. I mean, what didn't Myles Borne take on? Was it Myles Borne? Took on Tyler Breeze. No, it was Ethan, wasn't it? Ethan Page. Took on Tyler Breeze. We did that when we went back to Full Sail. So I don't know what Finn Balor's doing, but why Finn Balor comes down and has a match with Tony as like a little one-off thing, you know? If for some reason we still don't have anything for Balor. Hopefully we will. I'm not saying we should do that. I'm just saying, if we didn't have anything for Balor, could we use Balor? I don't know where we are with Mustafa Ali. I don't know if he's signed with TNA, but he's always good for a match. Mustafa Ali's always worth. Oh, lovely kit. Zaria getting caught in the apron there. Inzaguri by Tatum. Tatum breaking the count. Going to end the poll for the first one. Oh, Tatum goes over the barricades, that LED boards. She grabs Zaria. She's on her back. Oh. Zaria jumps down and Tatum goes down. You'll never see this again. Okay, we're going to commercial break. We're going to commercial break. So, opening match, you lot said good 97. Good 97. Okay, commentary has just dipped out momentarily as we go to commercial break. They come back as we are underway with match number 2. Zaria taking on Tatum. Zaria in control. Throwing in some kicks. Shot coming back there by Tatum. Tatum goes down. Zaria jumps on the outside. Some clubbing blows. Shots coming in. We're at picture in picture, said the Beach Kevin. Okay. 1, 2, kick out there by Tatum. Tatum still down, middle of the ring. I'm pretty sure both Leon and Santana have had their last TNA matches today. Oh yeah, that's a good shout, Leon Slater. Forgot about him, actually. I don't think he needs NXT for too much longer, because he's already spent a bit of time in NXT. He was teaming with Javon, wasn't he? But, yeah, I don't know that the main roster are ready for him, so you could absolutely bring in... Oh, kick coming in. You could absolutely bring in Leon Slater to NXT for a little bit until the main roster's ready for him. Elbows coming in there by Zaria. Tatum down, elbow there by Zaria. Going for the cover. 2. It's not going to be enough. Let's go Tatum, Zaria. Let's go Tatum, Zaria. Let's go Tatum, Zaria. Right now we've got Tatum. She gets slammed down. Zaria with Tatum. Looking for a suplex. That's nice. Tatum is down. Zaria in control. Zaria just shouting out to the crowds. Keeping them involved. Feels like Tatum's going to get a comeback pretty soon. Ooh. Nice. Camel clutch. Camel clutch is in. Camel clutch in by Sergeant Zaria. Tatum in the middle of the ring. She was like licking her face there momentarily. Like, da-da-da, 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 da-da-da. Okay, she's getting up. If we bring in guys like Slater and Vikingo, can we get the cruiserweight belt back, says Jennifer. I don't know that they are necessarily looking to do that, but to be honest, I think they would just be needed at the top of the card. I could see Mike Santana against Tony. I could see Leon being up there. It'd be a bit similar to when like Javon was kind of in the mix with Ober and Trick, you know? And Javon was in the mix going for that belt. I could see Leon doing the exact same thing. Oh, jumping over on the shoulders. Bang. Okay, right now, Tatum is on the very top. Zaria coming over. She's got a foot on the throat of Tatum right now. Zaria, knee coming in there by Tatum, and again, throwing in some big knees. She's trying to get back up to her feet. Oh, she goes to the outside. Zaria goes down. Tatum climbing up. We're starting to see the comeback right now. She's perched. Big cross. That was a huge crossbody. That was huge. That looked really good by Tatum. That looked really good. And again, down she goes. Kick coming in there by Tatum. Looking for a German. Back elbow there by Zaria. Zaria charges over against the ropes. Looking for a German there by Tatum. Getting it. Tatum getting up to her feet. Backing over to the corner. Charging in. Bang. Lovely kick. How great would Tatum have been if she was Sister Abigail or like Abby the Witch? I mean, Nikki did a great job, of course, but like, just sort of look at Tatum right here and it's like, oh man, I think she's just the girl. She's just the person that should have done that role. Right now, we got Zaria in the corner. Looking for a big superplex. Backs up. Flips the hair back. Gets speared by Zaria. Tatum down. So a big superplex. But she got caught there by a big spear. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Both women down. Zaria making moves first. She's really introduced that sort of hair flip kind of thing in recent months. Big shot coming in as like part of her presentation. Kick to the midsection there by Zaria. Tatum goes back. Tatum with a chop coming in. Swing and a miss. Love that kick. Swing and a miss. Love that kick to the midsection. Tatum charging over. She goes down. Tatum is on her knees. Goes over the other side into the corner. Zaria is going up. I think she's going to do like that sort of hangman's. Okay, she's got a... No, she can't quite get it at the moment. A couple of back elbows. It's getting a bit of time, this match, isn't it? Tatum is kind of on the ropes. Kick coming in there by Zaria. Zaria is caught in the corner. Oh, is she going to go coast to coast? She is, isn't she? She's going to go coast to coast. She's going up. Zaria is caught. Oh, she's managed to get free. I really thought that Tatum was going to go coast to coast there, but Zaria broke free before Tatum could do it. Now they're fighting on the edge of the ring. Shots coming in back and forth between these two on the edge of the ring. Big boot there by Zaria. She grabs Tatum, picking her up on her shoulders. Oh, powerbomb there by Tatum was nice. So she was kind of on the shoulders. She managed to come down and turn it into a powerbomb to the outsides. Tatum is down on her knees, looking over at the championship belt. She's getting distracted. She's looking at that belt and getting a bit emotional. I don't know why she's getting so distracted. She's just allowing Zaria to get back into this thing. It's mine. It's not yours. Kick coming in there by Tatum. Cemetery drive. Okay, she hits it. She gets Zaria back in the ring. She's going to go for cemetery drive again. Oh, she got it. 1, 2. Oh, my God. Blimey now. That's crazy because I don't think Tatum's winning this match. But she did a cemetery drive on the outside. She got Zaria in the ring. She got a cemetery drive again. So in my mind, I was like, is she winning? They actually had me then. Even though I'm adamant she is not winning. 2 cemetery drives. She's going for a third. This time it's blocked. On the shoulders. F5 reversed. 1, 2. Kick out by Zaria. Back up. Spear by Zaria. F5. Bang. F5 huge. Follows it up. Surely. 1, 2. Oh! Kick out. Jesus. Brilliant. Brilliant. Really brilliant. They got me on the cemetery drive spots. And then a kick out of the F5. Do you know, it's funny because you feel the rhythm and it feels like, here it is. And then, oh my God, the kick out and you're like, shots coming in by Zaria. Yeah, it's a great match. I think this is the beginning of the end, though. Surely it is. I mean, she's just stomped her head in the mat, hit another F5, and that has done it. The sequence before was so good. Really fun. The girls cooked, said Jennifer. They did. They absolutely did. Took a little while for the match to get me. I was kind of watching it play out. It's fine. Pretty standard stuff. But yeah, I mean, like most good matches, you know, you kind of get to those more dramatic moments later in the match and it really grabs you. I think that was really, really good. Very good. Very, very good. It's set a good benchmark, actually, for other matches to try and reach. I do think Lola Kendal can better it, but it's a really good bar. It's a really good benchmark. There we go. 2 of our 7 matches done. The only thing that held that match back was Wade Barrett, says Hogan Cutter. Zaria hopefully will prove further, said Ayan. So out to you, Ayan. Steve said, who's voted that match as bad? It was great. I don't mind if people do because it's we always get like bad ratings for pretty much every match, so. But it's more about who's voting it good, who's voting it great. You rebuilt the NQCC. It might only be the 2 of us, but that's all we need. You're going to beat Lola. Kendal Gray isn't the future. She is the now. Okay, Shiloh, Tristan coming up next. Good luck following that last match. This is a showcase of two emerging talents, which WWE are quite excited by. I don't know what to expect out of this, to be honest. I don't have like really high hopes this is going to be a banger, but hopefully it can be something that people go, yeah, do you know what? I enjoyed that. World Cup advert, which we don't have. The countdown to kickoff is on. Okay, we're at commercial break. Jennifer said, I got a FIFA commercial. Yeah, I've not seen one of those. I remember Zaria when she was Delta in Australia. She caught men and women and was a champion. She will show more here, said Just In Case Girl. Shiloh is great on Instagram, says Jojo. Her facial expressions are gold, said Victor. I've seen clips of Tristan Angels, and he has got a look. Yeah, his rise has been meteoric, actually, because he was like in Evolve for like literally all of a few weeks, and then bang, he was on NXT. And so it feels like we're moving quite quickly with him. I think they really like the character. I think they really like the gimmick, the presentation, the arrogance, the Mr. NXT, the kind of, as I said, arrogance, that overconfidence, that believing in himself and looking down on others. It is very Hunter Hearst Helmsley. So I think he's got a good natural talking ability. I think that his in-ring work is okay. I think considering he's not really been on the radar for very long, and I'm guessing he's still got, quite a bit of time to spend in NXT, I think you've got some good raw ingredients there. So, Tristan, I'm interested to see what he does. I'm interested to see how this match is going to go. Shiloh is quite the personality. Do you know, I feel like both of these guys are good prospects, not because of their wrestling, but more because of their presentation and characters. Which is why I'm also a bit nervous as to how good this match is going to be, because these are two talents we want to get out there and we want people to see, but I don't know, the bell's going to ring and I don't know how the match is going to do. So I'm very interested to find out. Countdown to kickoff. Kickoff to what? Says David. I'm guessing it's just a generic advert that they've been showing probably in the build to the World Cup and as the World Cup's been happening. Okay, Daze, any theories on why NXT doesn't travel the US for PLEs so far in 2026? Any theories on why NXT doesn't travel the US for PLEs so far in 2026? No theories. Is that true? How many PLEs have we done? Let's have a look, shall we? I mean, I know we went to Madison Square Garden and we did an episode there, but actually going to different places and working in front of different crowds is really, really needed for NXT at the moment. Okay, we just got a shot of the ring. Make it quick. Okay, here's Vanity Projects. Okay, Jackson and Mason Rook are going to go one-on-one on Tuesday. Oh, wow. Wagner and Galeno are here. Oh. They're going to take on Vanity Project. So we've got some AAA support. Not down on that. There we go. We're outside with fans at the watch party. Nikita Lyons is there. Kevin Owens is on the stage. Kevin Owens said, I think he's lost his eye. It's gone and it's never coming back. Kevin Owens is correct so far, isn't he? At the start of the night, he said there'd be no new champions. So far, we've had 2 matches and we've had no new champions. Dave said it might have been a match of the year that we just saw between Zaria and Tatum. Yeah. Kevin Owens said he's a big fan of Tristan's. Crowd boo that. Okay, so Saquon against Dion is going to be the match after, according to Kevin. I really do like this watch party idea. I think it's very good. Here's Shiloh. So, yeah, in regards to that question, apparently we've done, according to Wikipedia, we've done 2 NXT PLEs so far, not including this. One was at the PC, the other one was at the factory at the district in Missouri. So we did travel for that one. But yeah, we need to get out there. They know that we need to get out there, and they're actually trying to do more tours to get out there. So I wonder if part of it is to do with, I don't know, maybe slow ticket sales. But then you don't have to run big venues, do you? You can still run like 300, 400, 500 capacity venues. So it's hard to say. Okay, Shiloh in the ring. Get your votes in for that last match. How good did you think it was? Here's Tristan. Wade Barrett said, this man gets my juices flowing. Is he standing? Okay, Tristan making his way down to the ring. I don't mind the branding. I don't mind the presentation. People booing away. Tristan not got too many admirers in WWE. That is the real Mr. NXT. Okay, here we go then. So both of these are very interesting characters. They're sort of this honestly could be a match that just took place. Could honestly take place just in on NXT. But they really do want to showcase these two. So a big opportunity here. Shiloh, shoulder tackle. Going over against the ropes. Leapfrog there by Tristan. Shiloh comes in. Duck underneath, over the other side. Misses a chop. Picking up speed. Big shoulder tackle there. Tristan goes down. Tristan goes to the outsides. Shiloh has got the Mr. NXT sash. Picks up Tristan. He's got him on his shoulders. Spinning round. We got an airplane spin. Airplane spin. Oh. Little bit of a bumpy landing there for Tristan. Tristan to the outsides. Is really struggling to get a foothold into this match at the moment. Gets back in the ring. Duck underneath. We're going to have to end the poll for the women's match so we don't get confused. You lot said, well, you enjoyed it. You really enjoyed it. Came out as great 82. Wow. Okay, Tristan stomping away there on Shiloh. We got some Shiloh chants in the crowds. And it looks like we are going to commercial break. Okay. Chops coming in there by Tristan. Looks like you lot on CW have gone to commercial. We're almost done with the first hour. Coming over. Big shot coming in there by Shiloh. He's got Tristan against the ropes. Big chop coming in there by Shiloh. Clothesline there by Shiloh. He grabs Tristan. He's got Tristan on that top rope. Big clubbing blow coming in. Oof. Shiloh gets the ropes. Big knee. Big knee by Shiloh. Tristan to the outside. Robbie said, you know, for their debut big network special, splashes haven't been made. A few missed opportunities. There's still 2 hours to change, but I'm getting less and less optimistic, says Robbie. Well, there's not been like any big shock or surprises. But I think that last match is a match that hopefully is going to have impressed. If anyone did, like, you know, check it out. Whether we can keep that momentum going, though, I don't know. I mean, to be honest, because of the size of the card being 7 matches, 3 hours makes sense, but 3 hours is risky. It's a lot harder to put on 3 great hours of a program rather than, say, 2. Over in the corner goes Shiloh, but that's the challenge that they've either set themselves or been set. Okay, right now Tristan with the big boots. And again, another kick coming in. Shiloh with a shot coming in. Elbow to the back of the head there by Tristan. We got some USA chants ringing out right now as Tristan is in control. The fans trying to get Shiloh back into this one as he throws in a few shots. Over the other side goes Tristan. Into the corner goes Shiloh. Stomp coming in there by Tristan. Again, working on the arm. Tristan, very much in control. They need to make the network show feel different from a normal episode. They need to make a splash to kick off this new network specials deal, says Robbie. 14 year Twitch said, I'm tapping out and not like Oba did. Oh, elbow drop there by Tristan. One. Just a one. Right now we got Tristan working on the arm. Shiloh trying to get back up. Shot coming into the midsection. We're back from commercial break. Over the other side, going for a big boot. Shiloh goes to the outside and goes under the ring. Tristan jumps out the ring. He's going to go under the ring. He's going to have a fire extinguisher or something, or what? He grabs him, drags him under. Tristan's trying to fight and not go under the ring, but he's been dragged under. Lights have gone out. Where are we? Well, under the ring? How have we got a camera under the ring? What is going on with this match? There's a phone? Well, under the ring. There's a camera under the ring. There's a phone that's ringing. Where did Shiloh go? Shiloh with a mask on? This is so strange. He's using parts of the ring, some of the cabling. That was weird. Where did Shiloh come from? That is weird, mate. Why was there a camera under there? A phone is ringing saying the fog is coming, and then you got Shiloh in a mask. Shiloh crashes and burns. Yeah, Wade Barrett says, it takes more than some horror movie games to throw off Tristan. What? Says James? Hogan Curtis said, this breaks one of my rules. I'm going to have to turn this off and leave. I did the same thing when Sammy Guevara and Matt Hardy did a cinematic match on AEW, shooting fireworks at each other, said Hogan Curtis. There's nothing there that I'm necessarily, like, offended by in the sense of, you know, it being, like, you know, stupid. It's just, I don't know, did he not see him in the mask? I mean, perhaps it's really dark and perhaps he was in a bit of a shadow. I don't know. I just don't, it just felt really unnecessary. I think someone had an idea, and that idea was, you know, we've been going under the ring a few times. It'd be really good if we could show them what happens when they go under the ring. And I think that's kind of the thought process. But I mean, it wasn't really anything that special. He's under there. There's a phone for some reason and a cameraman for some reason. And then the fog is coming, and then you see Shiloh in a mask, and he just chokes him. Oh, well. Okay, Tristan has got Shiloh. Tristan charging over. Inzaguri. Going for the cover. 2... No joy. That was a bit stupid, said King Yeti. The Beach said, this show has been great. I don't understand the complaints. Phone, camera, cameraman resulted in WTF, said Jennifer. Over in the corner goes Shiloh. Big boot there by Shiloh. Duck underneath. And double clothesline. Both go down. Tristan down. Shiloh down. I feel like they've given this match too much time. I don't really... I mean, I get it's a showcase, but I don't know that it needed to have this long. Okay, he's climbing up. Tristan with an elbow as Shiloh moves. He grabs his tooth. Shot coming in there by Shiloh, and again. Oh, he put his tooth into Tristan's mouth, did he? Clothesline. Tristan goes down. Goes down again. Big boot there by Shiloh. Picks him up. Slams him down. Against the ropes. Oh, tilt-a-whirl slam. Shiloh in control. He's got him up. Sit down. Powerbomb 1, 2. Kick out by Tristan. Tristan rolling to the outside of the ring. They're not going under the ring again, are they? Tristan goes down. Shiloh. He's getting him back in the ring. They're definitely breeding Shiloh to be the next dark entity in WWE, says Mike. They are giving this match time, said Spawny Boy. The countdown clock isn't in the top right corner. I can't tell if it's a break, says David. Oh, spear there by Shiloh. Okay. Shiloh going up. 1, 2. Kick out by Shiloh. We're carrying on. Tries for a knee, but Shiloh moves. Shiloh drives Tristan back in the corner. One, 2, 3. Okay, well, it's ended. It's ended. I mean, they tried. They put a lot of work in. I'll say that. Good match, says Jojo. Apollo Crews debuted in TNA by the name of Uha Nation, says Matty O. Okay, we got Shiloh being interviewed. Okay, he's walking away with his sash. Okay, we're backstage. We've got Carmen, Layla, Natty, Nikita. She's wearing a dungeon shirt with a picture of Stu Hart on. Looks cool. I don't want soft women in my business, and Jada's gotten soft, says Natty. Maybe Jada grows a pair. Okay. Okay, we're backstage. We're in Robert Stone's nice new office. Ah. EK's got a championship opportunity. Oh, he's taking on Vikingo. More AAA talent coming over. Someone's actually picked up the phone to AAA. Someone's picked up the phone to flipping Undertaker. And actually arranged to get some AAA talent coming over, which I think is definitely going to help. Carmen is fire, says Marky. That t-shirt was a nice tribute to Stu Hart 785. It was a cool looking shirt. I was trying to figure out what it said because I was looking at it and I was trying to figure out what it said at the top, and I was like, I can't think of any wrestler that name is like that. And then I was like, oh, it says The Dungeon. It's like, So I spent a moment trying to work out what her shirt was about, but yeah, I agree. It looked good. Looked cool. Right, Shining Wizard said the Shiloh match was like a Broadway match in the old terminology. Daze, are you still doing opinions video? Yeah, I think we'll do an opinions video for this. I was going to do like a breakdown thing, but I'm not sure. I don't know if I'll just do it live or just put it up as a video. I'm not sure. I haven't actually got a breakdown stream like set up. But actually, there's been enough to talk about here that I'm like, yeah, there's probably enough to get our teeth into with this already. And I didn't realize it was a 3-hour show as well. So, you know, there's going to be plenty more to talk about. We've still got an hour and 45 minutes to go. I think there's a good chance we get a new women's champ. So I think there is going to be plenty to talk about. So yeah, I'm planning on doing a breakdown. I'm planning on doing an opinions video. Days is Damian Priest joining AAA, but that's the rumors, isn't it? So apparently there is a former world champion that's going to be going, and I don't know that he's joining, but certainly going to do some work over there. 3 hours, damn, said Sam the Man. Dr. Suchala said, what do we think they have to do with Myles Borne? His title reign has been mids. It's just not grabbing my attention. Yeah, I feel sorry for Myles Borne because I think you're only as good as the division that you're in, really. I mean, it's hard for him to have regular great matches when, you know, the division is very inexperienced. That mid card in NXT is like EK Prosper, Keanu Carver, Sean Legacy. You know, you could maybe put a Mason Rook down there for a bit and do something there. Maybe you have a Nico Vance. But I mean, to be honest, if you look at that men's division, it's really lacking experience. I mean, it would be great if we had, again, a Baron Corbin, an Enzo, a Mike Santana, you know, a Mustafa Ali. If we had some of that sort of experience that was around, some people that can carry their end of the bargain, so Myles Borne can just go out there and put on the best match possible, right? Because what he needs is he needs great matches. It needs to be that when he comes walking out, you're like, oh, I like this guy. He's really good. He's a great wrestler. And, you know, promo-wise, he's good. He seems like a nice person and blah, 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 blah. The problem he's got is he's not got loads of regular title defenses. There's not like much of a division for him to be putting on great matches against. When he does have a match, it can be okay. I mean, I don't think he's a bad wrestler, but there's nothing that's really grabbing your attention. I mean, he is deaf. I mean, we know that, and that's obviously something that's quite marketable, believe it or not. I mean, him having a disability and sort of being able to overcome that disability and sort of still wrestle. Because obviously not being able to hear the crowd reactions, not being able to hear, you know, the communications and still being able to go out there and perform, you know, is really admirable, and really respect that. So he's got an extra challenge to everyone else that he's having to, you know, deal with. And I think there's something relatable there. I think there's something like quite marketable there, actually, that WWE can shout about. Something that's going to be very inspirational, I think, to anyone that's dealing with a disability, that can look at him and think, you know, I can do it as well. So I think he's a very marketable person, not just for that, but I think that, you know, is definitely a point of difference. And I think, like, promo-wise is okay. Seems like a really nice guy. Match-wise, again, okay. I'm not seeing loads of great matches out of him, but I don't think he's terrible. I just think, like, he needs some good feuds, some good opponents. He needs to be working with some experience. You know, I don't know if Shawn Spears is the right person, but, like, Shawn Spears and Andre Chase were a couple of people that WWE brought in that they were never going to call up to the main roster. They're just there to be that experience. I wonder if there's some different people we could bring in to give that role to now. I wonder if there's some other people that we could get that could do that. Maybe Enzo? Maybe they've thought and looked at Enzo and gone, listen, we got no plans for you on the main roster, but we absolutely would be interested in bringing you in and you working with some people and just being on NXT and being experience, putting people over. It's not the worst idea to bring some people in for that sort of role. You only need a couple, but it just gives that boost. Baron Corbin could do that. Listen, Baron, come in. We're not going to call you up. We don't have no plans for you on the main roster, but we would love to get you into NXT because we've got a lot of young talent. They really do need like a bit of a name, someone that's been there, done it, that they can sort of test their skills against. I mean, a program of Baron Corbin and Myles Borne would be brilliant for Myles Borne. Really, really good. And plus also that buys a bit more time to kind of work with, say, a Keanu Carver who can be working on his aura. And maybe after you've done that feud with Baron Corbin, you can then switch to a Keanu Carver feud a little further down the road. Say 3 months or so down the road. And by the time you get to that, maybe he's in a better place than he is right now. So, yeah, I think he's a good prospect. I like him. I think there's definitely something there. Good-looking guy as well. So, I mean, that's not going to hurt, is it? I mean, I think, is he still going out with Stephanie as well? I mean, I know he's a good-looking guy if he's pulling Stephanie. So I don't tend to look at guys and go, oh, he's attractive, but I don't need to if they're going out with Stephanie. Okay, here we go then. Match number 4 about to get underway. This is going to be quick. This is going to be Arianna Grace taking on Wren for the Speed Championship. We are going to have to get rid of this poll so we don't get confused. Birthrights at ringsides. Is that Speed Championship going to be making its way to Lexis King? Arianna Grace. Shoulder tackle there. Wren against the ropes. Bang! Going for the cover. 2. No joy. I don't know what vibe. Is she going for like American pinup vibe or something, Arianna Grace? To be honest with you, I'm getting Popeye vibe, and I don't think that's the vibe that she's going for. Right now, Wren, shot coming in. She goes down to one knee. Okay, nice. 1, 2, shoulder up. Okay, that last match. Good 97. Good 97. You said that last match was as good as that opening match. Okay, you lot are quite positive on the in-ring tonight. I mean, first match, good 97. Second match, great 82. And then good 97 for Tristan and Shiloh. Okay, back elbow there by Arianna Grace. Over in the corner goes Wren. Kicks coming in. Okay, Wren being smashed in the corner. We've had nearly 2 minutes so far. Hello, Andy. Hope you're doing well. Denise said, if Zilla goes NXT, do we think Birthright will try to recruit him since he's the son of Umaga? I think it would be fun if they tried. But, I mean, that's a great shout as well. You know, imagine how useful Zilla would be in NXT right now. We're crying out for someone like him that can come in and, you know, be a presence. I mean, imagine Zilla against Mason Rook. Imagine Zilla against Tony. Imagine Zilla against Naraku. I mean, we're crying out for someone like that at the moment. 1, 2. And I mean, he's got a lot of supporters as well. There's a lot of people very excited by him. So, I mean, it could be a great boost to NXT if people tune in to, you know, check out Zilla Fatu and kind of like him. And then, of course, they start talking about, oh, imagine when he comes up, he's going to join up with Roman and blah, blah, blah. Okay, 2 minutes as Wren tries to pin Arianna there. Arianna back up. Big shot coming in. Wren going over to the corner. Back elbow there by Wren. She's perched. Kick coming in there by Arianna. Crowd chanting away. Arianna going up. Shot coming in there by Arianna. Bang. Arianna goes down. Crossbody there by Wren. It's quite a nice crossbody. These two have worked at a decent pace. Shot coming in. Chops coming in there by Wren. And again, down goes Arianna. Back elbow there by Wren. She's going round double underhooks. She gets up. Charlie is trying to distract. We've only got 50-odd seconds left to go. That's a real shame, that is, because there's a lot of history between Wren and Charlie. They were both in the NQCC. Oh, 1, 2. Oh, kick out there by Wren. Went for a big boot. No joy. Forearm shot there by Wren. Arianna against the ropes. Wren is spinning Arianna around. Oh, drives her down. Submission move is in. Oh, she's got it. Wow, Wren has actually managed to retain. I thought there was a good chance she was going to get screwed there, actually, when Dempsey popped up on the edge of the ring. I thought she was in serious trouble. We don't normally review speed matches, but this was a championship match, and it was had 5 minutes limit instead of 3. I thought there was a really good chance that they were going to put that belt on Arianna, because then Birthright would have both of the speed championships. Bang. But there we go. Wren retains. I love that submission, says Billa. I think, is it cattle mutilation? I think she calls it something else, though. Okay, Dark State. Dark State. We've got a Dark State video, so it looks like our next match, which Kevin Owens had already mentioned, is going to be Shiloh taking on Dion. Shiny Wizard said, just get Zilla signed so everyone can shut up about it. Abram said, Zilla could start a new family group. We could meet even more uncles and cousins. Come on, Sugar. It's your time to shine, baby, said Dr. Luchalala. Gig Boss Man says, get the AAA title off Dom ASAP. He's ruining it. I wonder how Mexicans will feel with Puerto Rican Priest as champion. Zayn is going to lose to Gunther. Zayn absolutely could lose to Gunther. Yeah, it could be. Do you think that's going to be the match at SummerSlam? Zayn loses to Gunther. It feels like Cody CM Punk is happening. Seth Roman, Ober Brock. I can see the vision. And I don't mean the mid-group. Yeah. Gig Boss Man, I see what you're saying. I think that is definitely SummerSlam. A SummerSlam card I can vibe with. I'm just thinking if all the pieces fit together, if that is where we end up. And I think they do. Ober's covered, Gunther's covered, Punk's covered, Roman's covered, Seth's covered. I mean, I'm guessing Braun and Theory probably defend those tag belts. So that would be Braun covered. Jay, LA Knight. I mean, that feels like that's going to be a collision. He's been banging on about the bloodline for I don't know how long. Yeah, I could see that. Robbie said, online pundits believe Sammy Brock at Saturday night's main event. Ober then picks Brock. Do you see, Daze, did you see what happened to Nick Nemeth? He took the title from Mike Santana. No, I'm not keeping an eye on TNA, but it's not really a show I pay much attention to. I tend to keep an eye on it if something to do with NXT goes down over there. But other than that, it's not really on my radar. Right. Are Enzo Big Cass appearing tonight? No, I don't believe so. Big Cass is still showing on the AEW roster, so I'm not expecting to see him. Maybe a chance of Enzo. Maybe a chance for Enzo. Maybe a chance for Takahashi. The only thing I would say, though, is we're starting to run out of opportunity where we're bringing them in. I mean, if we're main eventing with the women, then you're not going to bring Takahashi out then, are you? So, and there's been no teases of anyone, and there's been no word about anyone. So, I don't know. We're just going to have to wait and see what we end up with. I was expecting something, but so far we haven't had any new arrivals or anything like that. Days, when we look at the roster in WWE now, it might be one of the best ever. If the storylines could improve, it could be one of the great eras in history. Yeah, I don't disagree. I think there is some fantastic talent around. I'm with you. I'm with you. I think that talent is in a good place. I do think that there are some concerns within the roster. I mean, I'm concerned about Tiffany and the fact that I'm not seeing her improving. I'm not seeing her kicking on. I think we're, right to be worried about a Jade Cargill, for example. I think there are some people that have come up from NXT or even skipped NXT, like a Maxine, that you go, how are they going to improve? I know that Maxine is going to the dungeon and she's trying, but I mean, it's matches that these people need. And, are they getting enough? It's good to see people like Maxine and whatever also work in NXT live events. But I mean, it really shouldn't need that. You shouldn't really need people on the main roster having to work NXT live events just to get reps in. I mean, that would say to me that there's a fundamental problem with, WWE, and, WWE have already identified the lack of house shows. So I do think there's a very talented roster. I do think that, it stacks up pretty well compared to a lot of eras. I mean, if people are going to go, and compare it to an Attitude Era, it might struggle. But I think it stacks up well compared to a lot of eras. But there's also a few concerns there with people that I think might have reached a bit of a limit and they need a bit of support to continue to improve. Robbie said they've had a chance to make 2 splashes in the opening match, and they've missed the opportunity. It's your first big network special, and you didn't make a splash. No disrespect, but AAA isn't big enough, says Robbie. Tiffy times focus seems a little off, like she's a bit preoccupied with other things. She hasn't improved as much as she should, said Dr. Luchalala. Destin said, I think Julia's struggling right now. Yeah, I'm hopeful, though, that now that she's doing single matches again, that maybe she can start to shine. I don't think putting her in a tag team with Kiana was going to really bring the best out in her. I do wonder if they just did that as a way of just, helping her get settled. English isn't her first language, and traveling around the United States and, kind of learning about the expectations of being a main roster superstar and, kind of sleeping in hotels. I mean, it is a different culture, obviously, and I think there is, giving her a bit of time to adapt is very fair. I wonder if we've kind of done that, and now we're ready to, let her kind of spread her wings. I wonder if we'll see the best of her now. I don't know. I hope so. So we'll have to see. I think now that she's kind of breaking away from Kiana, we can maybe start to do some fun stuff as a single star. Okay, here's Dion. Match number 5. What time is it? We got an hour and a half. Dion against Saquon. Big Time said, I think it's really important that we emphasize this is a TV special and not a premium live event. If people are trying to compare those 2 shows, for a TV special, this has been good, says Big Time. Watching on my TV antenna CW, said Bentron. Bentron, shout out to you. Have we seen Shugars' entrance? I don't know if I have. Dun, 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 dun. Saquon making his way down to the ring. There's not much to the music, to be honest. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Not feeling this music. Ain't nothing to it. This music sounds like the bass that you would build a track on. There's nothing interesting in the music. There's nothing epic about the music. There's no vocal track on the music. You don't have to have a vocal track, but there's nothing there. Oh, hang on. There was a woman that just spoke. I swear to God, there was a woman that just came in and said something right as it ended. That was not good. Shot coming in there by Dion. Okay, we are underway then with match number 5. This is Dion against Saquon Shugars. 56, 35, 7, 2. Good 98 for Arianna Grace against Wren Sinclair. Okay, match number 5. Saquon Dion. Okay, Saquon goes to the outsides. Shot coming in. Look-wise, I'm getting very strong early Xavier Woods. Not personality-wise. Bang. Over goes Dion. Drop kick. Okay, Dion on his knees. Sugar's been Def Rebels. Do you know what? I mean, that track didn't even feel like there was any effort to it whatsoever. It was just Kick coming in there by Saquon. Well, I'll be really interested to see if they keep that. I'll be really interested to see if that is one that they're going to keep as his music. I mean, they must have played it, mustn't they, and done the whole entrance and run through and looked at it. Someone's gone, yeah, no, that's good. Saquon is down. Stomp coming in there by Dion. The Tiffy fall is concerning, said Bentron. She was so popular, but now I'm not sure. I think there's goodwill towards her, but like the problem for me is that she has shown herself to be just two-dimensional. Do you know what I mean? Like, she comes down and it's like, what time is it? It's like, I have to say my catchphrase. I'm not saying it because it feels like I want to and, you know, I've got other fun stuff to say. It's just really wooden. I'm saying it because I've been told I've got to say it. And then, like, she'll get in the ring and she'll wrestle the same sort of match. And it's the same pace. And it's the same moveset. And there's, like, I don't know, it feels very two-dimensional. I don't feel like there's anything beyond what I've already seen. There is nothing else to see. I have seen everything there is to see. And that is a problem. I think it'd be really good to put her into some different situations. It'd be really good to mix it up. Oh, that's a lovely net breaker. It's a brutal net breaker, actually, there by Saquon. Saquon. I think he might have actually broken Dion's neck there. That looked brutal. Okay, we got the other two members of Dark State coming down. They both got attacked by Saquon. Cutler's actually got his arm in a sling. Bang. Down goes Shugars. Going for the cover. 2. Kick out there by Shugars. There's a bit of chatter around that music, you know. There's a few people saying they're not feeling it. Over in the corner goes Shugars. Audio's dipped out, so I'm guessing you guys on CW have gone to commercial break. We've got about an hour and 20 minutes so far. Dion, Lennox throwing in some shots on Saquon. Dion, Lennox in control. As we said, this is match number 5. According to you lot, tonight has actually been pretty decent when it comes to match score. Good 97, great 82, good 97, good 98. That's where we are with the 4 matches we've had so far with a backbreaker look moody. Do you know what? That felt like a receipt. It probably wasn't, but it felt like it. If you're going to flip in, treat me the way you treated me with that net breaker, I'm doing your backing. Saquon over by the rope, stumbles back into the corner. Shot coming into the midsection there by Dion. Saquon goes over the other side in the corner, goes down. Dion looking for the cover. 1, 2. Bridge out there by Saquon. Kick coming in there by Saquon. Dion going over to Saquon. Saquon going over against the ropes. Back elbow coming in there by Saquon. And again, duck underneath. Dion grabbing the leg of Saquon. And again, another forearm. He's getting him, grabbing him, picking him up. Oh, big throw. Saquon down, going for the cover. 1, 2. Kick out. Shoulder up. Okay, Daze, they showed Tiffy winning the NXT title NXT 2 years ago. How she's fallen from grace. She checks her watch and says it's Tiffy time. The timeline officially reboots. Yeah, I think for me, like, let's dig into her personality. Let's put her into some different situations and, you know, kind of force her to do some different stuff in the ring. And you could even bring it into a story. I mean, sometimes some of the best stories touch on reality. So, I mean, what if one of the opponents comes out and says, you're two-dimensional? You've come here too quick. You can't hang with someone that's got my level of experience or my level of ability because you haven't been here long enough to, you know, be able to show anything different than what you've shown. I'm bored of you, and the WWE Universe is bored of you. I mean, you could say something like that as a heel. Hopefully, then the crowd would boo those comments, right? But it sets the table for Tiffany to prove that person wrong. Hopefully, the crowd would boo and not go, actually, they're right. And hopefully, Tiffany then can show some different stuff and prove that person wrong. And sometimes that stuff can be the most satisfying sort of storylines, the ones that touch on reality. Or what I think the reality is. Saquon in the corner. They tried that with Charlotte and it went left, said Victor. I don't think they did, actually. I don't think they did try it. The Charlotte one's really interesting because I think that actually just fell apart. I think we can dig into that whole thing again, but there was a sit-down interview that was just pretty standard. And I think Charlotte actually went a bit off script with a couple of things and interrupted Tiffany and made Tiffany look a bit stupid in her promo. Because Tiffany, I don't think, was quite ready to respond to what Charlotte was bringing. And it sort of felt a little bit like a legend saying to a young up-and-comer, like, you want to take my spot? Well, let's see how good you are. And she kind of made it a little awkward for Tiffany. You know, Tiffany would talk and say what she was meant to be saying, and then Charlotte would jump in and interrupt. And you could see that threw Tiffany off. They were not working together at that point. I genuinely believe that was Charlotte going, okay, you're here to take my position. Let's see how good you are. So I don't think they actually did what we just said. I think that was a very different situation. And then the following week, they're in the ring. And that's when it really goes off rails. That's when Tiffany had been like, you want to show me up? I'm going to have some stuff ready for you. And that's where you've got Charlotte going off on Tiffany. You got Tiffany going off on Charlotte. They completely go off the script. They completely go off rails. And, you know, this thing just completely falls apart. So I genuinely think that was a very different situation to what we were talking about. What we're talking about would be scripted, would be everyone would be on the same page. And, you know, you have the heel say something about Tiffany that Tiffany can then prove wrong. The other example is, you know, two people actually abandoning a script and sort of shooting on each other. And it getting very, very messy. Kick coming in there by Saquon. Daze, what WWE character would you like to see revisited? Like in Japan, they redo Tiger Mask. Modern Doink, or maybe a member of Cocaine. That's interesting. Let's throw that out to people, shall we? What character would you revisit? I feel like it's got to be a character. Well, I was going to say it's got to be a character that has to be able to be revisited. But I suppose it doesn't have to be called the same thing, does it? Like if you said Razor Ramon, you can't be Razor Ramon. I suppose you could be a character like Razor Ramon. But it's a lot easier to do a La Parka, isn't it? Just under the mask doing the moves. So like a Doink, as you said. Or a Mask Kane. But I mean, Mask Kane wouldn't work because Mask Kane is he was Undertaker's brother. So if you have someone else come out and acting like that, I mean, that's not going to work. You'd have to be like a Doink. Doink might work if people... How would you even present it, though? Would you just present it that Doink's back? You can't bring Kane back, because it'd have to be someone that was the same size. And he wouldn't be able to talk, because he won't have the same voice as Glenn Jacobs. And I think everyone knows Kane was Glenn Jacobs as well now. I don't know if everyone knows that Doink was like a few people, Matt Borne and whatever. But they did do that with Doink, didn't they? I mean, he was a few different people, even back in its original run, so... Shot coming in there by Saquon. You could present Doink with Danhausen, said Dr. Luchalala. Dion picking up Saquon and smashing him into that top turnbuckle. Saquon going to the outsides. Dion getting Saquon back in the ring and slamming him down. There's been some big moves here. Kick out on one there by Saquon. Evil Doink was the best said word I've seen a fan. Yeah, just showing a replay there of that moment on the top. And then look at that on inside the ring. It's been some good stuff here. We've had like Flatliner and a few different things. I think this to me has been a good showcase match, actually. This to me is two guys really rising to the occasion. Bang, look at that. Look how hard hitting that is. 1, 2, kick out by Saquon. That was a big, big clothesline there by Dion. Saquon is punch drunk at the moment. Swinging away. He's over against the ropes. Oh, big boot. Big kick. Dion goes down. He's up. He's back up on his feet. He's backing over to the corner. Saquon down. Dion getting back up. Bang. Saquon charging into Dion. Grabbing him. He's got him up top. He's grabbing the arms. Oh, it's gone wrong. That's a shame. It looked like he was going for like a bit of an... Oh, that's a weird splash, isn't it? Oh, that's kind of an innovative... So he's up top, and he just sort of like... It's a bit like Vader Bomb-esque, but rather than like... He sort of like jumps off and hits a Vader Bomb. Dark State are in. Saquon has won. I thought there was some very innovative, eye-catching moves in that match. Saquon is getting murked here by Dark State. He's got the baseball bat here, Dion. Is someone going to come to Saquon's rescue? Maybe Hank and Tank? I suppose no one really likes Saquon, though. I mean, he used to be in Dark State, and he's caused a lot of people a lot of problems. Saquon is down, having been battered with a baseball bat. Well, there we go. That was Dion, Saquon, and... I think that was perfectly fine NXT weekly show main event type match. Okay, coming up next, NXT North American Championship. The Mountie, says David. Oh yeah, the Mountie was fun. The Mountie was fun. You could revisit that. I mean, you've got... I think a Papa Shango would be quite interesting. I mean, I would say Waylon Mercy, but like I think Bray sort of did that. But Papa Shango, that sort of like voodoo witch doctor, I still feel like there was meat on that bone. I don't feel like we did everything we could with that. But we were talking about nails earlier. I think there's still meat on that bone. I don't know if it's good meat, though. It might be out of date. It might have gone off. But I think that there could be something. I mean, I don't think you'd bring him out in an orange jumpsuit. But what about, like, a bit of a loner, out-of-prison person? Can you imagine a guy that's, like, been in prison for a long time? Like, he's been in for, like, 10 years or something. He's come out. He's on his own. He's a bit of a loner. Do you know what I mean? He keeps himself to himself. It's quite quiet. When he gets interviewed, he kind of talks quite quiet as well. But you know that when he says something, he really flipping means it. You know, when he says, "I'm going to hurt this person," that person's getting hurt. I suppose in a way it's a bit of that sort of Jake the Snake psychology, isn't it? With him kind of doing that as well. I think this actually, when you think nails, you think orange jumpsuit, and you think maybe a bit cheesy, maybe a bit at its time. But actually, if you updated the gimmick, I think there is something there. I wouldn't hate that. The Mountie and the Big Boss Man feud was awesome. Said, oh yeah, it was. Yeah, like loser goes to jail and everything. I agree. That was a lot of fun. Baby Orton, Kurt Angle, Real Black Sun says, Jam, quick. Tiffy's reboot is simple. She's not just saying it's Tiffy time. She's controlling the entire timeline. What, so when she says run it back, we actually run it back. Time actually rewinds. I don't need someone else running it back. Dan Spivey was on Busted Open during the week. He was so cool, said Bentron. Really should have had him as a manager with the Wyatts or the Wyatt Six. Do you know, I think I would have really... yeah, a manager would be good, but I think actually there could have definitely been a character within that universe. Could you imagine if there was... I don't want to say higher power because it's a bit cheesy, but could you imagine if there was some sort of guiding voice, some sort of presence that sort of really guided Bray? I mean, I know he had Sister Abigail, but you could have introduced another character that could have been like, you know, with Sister Abigail gone because of Randy burning down that compound, could we have found a new guiding light? And could that have been portrayed by Dan Spivey, who was Waylon Mercy, which was a massive influence on Bray because Waylon Mercy was that sort of cult leader back in the 90s. I think that would have been really, really cool. And as you said, maybe that could have led to like a manager type situation where Waylon Mercy kind of came down to the ring. Okay, we're backstage. We've got Tatum. A very emotional looking Tatum. When I won that title, it was the first time that I did something for myself. I feel like I let everyone down. Okay, here's Kalani. Are we really still not done then? I'm constantly overlooked, says Kalani. You always find a way of making yourself a victim. It's pathetic. Forearm shot there by Tatum. This is really making me think that we are not done right now. There's a power vacuum at the top of the card, says Wade. Who's going to be the next Oba? Who's going to be the next Trick? Okay, Tavion coming out. It's going to be Tavion in action. Hopefully this is going to be a banger. Hopefully this is going to be a really good match. Tavion making his way down. Definitely not finished, says Jojo. Tatum and Kalani feuds. I guess that's filler for Jordan, says Brooklyn Nouns. Daze, do we think Tavion's going to win this, said Suzanne. I'm split, to be honest, because it's a great question about who's Tony going to feud with once the Naraku story's done. Because I don't think we're drowning in options. I mean, look, Tavion could be an option for him, but so could Myles. I mean, if Tavion does get this, that would free Myles up to kind of move up and feud with Tony and be kind of higher up the card. And Myles has been around for a good few years, which is honestly longer than a lot of the other guys that are around, so... Okay, I think you just said that Myles is currently looking at having the 10th longest reign with this belt. I just hope this is going to be a really good match. I do think there is a chance for a title change. To be honest, we haven't seen one yet, have we? I think all the champs have managed to retain so far. We're doing well time-wise. I think they're going to want to give that main event plenty of time, and I think that main event is going to absolutely cook. So we've got this match, and we've got our main event. We've got 1 hour left of this show. I like Tavion's gear. On his knee pads, he's got stars and stripes kind of on one knee pad. On the other, it says 250. Is there anything going down on the 4th of July? Is there anything, like, any big event or something? There must be, like, a big firework display or something. But is there something really special going on in New York, or... I haven't heard of anything. Is anyone going around other people's homes, some big firework parties? Bella sounded. Tiffany could season up her opponents with Tiffy Time. Oh, she could sell it on WWE Shop. Little bit of Tiffy Time. Oh, that's nice. I like that. Hey. Get a bit of extra flavor in your meals with some Tiffy Time. Yeah, very good. Vlad, shout out to you, buds. There's going to be a Macy's fireworks show as usual in NYC, says Pretty Brit, right? Thank you. Kader said, just got a barbecue and some fireworks. Robbie said, usually NXT delivers, especially with surprises and shocks, and not to be predictable, but tonight, not so much. Jennifer said the congressional thing is firework displays and musical acts in big cities. Okay. Alexa said they're going to drop the ball in NYC again just for the 250th anniversary. Oh, are they? That's a New Year's Eve thing, isn't it? But they're going to do it for the 250 as well. Okay. Okay, down goes Myles. He gets around the back there of Tavion. We're going to see some real graps here. Venom said it'll be my son's first 4th of July. So taking him and my daughter to see the fireworks, I'm going to have some headphones for both. Okay, referee having a word there with these guys saying, keep it clean. 1, no. Myles looking for a backslide. What? No joy? Okay, you lot said that the Dion Saquon match was good 95, so you feel like that was not by much, just by a couple of points. The worst match that we've had so far. Yeah, a little head-to-head collision there, but drop kick there. He's got a lovely drop kick, actually, Myles. He got good height on that. Myles rolling out the ring. Going after Tavion. These two. Head-to-head on the outside. Clearly a commercial break spot there. So we're going to commercial. These two are just sort of standing in front of each other right now, which is a bit weird. Guys, you're in a match. They both get in the ring. Tavion gets on his feet. Myles is in his feet. We're just staring at each other at the moment. Tavion pushes Myles, goes against the ropes. Tavion with a shoulder tackle. Tavion pushes Myles. Tavion goes back against the ropes again. Takedown there by Myles. Tavion is on top of Myles. He's back up on his feet. Goes back against the ropes. Over the other side. Leapfrog there by Myles. Looking for a hip toss. No joy. Going for a cover. Kick against the ropes. Over the other sides. Another leapfrog there by Tavion. Nice work there by Myles. Oh, still holding on the ropes. Coming over to the outsides. Bang, boot coming into the side of the head there. And down goes Tavion. Myles gets back into the ring. I like Myles' gear, by the way. I think Myles' gear looks really good. I kind of like simplicity. And his gear is white, and it's just got, like, flames coming up, but they're not flames because they're red, white, and blue. I mean, it is a very kind of American theme. I mean, he doesn't only have to wear this for Great American Bash. This is just great-looking gear he can wear whenever, really. I ain't got no problems with him wearing this. I mean, yeah, maybe not the 250 knee pad. That's obviously very of now. But change it with the white knee pad, just a plain white knee pad. It'll look badass. I also don't think he needs the MB Myles Borne on his on the back of the trunks. I just don't think it's needed. Goes back to the corner. Sometimes less is more. I really like the design of it, just white with these kind of like flames coming up that are American themed. Tavion driving his shoulder into the midsection there of Myles. Myles goes down. Tavion in the middle of the ring coming over. He's grabbing Myles. This is kind of like our co-main event at the moment. Main event coming up after this, and it's going to be a banger, mate. It's going to be a banger. Right now, Myles in control, rolling up Tavion. 2. No joy. Daze, congrats to England for qualifying. Who are you guys facing, says Amin. Yeah, we've got Congo, which is, you know, I mean, it's going to be a challenge. There's no easy games at this stage, but, you know, if you could choose to face someone. Yeah, they both go to the outside. If you could choose to face someone, you wouldn't be too down on getting Congo. But, I mean, once we get past them, it looks like it's going to be either Mexico or Ecuador. That's going to be challenging because if it's Mexico, we got to face them in Mexico. So, I mean, that's going to be tricky. So, yeah, it's going to be good. USA, they've got Bosnia, haven't they? It's not tomorrow, though, is it? Is it Monday? I don't know when USA play. Well done to Canada. Getting through as well. Tavion knocks down Myles. It is... Oh, my God. It's quite a way off, actually. It's Thursday. It's like Wednesday night, isn't it? Thursday morning here, 1 o'clock in the morning. Roll through there by Tavion. Tell you what, I think you'll get past Bosnia, but it's going to be tricky. Bosnia are not a pushover. Nice throw there by Tavion. Myles down. 2. Kick out by Myles. Go Canada, said Jason. I was worried that was going to go to extra time and penalties. You don't want to be going to penalties. If it goes to penalties, it's anyone's. Anyone can win it then. Obviously, if you've got better players, chances are, you know, it's slightly in your favour, but some of the biggest names in the sport have missed penalties. Messi missed a penalty the other day. I mean, it really is a lottery when you get to a penalty shootout. We've seen big teams getting knocked out of World Cups thanks to penalty shootouts. Right now, Myles is being kept down. I suppose the concern is going to be if you're playing a team that's not as good as you, they're just going to shut shop, they're going to make it hard, they're going to try and get to penalties and hopefully go through that way. It's going to be really interesting. There are no draws now. It's extra time. It's penalty shootouts. Right now. Oh, lovely work there by Tavion. That's nice. That is nice. It's a great slam. Managed to kind of get him, get the leg, pick him up, rotate him round, slam him down. Tavion in control. They're showing a replay here. Look, that was nice. T-bone style suplex. Right now, Heights in the middle of the ring. Taking down Myles. Stomp coming in there by Tavion. Again, grabbing the arm, working on the arm. It's going to be Wednesday, USA Bosnia, 8 p.m. Yeah, what's that going to be? What are we doing at that time? That's on at the same time as Evolve, isn't it? Guys, you need to make sure you've got your priorities right on Wednesday. We don't want to be missing Evolve. It's where that young emerging talent that's trying to get to NXT is competing. Are you going to watch USA in the World Cup or are you going to watch Evolve, the level below NXT? It's a tough choice, isn't it? It's a tough choice. But if you're real wrestling fans, there's only one choice to make. Right now we got Myles trying to grab the leg there. Tavion takes him over. Nice Northern Lights. 2. No joy. We get a Canadian WWE champion and Canada move to the 16s. It's a great weekend for the Maple Leaf, said Uncle Revel. Oh, it's been great. Hope you're well, Uncle Revel. Yeah, it's great. I did look to see who you might face, and it was going to be tricky in the next game. Whoever it is that you end... Oh, I think it's either Morocco or Netherlands, isn't it? I think it's either Morocco or Netherlands. Oh, mate, that's going to be hard. That is going to be tough. Doesn't matter either. Both are really good teams. Tavion is in and shoulder up. It was sort of like a gut wrench suplex. I'm not watching. I'm just listening to the stream. Yeah. If you're not watching, I'd say you're not far off with that, actually. Right now, we got headlock in there by Tavion. We got elbow coming into the midsection. And again there by Myles. Middle of the ring. Tavion going over into the corner. Myles charging in. Tavion grabbing him. Back into the middle as Tavion picks him up. And nice. Drives him back. Belly to back. 1, 2. Kick out there by Myles. Daze said USA plays Bosnia around 1 a.m. on Thursday. It's a tough match, but USA should still win. I think USA would be favourites in it, yes. But I won't be shocked if it's like a draw and it goes to extra time. Okay, we've got Let's Go Myles, Tavion. We got dueling chants ringing out. Headlock in by Tavion. Jennifer said, I'm sad that Scotland got the boots. Yeah, I'd like for them to have got through. Headlock still in. Is Cape Verde going to win or finally lose, said David. I think they're out. Jesus. I mean, if they can knock out Argentina, I think it's one thing to draw your games and get out the group. That's an amazing achievement. Certainly when Spain were in your group and you drew with them, and it's amazing. Can they... Argentina... But not even Argentina in the group stage. Argentina in the knockout round where Argentina are fighting to go through. An Argentina that are going to give everything, because if they don't, you know, that they could go out. Imagine if Cape Verde get that game to penalty shootout and then their heroic goalkeeper who's got like 17 million followers on Instagram now saves Messi's penalty and, you know, they end up dumping Argentina out. Oh my God. Be one of the greatest sports stories ever. But this is where the World Cup comes alive now. Right now, Tavion going over, working on the shoulder, working on the arm. It's been a proper wrestling match, this, as you know. Proper putting holds on, very interesting suplexes, lots of selling, some really good work, no shortcuts. Just good, honest, hearty work from these two. Myles, middle of the ring, knee coming in there by Tavion, looking for a hip toss, but reversed there into an armbar by Tavion. Tavion is trying to get the arm, but it's being blocked by Myles. Myles is getting up to his... Oh, no, getting the cover. And... Oh, that arm. The arm bar is in. Myles Borne is down and in trouble. He's trying to block it again. It was in. But he's managed to grab the arm to sort of save himself. Right now, he's got up to his feet. He's going to look for that single arm powerbomb, I think. Yeah, picking him up. Picking up Tavion, driving him down. So he manages to break out of the holds. Tavion down. You can see he's got some marks around his eyes as well. I mean... These two really throwing a lot at each other. Clothesline there by Myles. And again, I kind of like this. It's a nice camera angle. Shame that they cut mid-move. Bang. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Daze, if it's possible that USA could play England in this year's World Cup in the round of 16 or anything. I don't think it's possible until the very final. So I don't believe so. I think it's the final that... So you'd have to win all your games. You know, you'd have to be getting past the likes of France and Spain and all of that. England on the other side are going to have to get past the likes of Argentina, Brazil. Don't know who else is around, actually, on that side. Yeah, Brazil, Mexico, England, Argentina. They're all on the one side. On the other side is Germany, France, Portugal, Spain, USA. Both sides are difficult. I would say the side USA on is probably a touch more difficult. Bang. That was like an electric chair there by Tavion. Tavion going to the outsides. He's climbing up. Tavion is perched. Oh, that splash looked rubbish. 2. Shoulder up by Myles. Tavion shouting out. Tavion going in the corner. Myles looking for a German. Tavion is back up on his feet. Drop kick. Tavion has got Myles, middle of the ring. Myles going up. Oh, reversed. Borne again. 1, 2, 3. Myles gets it. I think that was good, honest work. That was hearty, but lacked fireworks. You know, we weren't getting the crowd going, this is awesome. We weren't getting these big... I don't feel like there was much pause in it. It was just go, 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 go. We're doing this, we're doing this, we're doing this, we're doing this. There wasn't really that sort of going to the corner. I'm going to do a big superplex looking out. Yeah, should we go for it? Do you know, actually, it would have been nice if he had done that. Gone to the corner, really got him up, maybe held him there for a bit. Bang. Big impact, crowd going crazy. It was missing that. Tavion steps out of the ring. How are you feeling right now, Myles? I fought my hardest. We push each other every day to become the best version of ourselves. Tavion is going to get himself a championship. But not tonight. I'm going to hold this title for a long, long time, says Myles. I really did wonder if there was going to be a moment there. I really did wonder if there was going to be someone that just makes their presence felt. I mean, that's our last men's match. We've only got one match left now, and it is a women's match. I don't know. I mean, like an Enzo, a Takahashi. How do we bring them in? And kind of makes more sense, doesn't it, to have like Myles winning and then interrupting. He looks over and then outsteps someone. But you're not going to do that at the end of a women's match. Time for some grey graps. Oh, I'm so here for grey graps. I tell you what, I need it as well. Need it. I mean, you lot have said that we have... I mean, at the moment, good is looking like that's going to be Myles Tavion. I mean, we've just done 4 good matches in a row. Tristan, Shiloh, Arianna, Wren, Dion, Saquon, Myles Tavion. We need a great match. And if you need a great match, you're looking around for someone that can provide a great match. You've only got to look in Kendal Gray's direction. And she will give you what you need. And that is what we've got coming up next. It's going to be Lola Vice taking on Kendal Gray in the main events of NXT Great American Bash. Let's go. Keep getting your votes in, though. Keep getting your votes in. Let's change this over. Main event coming up. Kendal... I don't know how to spell it, actually. Kendal Gray. Like that, isn't it? Against Lola Vice. Nice. Expectations were a PLE level, but it was never meant to be that, says Shining Wizards. Trini, hello, says from the main roster to the PLE yesterday to today's show, I think we can all admit that the ring work in WWE is lacking at the moment. DJ said Enzo Amore back. Certainly not yet. Amin said Algeria, Switzerland, Friday, 4 a.m. morning time for us. Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty straightforward for Switzerland. Tricky team, Switzerland, quite hard to beat. So I feel like that should be pretty straightforward for them. But, well, at the World Cup and certainly at this stage, you never know what to expect. As we said, any game can be a draw and can go to penalties. You could be drawing and concede a last-minute goal and end up losing. I mean, look at South Africa tonight. So you just never know, do you? But I would fancy Switzerland to get through in that. Dr. Duchala said, we've seen worse. It's still worth a casual watch. For all you pervs, get your minds out the gutter. I'm just making sure that Trini's plumbing is okay. Oh my God. That is exactly the kind of thing that sex offenders say. If it wasn't for Kendal, I would have turned this off already, says Robbie. Kader said Kendal will get you that banger match orgasm that you've been needing. Well, I'm not sure that I would have quite worded it that way. But, yes, I am in need of a banger match orgasm, or a BMO, as I like to call it. And hopefully that is what Kendal can serve. Hopefully Kendal is going to give us all orgasms. Yeah? Let's go. Reyes said facts. And we are going to get a team to beat a big team. Kendall's overrated, said Jennifer. Dave's question, is SummerSlam a big event this year? My dad is asking, says Joshua. Oh, Joshua, I hope you're well. Yeah. Big event. I think you can make an argument it's the third biggest WWE show of the year. I think Royal Rumble tends to get the most views out of any show. But WrestleMania is bigger when you add both days together. So WrestleMania, Royal Rumble, they're definitely the top two. And then SummerSlam, I think, quite comfortably comes in at number 3. It's going to be a Saturday and a Sunday. It's going to be a whole weekend. And some of the rumors of some of the matches that we could end up getting look pretty juicy. So, yeah, it's going to be good. Okay, NXT Heatwave is coming up. And they've just shown that AAA is going to be quite a big part of that show. Okay, we went back outside. We got Dave LaGreca. We got Kevin Owens. We got Blake Howards. We still have not had any title changes. Kevin thinks it's going to be Lola. Dave LaGreca thinks it's going to be Kendal Gray. Any big takeaways? Dave LaGreca is singing the praises of Myles. Kevin Owens has got time for Tatum. I've never turned on anyone in my life, says Kevin. This isn't stand-up comedy. We got some Sammy chants. Okay, Hank and Tank are coming out on stage. Here's Hank and Tank. He's quite big, isn't he, actually, Hank? Standing next to Kevin. Kind of towers over him. So Hank says, Zaria, Tatum, they went to war. It could be match of the night. So I feel like they're kind of seeing it the same way we're seeing it. That match number 2 was by far the best match we've had so far. Or at least certainly Hank feels that way. What does their shirt say? Honk, honk, dogs. I kind of like that. EK Prosper, it's in the ring. Instead of EA Sports, it's in the game. Oh, here's Keanu Carver. Bad man. Yeah, look, Dave, Kevin, Blake. Back away. We got some security. Take it easy. Take it easy. Oh, Keanu's getting aggressive. Get in there, Kevin! Get in there, Kevin! I'll break you, he says. He shoves, oh. Okay, Hank ends up going through a table. Hank goes through, thank God them tables were there, jeez. Could you imagine if they weren't? Just splattered on the tarmac. Someone's done a great job there. Someone's looked at that stage and gone, I know wrestling. I know wrestling. There's a good chance someone is going off either that way or that way. If they go that way, there's not much we can do. Hopefully the crowd will catch them. But we do need some random tables to be set up just in case, because someone's probably going to go flying. Someone's done a great job. Someone's just saved Hank Walker's life. Yeah. The mommy from Miami says, the Beach Kevin. Yeah, I've never heard that before. I don't know how long they've been, probably since she debuted, but I've just never noticed it. The mommy from Miami. I am firmly behind Grey Graps, though. Kendal, 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 Kendal. Kendal. She's the best. She likes doing that, doesn't she? Damian Priest, I don't know if he still does it, but he used to do that. Alec Pereira in MMA does it as well. The joys of living in Fireworks Tent Central neighborhood is popping a week early, says Jennifer. Jeremy said, give her all the belts. James said, I got a question. Do we think Dark State have overstayed their welcome and need to end as a group? Maybe. I mean, I think that Cutler James wasn't a good fit. I think they needed to flesh out Osiris as a monster. I think they needed to allow Saquon to do the talking. I think if you had just the three of them, there was an interesting dynamic there. But, you know, this thing had, like, had shades of retribution about it. And, you know, the IWC just couldn't get past that. And then they sort of leaned into Cutler James being a bit cringe at times. I don't think that helped. And now you've took Saquon out. You're just left with Osiris, Cutler James, Dion. I don't know, man. Is this group salvageable anymore? It might be time to, you know, put an end to it. Daze, this show started off strong, then nosedived quite a bit between the speed match and the dark state match. No surprises or debuts. Feels like we phoned it in and we're just relying on the main event to carry. Yeah, but the main event is going to carry. It's going to carry. And I'm here for it. I kind of reminds me of how Borne is angry all the time. There needs to be a bit more character development, said Dr. Luchalala. Kendal tapped on Lola's ass, says King Yeti. They're trying way too hard with Keanu. It is just coming off so corny and forced, says WrestleRants. Days, when did we last get a women's main event at a main roster pay-per-view? It's been ages. I mean, honestly, was it Evolution? I can't think of one. Yeah. I'd have to go back Evolution last year. I can't think of anything else. Was there maybe anything on any earlier NXT shows? I think it was still the women, was it? Or was JC? Can't recall. A good sign for Kendal that this is main eventing. And it might also be a good sign there's been no other title changes. I think the table is set here for her. I really do. I think the table is set. Keanu is such a buzzkill in storyline. He really hates fun, says Calvin. Trini said it's true the women have not had a main event in a while, but to be fair, the women's match lately have been clunky, to say the least, not worthy of main events. Well, this is worthy. This is worthy. Kendal Gray, Lola Vice, they faced each other before and the match was really good. I feel like I'm about to watch something that is going to... I don't want to say save this show because I don't know that that's quite fair, but I am in agreement with a lot of you. This feels like a normal NXT, to be honest. Apart from Tony Naraku had a lot of chaos to it, right? And I think it was fair. That was high-end good. I loved Zaria Tatum. You lot said it was great 82. I completely agree. I personally think that Tristan against Shiloh is probably the low point of this show. I personally struggled with that match and the going under the ring and the nonsense there. That I wasn't offended by, but it just, you know, it's hard to carry on with the rest of the match when you're like, what have they done that for? Why is there a cameraman under the ring? Like, why was he there? Like, I don't understand it. So Tristan Shiloh for me was the low point. Arianna Wren is only a 5-minute match. That I don't think could have offended. Dion Saquon was okay. There was some nice moments in there, but it felt like a main event of NXT. Myles Tavion was okay. Some good moments in there, but it felt like a main event of NXT. So I think it's a bit harsh to say this is needed to save the show, but it's not been a mind-blowing episode. It's not been a mind-blowing TV special. We wouldn't have to work too hard to better this in the future. Jared said, Daze, if England win on Wednesday, the next game would be Monday at 1 a.m. in the morning. Luckily, we're used to these times now. That's no good for me, is it? That's the same time as Raw. That means I will miss that. Stupid American World Cup. So that sucks. Is it really that time? 1 in the morning? Yeah. Hang on. 1 in the morning on the 7th. Yeah, that would be on the Tuesday, 1 a.m. So yeah, it would. It's the exact same time as Raw. Well, I'll have to be having. I'll have to be doing that, won't I? Oh God, he's going to lose his mind. Brian Alvarez is going to lose it. Brian Alvarez is going to absolutely freak out here. We're getting a replay of action we've seen, but in different languages. We got Czech. We had some Czech. That's Czech. Czechoslovakian. Champions are 4 for 4 right now. Please, Vikingo versus EK be in the second hour on Tuesday, said Bishop. Yeah, Cowboys fans said Brian Alvarez is going to snap again. Yeah, he's walked out. I'm hearing breaking news. He's left the room. Okay, here we go then. Main event of the evening. Please be good. I already know you're going to be. Here's Grey Graps. Grey Graps. Dope. Kendal. I mean, look at that. Blimey now. She's gone the full Kurt angle. She's gone the full Kurt angle. I'm having to double check that isn't Kurt, to be honest. Yeah, Wrestle Purists have got a comparison here. So there is her gear compared to some Kurt gear. And there's the jacket. I mean, it is full on Kurt angle. I mean, that's no bad thing, is it, to be honest? We can hear this great music. Yep, yep, yep. Oh, Lola Vice's family's there. Someone's losing in front of their family. Love that. She feels legit, actually. I mean, fair play to Lola. She's done a great job of like carrying that intensity. She feels legit. I mean, we know that she's a former MMA fighter, Bellator. She is legit. But so is Kendal. I mean, Kendal is a very accomplished wrestler. Like, proper amateur wrestler. This is going to be good, man. It's a Rendell Shades of Grey kind of night, says Video Watcher. Big Time said, I feel like NXT has to figure out how to get the men's division interesting, because it feels like all the time the women's division is the only thing people care about. They just deliver. I mean, to be honest, I'll be shocked if anyone tells me there was a better match tonight so far than Zaria Tatum. And the only thing now that's going to beat that is another women's match. The men have got to step up. Got to start delivering. Here we go. We are absolutely locking in for this. Absolutely locking in. Okay, these two. standing in the ring, staring at each other. Just taking a moment, looking around. Okay. Over against the ropes. In the middle of the ring, they break apart. Okay, nice. That's nice. Trying to take down Lola. Lola defends it. Right now, YouTube. Takedown. That was Wade. Wade was talking in my ear at the same time. Kick coming in there by Lola. Nice takedown. We've seen a real battle there to see who could take the other person down in the early stages. Oh, that's lovely, that is. That's a lovely reversal. She tries for an armbar there, but Kendal does a good job of defending it. One. Just a one. Lola, we're down on the ground at the moment. Lola getting back up to her feet. Back elbow there by Lola. Kendal goes back in the corner. Back elbow there by Kendal. Kendal getting out the way to the outside underneath the legs. She's going to go against the rope. Change direction. Yeah, bang, which she does. Oh, yeah, really well scouted. If you've watched Kendal Great matches, you know she's going to do that. And actually, I think Lola had it scouted. Because as soon as Kendal came off the rope, she had her down. Working on the arm. Breaking out there by Kendal. Uppercut coming in there by Lola. Kendal going back against the ropes. Lola with Kendal over the other side. Big kick coming into the midsection. Again over the other side. Kick coming in again by Lola. Kendal coming in. Another kick. So we're seeing a strategy here by Lola. I mean, I was going to say, if that's going to keep working for you, keep doing it. She went for a fourth kick, but the leg was caught. Kendal gets Lola down. Lola getting back up to her feet. Breaks out. Round the back there of Kendal. Kendal reverses. She's round the back of Lola. Lola against the ropes. Holds on. Kendal goes back. Kip up. Ah! Big kick there by Lola. Bang. Another kick. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I like this early stage because Kendal is showing that she's able to get out of situations, reverse situations. Lola is showing she, at the moment, is that one step ahead. She is just that one step ahead all the time. In the corner, shots coming in there by Kendal. She pushes Kendal back. Little bit of selling there by Lola. Chop coming in there by Kendal. Lola coming into the middle as Kendal throws in a chop. Duck underneath. No, chop's coming back there by Lola. Goes over against the ropes off that middle rope. Takes Kendal over. Kendal on her feet. Nice. Arm drag. Another arm drag. Another arm drag. Oh. One too many times. Just like when she was doing those kicks against the ropes. One too many times. Arm drag, arm drag, arm drag. But this time it gets reversed into a headlock by Kendal. Kendal. Nice takeover. Lola down. Kendal doing a good job of keeping Lola grounded. Not going to get a pin that way, but it's worth a try. Kendal in control. But good work there by Lola. We're down on the ground. Kendal is on top of... Oh, right back into it. These two women getting back up to their feet. Kendal against the ropes over the other side. She didn't kind of throw her off with much pace there. It meant that Kendal just kind of gently went against the ropes and she was able to stop herself. Lola comes over. We've gone to the outsides. Uppercut coming in as Lola goes back in the ring. Kendal getting up. Oh, we got... Okay, I'm glad. I don't need that. I don't need outside interference. Kalani came running down. Ah! Kendal still distracted. Big kick coming into the midsection. To be honest, I don't think we needed that. I feel like that was a pretty unnecessary moment. Kalani coming down, trying to cost Kendal. Immediately chasing after her was Wren. Lola mean mugs the camera. Mean mugs the camera. Lola with Kendal chucking her back inside the ring. So this thing hasn't really got going yet. We're doing like the kind of early reversing, doing some good foundational work. But, you know, the fireworks haven't been set off at this stage. Nice back elbow there by Lola. Going over to Kendal, looking for a cover, but a shoulder up. You guys have gone to commercial break. Not sure if it's picture-in-picture. I want Kendal to win. Lola is just so over. I thought Kendal got called up to the main roster. Lola is becoming more of a triple A performer, says William. Daze, the thing with the men's division is you've got a lot of athletes, given the most basic, simplistic moveset that's easy to do and safe. It doesn't translate to great matches, says Big Time. Could be fair. Could be a fair comment. They must stop glazing Kendal. The hype is too much, says Jennifer. Roll up there by Kendal. Kick out there by Lola. Clothesline there by Kendal. Kalani is out here acting like Pat McAfee, says Dr. Uchalala. Ooh. Went for a suplex there. Looked like she was going to drop her on her head momentarily. Elbows coming in. If Kalani was Pat McAfee, then I was Wren Sinclair. Chase him right after him. Grab and get out of it. Don't you dare ruin this match. Over in the corner goes Lola. She comes crashing down. I can see it ending that way with a triple threat to finish at a later date, says Katie. Right, okay, crowd are chanting Kendal as Kendal's got a headlock in on Lola. Keeping her down. Kendal, Lola Vice, Kendal, Lola Vice, Kendal, Lola Vice. We got dueling chants. Dueling chants breaking out right now. Oh, shot coming in again. Duck underneath, over against the ropes. Duck underneath there by Kendal. Bang! Big clothesline. Lola goes down. James said, did you see what I tagged you in on yesterday about Night of Champions? I tagged you on YouTube. Tagged me on YouTube. Can you tag people on YouTube now? I wouldn't even know where to see notifications if that's a thing. Oh, Kendal goes down. Can you tag people on things on YouTube? Is there tagging in now? Kick coming in there by Lola. Kicks the midsection. I think we're back from commercial break. Oh, I love that. Kick, 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 kick. Driving Kendal to the corner. Kendal goes down. Okay, we're back from commercial break. This is where we should start lighting some fireworks. 10 minutes to go. Bang. Colliding into the corner. Gets the ropes. Lola coming in again. Bang. Kendal in the corner. She is middle of the ring. Oh, side suplex. She goes down. Yeah, Lola doing a great job here, but Kendal landed on her feet into a German. German there by Kendal. Kendal, middle of the ring, looking around, getting up to her feet. Think she bringing the straps down. Straps down by Kendal. Bang. Okay. Couple of suplexes there by Kendal. Bang, nice. Suplex. Oh, she's holding on. One German. No, she gets round the back. Oh. German there by Kendal. To Lola. She holds on, but Lola reversing. Back elbow there by Kendal. Swing and a miss. Bang. Some of these suplexes look so good. That was nice by Lola. Really nice. Lola going over against the ropes. Lola on her knees, making her way over to Kendal, who's also down on her knees. Crowd making a bit of noise as both of these women get back up to their feet. Shot coming in there by Lola. Big right hand coming back there by Kendal. Shot across the back. Big boot. Big boot by Kendal. Kick coming in there by Lola. These two exchanging shots. Back and forth right now. Bang. Oh, big knee. Kick to the outside. Kendal goes down. Against the rope goes Lola. Big super kick, mate. Over, off the rope. Kick to the midsection. Lots of chops and kicks and things in this one. But a big, big kick sends Kendal to the outsides. And, oh, wow. On the outside, we got an ankle lock coming in. Ankle lock is in. Kendal goes over to the top on that barricade. Shades of grey on the outsides. Got some big moves going down on the outsides. Shades of grey. And an ankle lock. Kendal getting up to her feet. Looking out at the crowd. That brings the crowd in. Lola gets thrown back in the ring. Up goes Kendal. Perched. Coming off the top. Kick there by Lola. Kendal with the ankle lock. Kendal's got the ankle lock in. Middle of the ring. Lola. Feels a bit too early for her to tap. Yeah, rolls out. Reverses. Ankle lock there by Lola. Ankle lock by Lola. Right now, Kendal. In trouble. She knows how to reverse. 1, 2. Into an armbar. Armbar by Kendal. She's pulling back on the arm. Lola's got it defended. Right now, we've got shots coming in there by Lola. She's trying to get the arm bar in. Kendal is down. Right now, yeah. We've had a lot of that, actually, tonight. A lot of people going for arm bars and it being defended. Kendal. Oh! She went for that back elbow, but it was scouted. We got a sleeper hold that's in. 1, 2. She gets out of it. There we go. Wade Barrett's like, this is ridiculous. The amount of reversals that we're seeing here. It is 2 women. They've lots of submissions in their arsenal, just kind of trying to outmaneuver each other, trying to reverse each other. NXT Women's Championship on the line. Lola charging in. Big knee there by Kendal. Kendal going up. Middle rope. Whoa! At the top. I don't know why she went for that moonsault. That feels like a big mistake. Gets caught with a kick. 2. Kick out. I don't even feel like Lola was in the right position for Kendal to go for a moonsault. I felt like she did it because she's like, guys, I can do this now. Check this out. Bang. Woo. Yeah, but Kendal, it didn't make any sense. You know, sometimes when you hit the wrong button on the game, you're like, oh, I didn't mean to do that. I feel like that just happened in real life. Right now, middle of the ring. Kendal's got herself in a bit of a bad situation. She's flipping over. That was quite nice. Nice way of getting out of that. Against the ropes. Oh, back elbow by Kendal. I feel like she gets... Oh, they both put their arms over each other. They both kick out. Kind of looked a little bit like they just wanted to touch each other's boobs. She caught her. She caught her. They both went down. And then it was like, I'm going to touch your boob. And she's like, I'm going to touch your boob. Crowd are up, chanting, this is awesome. They like that spot. Lola with a back elbow sent Kendal against the ropes, who came off with a back elbow of her own. They both went down. They both touched each other's boob. Oh, big kick misses. Back elbow misses. Back fist misses. Oh! 1, 2, Kendal. Oh, gets it! Kendal gets it! Kendal coming off the corner. I think it was shades of grey off the corner. Kendal Gray gets it. Felt pretty confident that we might see that because of it being the main event. Lots of reversals. Really fun match. Don't know that it's better than when they faced off in Madison Square Garden, though. I like this spot. That's a great spot there. I think we needed a bit more of that. Yeah, she ducks underneath, misses with the back elbow. She goes to the corner. Wren Sinclair in. Under search said that was an atrocious match. It was flipping heck. It was meh. Oh, little glitch. Kendal Gray, the new women's champion. Yeah, I mean, Lola is free now to potentially go to the main roster. Kendal goes over to her family. I mean, I'm guessing she's going to have a hell of a run with this now. I don't see any reason why you need to take this off of her anytime soon. And the show comes down and ends. And there is not a single arrival, which I must admit I am surprised at. There was not really too much like in the way of rumor that we were going to be getting like an Enzo or anything like that. But I don't know, it just feels like we do really need some support for the men. I think reinforcements are coming. I will be surprised if we never see Takahashi, for example. So at the very least, I'm expecting him at some points. I think as well, Mike Santana, I could absolutely see him coming over. Leon Slater, I'm not sure. I know they really want him though. But yeah, there we go. That was Great American Bash. What did we think? People have been clamoring for Kendal to win it for a while. It's not too fast when the people are demanding it, says M. Power Warren. These two have got great chemistry. Hopefully, more matches on the main roster together in years to come, says Matt. I could honestly see Kendal holding the belt until next year's Stand and Deliver, says Kader. It was way too fast for her to get it, says Wyatt661. 9 out of 10 show. Really good in my opinion, says James. Kendal, got it fast, don't like that, says Wyatt. Show is over, said Wrestling Fam. King Yeti said haters are going to hate. Spawny Boy said Lola is still mixed tag champion in AAA. She's still got one belt. I'm thinking Lola to the main roster now, says James. She looks like her mom, says Bentron. Is this setting up a Wren Kendal feuds? Well, there's been a couple of times where I've thought that Wren might turn on her, and she never has. So I'm certainly not going to say that it's impossible or not going to happen. But yeah, I would not be shocked to see them two collide in the future. I mean, hopefully, I believe them to be really good friends in real life. So, I mean, hopefully they are actually training together, working together, you know. I think if they are doing that, the chemistry between them could be seriously good. I mean, a Wren Sinclair, Kendal Gray feud in the future at some point could feed families, could be seriously impressive. Eric, shout out to you, buds. AB says 9 out of 10 chaos landed. Kendal sealed it. Lola reset the timeline. Yeah, is Lola going to go to SmackDown? Said Dr. Luchalala. I would think so if she went up. Yeah, I think they would want to ideally put her with Damien. To be honest with you, people dating, they don't tend to worry too much about putting them together. But I think it is something that they would take into consideration, you know, rather than putting her on. But if they really felt like Raw is where she is needed to go, then they would put her on Raw. They only put people together on the same brand if they're engaged or married. I've heard that before, that like if people are dating, you know, there's loads of wrestlers that date, that you can't really allow that to dictate, you know, the show, if you will. But certainly when people are married, they will look to put them onto the same brands. But dating, I think there's lots of people that date, and I mean, look at Ludwig and Tiffany, you know, look at Bron Breakker and Cora Jade, and there's quite a few like relationships that, you know, happen and end and whatever, and that's normal, that's fine. But I think when it comes to like who goes on what brand, I think it only tends to be if you're married. I'm not sure about engaged. I think engaged counts as well. So the thing with Lola is I think ideally they would look at SmackDown and try and get her with Damien. But if they really feel like, no, it's Raw that she needs to be, because we need to do that, there's this feud, that feud, this, blah, 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 they'll put her on Raw. A Big Time said, Daze, I don't know why, but I feel like both women's matches wrestled at about 70% tonight. The commercials, pacing, obviously a hard out on CW, because of local news has rushed the ending, but did it top New York? No, I don't think this was better than New York. Not their match I thought was better when they faced in New York. I actually think like the first bit where they were kind of like, you know, reversing each other and everything, that was really good. I didn't mind that. And then we went to commercial break, and I remember with there being about 10 minutes left to go, I was like, this is where we need to get going now. And they did definitely do a few sequences, but it was not quite enough to, you know, there was like, they got the crowd standing. That one spot with the double back fist, back elbows, that was probably a highlight of the match, to be honest. But yeah, there was a lot of stuff that I was like, I don't know, I think we needed maybe to get going a bit more. We needed a bit more of those kinds of spots. So no, I don't think this was better than New York. I'll tell you the other thing as well, which I'm a bit down on, and it might be a bit of a problem as we move forward, and that is her finishing move, because she jumps off the corner and she does like a flatliner type thing, but it's really hard in the moment to know who got the offense. I don't know if Kendal has jumped off and managed to drive Lola down, or if Lola has caught Kendal and done like a side slam. So until someone moves, I don't actually know who got the better of the move. And so, you know, like with Undertaker's tombstone, the person being tombstoned is clearly taking the move, you know? If Cody's doing a crossroads, that person's clearly taking the move. But actually, with Kendal's move, I don't find myself going, oh my God, she's hit Shades of Grey, you know, she's going to win it, blah, blah, blah. I'm actually watching it happen going, I don't even know who got the better of that. And so my brain is like trying to figure out who's winning, who's got the better of that move. And actually, I've seen that a few times when she's done that. It's not until someone moves or starts moving that you can tell who got the better of it. Because I really don't know if Lola doesn't catch her and, like, you know, drive Kendal down. So until she moves, I don't know who's got the better. Then she goes for the pin, and it's 1, 2, 3. And for me, it's a little bit of a barrier, that is. I actually would prefer it if she paused for a second and like Lola kind of slowly got to her feet or something, you know, so that you could set it up and you can make it clear Here we go. Can she hit it? She's looking for shades of grey. Bang. And then when she hits it, you know that that's what she was going for. You know the move. You know that it's not been countered. You know it's connected. You commentators are like, she's hit it. Go for the cover. I would have actually I would have presented that finish a little different, because there was just that moment where I was like, I'm not sure who's won this. Or I knew who had won it, but I wasn't sure who got the better in that moment. And it's funny because I've watched like loads of Kendal matches, of course. There's a few times my brain is still not used to seeing that move. And so my brain keeps doing that. So I haven't quite learned yet that that's the move she does from the corner. If it goes that way, it's Kendal that's in control. I don't think it's viewer friendly. I don't think, like with a lot of other moves, you can hit them and know who's in the charge. So yeah, for me, like the finish was actually a bit flat. That move, it's a bit flat. I'm not a massive fan of it. I think I would definitely look for something else or present it a little bit differently. I think before that as well, there needs to be a bit more builds. I think the exchanging of the back elbows and everything was nice, and that got the biggest pop. I think like it's there or thereabouts, but there definitely just needed to be that little bit more on the back end, you know? And if it's a time thing, then maybe we needed to get to the back end a little more. Perhaps a commercial was in the way. Do you know what I mean? Perhaps like we come back from commercial and we've only got 10 minutes. Well, if that's the case, then maybe we needed to go a bit quicker or, you know, do a few more different things. I don't know. It's difficult. You'd have to sort of rewatch the finish, but I sort of felt like the back end had a few bigger spots lacking and the finish not quite right for me. Which is why I would say the New York match was better. Isn't her move similar to Liv Morgan's finisher, says Pat. It is, but the only difference is that when someone's caught up in the ropes, like when she has got them over by the ropes and she hits it, you know what she's going for, and you know that she's sort of driving them down. There's a little bit more of a setup to it. And so you know that it's not been reversed or anything like that. But actually, when she comes off the corner, it's hard to tell, like, has it been turned into a bit of a spear, you know? I don't think anyone looks at Liv's move and thinks that it's been reversed, but it's quite easy to see how Kendal's could have been reversed. Big Time said, I feel like the match needed maybe 10 more minutes to cook. Myles Tavion ended at 9:23. Main event ended at 10. Huge chunk of time, but the match did feel like it needed more time. But they did build the early stages well. Perhaps it was just a bit too tight in the back end. Yeah, I mean, I don't think you're necessarily wrong. I feel like we've just had a really good match that's maybe just lacked some more fireworks at the end, which is why you want a bit more time. Yeah. They should still be able to deliver something really, really good within the time they had. I'm not down on it. I mean, I can see that Great is going to win, and I think that's right. I think that that's worthy. What we just saw as a main event is worthy of getting a great rating. But I'm going to struggle to say that was better than Zaria Tatum, I think. I think Zaria Tatum is gonna take the crown for best match for me, and I think this is going to come in as a fairly close second. I do miss when finishers actually finish matches instead of having to hit them 331 times to win, says James. Daze, did you see my explanation on how to tag someone on something in YouTube? No. I wouldn't even know where you find it, honestly, buds. I wouldn't recommend tagging me and stuff on YouTube because that is not something that I'm aware of or even know where to go at the moment. I might find out one day, though. Robbie said, I hate to say it, but the show just wasn't it. I expected them to make some big splashes for the first major network show on CW, but they didn't. There was many opportunities that got missed, so for me it's a 5 out of 10. Saquon Dion is the longest match of the night, followed by Zaria Tatum. Shiloh Tristan, Myles, Tavion, Tony, Naraku was the shortest, excluding the speed match. Edward said, everything back to normal this week, Daze. WWE goes back to the States. Oh, that'll be lovely. That will be lovely. James said, I can explain if you want me to. I'm sure I can look into it and find out. It's obviously a new feature that I don't know anything about, so it's probably wise that I look into it and, find it all. But nothing has, popped up or gone, hello, check me out, So if you've tagged me on something, it's not been visible to me. So it's clearly just a new feature or something that I've never used before. PlayStation 5 Pro turning on, says Borny Boy. Is that what you're off to do now? Bit of PS5 action. Well, I'm just thinking of doing a breakdown, but I must admit, even I'm a bit a new champ is obviously big news, but yeah, I don't know. This I must admit, even I'm coming away from this show a bit yeah, it was fine. I'm grateful for it because at least we had something to enjoy on a Sunday, and I am grateful for that. So, I'm certainly not down on the fact we did this show. And I agree, this, I suppose, is NXT's equivalent to a Saturday night's main event more so than, Night of Champions. This isn't their Night of Champions. This is their Saturday night's main event. So, I agree with that as well. But, and they gave us a new women's champion on this show. So, you can't say they didn't give us anything. But, yeah, I agree. I think, I'm coming away going, no, it was fine. I think there's 2 matches to check out. If you want to check out a third, maybe Tony and Naraku would be that match. I like the watch party. I thought Kevin Owens being there was pretty fun. I think you could take an hour off this thing and it would be better. I don't think this needed to be 3 hours. I think 2 hours would be better if we had a 2-hour show. But yeah, something to watch, something to enjoy. Not a complete waste of time, far from it. And on we go. Imagine betting on Cody to win last night. He was like a minus 1,600 favourite, says Robbie. David said Kendal deserves it. Alex Bliss Gamer said technically not normal. SmackDown is going to be taped tomorrow, says Alex Bliss Gamer. Here we go. Let's get the match scores. Word Live Cena fan said, Daze, in my opinion, Gorilla Monsoon and Bobby the Brain were the best commentary team, especially when Gorilla would say, will you stop? To the Brain. Defo. I love those guys. So entertaining. They had their own flipping show, basically, with primetime wrestling. Okay, you lot said that came out as Great 84. Wow. I think that's really interesting because I think Zaria Tatum is a better match. That got Great 82. You lot say that Kendal Lola's a better match, and that's Great 84. I think if you take off the fact that Kendal did it, we've got a new champion. Let's say Lola retains, and you don't get the excitement of a new champion. I think that score drops. I don't know by how much, but I think it drops. And I think then Zaria, who just retained, we didn't get a new champion. I think that Zaria Tatum match would then be classed as maybe the best match of the night. So I think that's an interesting one to sort of chew over and debate. But I think both of them are really good. I think both of them kind of deserve to be in that great range. So certainly not down on that. Okay, Big Time said, I genuinely don't know how this show did on CW because it's either an NXT number on Tuesday or it bombed. It's not like they went in making you feel like this is must-watch. Yeah, I don't know. And the other thing is that the number's going to come out and I don't even know if it's going to be good because I have no idea what this number should be. A Saturday is very different from a Tuesday. So, and a 3-hour show is different to a 2-hour show. So what is this number even going to be? And let's say it comes out as being 280,000. That would strike me as low. But I don't know. What does this time slot normally do? What would be deemed as good? I mean, I don't even know what their own expectations are. So, you know, if you normally put a film in this slot and it does 250,000, then if this does 280, is that good? Is that bad? Are CW happy? Are NXT people happy? I honestly, I don't know. I'll have no idea of knowing. So, hopefully when the number comes out, there might be word as to whether NXT are happy about that or not, you know? That would be good. That would be useful. But, yeah, I wouldn't be expecting this to be like a 600,000 or something like that. Just because they do that on a Tuesday, it doesn't mean they're doing that on a Saturday. So, I have no idea what this number's going to be. I'm not going to worry about it too much as a result. I only really am interested in numbers if I can get something from it, and I'm not going to get much from this at the moment. So, we'll see what it comes out as, though. I'll be interested to see what the number is. But I'll be more interested to know how they feel about it. Benito said, do we think the Bloodline story will end, or is it always going to continue? Well, I think it'll largely always continue. I think they've got the ability to always go back to it. They've established a framework that doesn't ever have to end. And I don't think we can see the Anoa'i family stopping wrestling anytime soon. I think the Anoa'i family are going to continue to, you know, develop wrestlers and bring wrestlers through. So there's not really a reason to end it. I don't think it's going to continue constantly forever. But do you know what I mean? In the future, you've got, you know, some Fatu, Brian Fatu, who, you know, opens up a box and inside is the Ula Fala, and everyone's going to go, oh my God, you know? And all of a sudden, we start a new tribal chief, blah, 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 blah. But, like, that whole we're family and, you know, working together and bloodline and all this kind of stuff, you know, I feel like that could be a framework that is referred back to for the foreseeable future. I don't really see a reason as to why that all goes away when Roman goes away. I can see the kids of the Usos, the kids of Roman. I can see them, if they come to WWE, kind of continuing to operate within that framework. Because I think it is based on a truth. I mean, they do have those high chief positions. I don't know if they have Ulafalas in their, you know, in their culture. I'd imagine they do. Whether they have tribal chiefs, I'm not sure. But I know there's high chiefs. And I know that there is, I mean, The Rock actually went through a legit ceremony to become a high chief in real life. So I know that there is that sort of thing in their culture. So why would that ever go away? That is their culture. So, yeah, no, I think that it won't be a constant, but we can always refer back to it. Where are people watching this pay-per-view, said Chris. What? Great American Bash. It was on Netflix internationally. It was on CW in America, and it has just come to an end. Roman's promo to Jacob about all the original Bloodline members. I don't think they were really running with the Bloodline term. And we didn't really have like a tribal chief. There was none of that around Yokozuna or Rikishi that I can recall. So this is why I say, like, now the framework's been established. I don't remember it being around Umaga either. But now the framework's been established as to a tribal chief and an Ula Fala and a bloodline and all this kind of stuff. We can continue with that as a framework. But yeah, you're right, kind of going back and showing the history of the bloodline and everything and the people we've had. I mean, more are coming. I mean, Zilla is one. So, you know, more are coming. And I think all the kids as well are obviously interested in wrestling. They're watching their parents. I mean, this is a proper family business. The Anoa'i family is not going anywhere. So, yeah, it could be something which we constantly refer back to. Right, I think we're done. There we go. Thank you to everyone that's joined us. I hope you got something from that. I thought it was good for a Sunday. I certainly enjoyed getting my teeth into it on a Sunday. So, yeah, thanks a lot for joining. I don't know that I'm going to do a breakdown. I'm really torn on it. I feel like there's a few bits to talk about, but we got a new champion, but we didn't get loads of new champions. We certainly didn't get any shocking new arrival. I feel like the big talking point is Kendal Gray is the new women's champion. I don't know. I think what we'll do is an opinions video. We'll do an opinions video. I think we'll probably do that. But don't forget, we are back in a bit with Raw, and we'll be getting our teeth into that, and we'll certainly be doing a breakdown for that. So, obviously, we'll be turning our attention back to Sammy and all this kind of stuff. So, yeah, looking forward to the fallout from Night of Champions. And, yeah, good. On we go. Appreciate people joining us. And I will see you next time. Later.